Don't talk. Day 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft is getting underway very shortly. What's up, everybody? Kent Swanson here with Craig Stout, here for every single pick of Friday night of the NFL Draft, all of rounds 2 and 3. Cannot wait to get going here at beautiful Holiday Distillery. If you can kind of see gorgeous.
Uh,
Back
here, it's gorgeous back here.
It's beautiful. It's peaceful. It's relaxing, and there's just wonderful cocktails flowing around here and all kinds of great stuff. And it's a blast to be out here. Always enjoy doing this. But anyways, I'm here with Craig Stout. Off the top, Matty Lane, we're going to try to see if we can get him later tonight. He had to go back to North Carolina today. Last second plans. He will be potentially back with us later this evening. So, yeah, he's doing all right.
Yes,
Craig,
everything's good.
Everything's okay. Good. Everything is okay. But we're hoping to get him later on the show, back remotely from Carolina in the same setup you're probably used to seeing him in. But yeah, we're excited to be doing this today. It's going to be a lot of fun, as it always is, reacting to every single pick of this draft. Starting here in about 25 minutes, we'll be getting picks flowing. I know the Chiefs currently sit with only one pick in this day two of the draft. I have a feeling.
Yeah.
I have a feeling there's going to be some movement. Either the Chiefs are going to pick higher than they currently are slotted, or they're going to move back into round 3 with some assets, I think.
That's kind of where things have lied all day long. As we have sat here throughout the day after we got our, Xavier Worthy film session out of the way. We'll talk about that here in a little bit here. But as we've been sitting throughout the day, there's been a lot of discussion as we've been doing dinners and everything like that. I think we all believe that they're going to make 2 picks today, the Kansas City Chiefs. We think that they're going to trade back in using some semblance of assets. It may not be only 2024 assets. Maybe it's a 2025 third-round draft pick because they've got 2 of those now to try and move up and take a player. A lot of really good football players on the board right now. Like I know that we're going to see a lot of them fly off the beginning as teams re-rack their board. The Kansas City Chiefs, as they, as Brett Veach kind of alluded to, offensive tackle, defensive line, and corner are still positions that they are looking at a little bit. And I'm not ruling out wide receiver still. I mean, they need more bodies on the roster right now. So I think it could be an eventful day for the Chiefs, depending on how it falls. But again, going back to the trade yesterday, I really like that they did not lose pick volume to try and do this because they stay where they are. They got pick 133, pick 135 in tomorrow's round 4. I think that could be a sweet spot for them. But simultaneously, you can also use those to trade up. I just like the flexibility that they still gave themselves on days 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'm glad they have pick volume. I think that's a really great point about this. And if you look at surplus value or estimations by some people about what the Chiefs gave up in exchange, depending on the trade charts you're using, the valuation is maybe the Chiefs paid a little bit of surplus value to the Buffalo Bills to make sure that they go up and get their guy. Brandon Beane kind of makes some little snarky snide comments like, we don't think they needed to do that anyway. Like, okay, cool. Have fun continuing to trade up. The truth of the matter is if this trade back doesn't work, then Brandon Beane may not be there to make another pick.
That really is the thing about that trade that has been the biggest discussion point. Why would they trade with the Chiefs? Why would they do this? Yes, the value is potentially there, but they didn't get overwhelming value for that pick. Then it was roughly a little bit more than what do we say, a late 5th, early 6th, something like that. That's not such great value to where it's like, oh, okay, well, we have to make this trade with the Kansas City Chiefs. They could have gotten away with not moving up for that, with not getting those assets, with not trying to move around the board the way that they are, and kept the one team that has been your biggest blocker towards going all in and winning a Super Bowl off the board here. And so I'm just very curious to see how this all shakes out. I'm very curious to see how Xavier Worthy plays against the Buffalo Bills because they're inevitably going to play against each other, probably in January again, and we'll see what happens there. If Xavier Worthy checks out, if he is good, and the Buffalo Bills draft a wide receiver at any point today, and he is not, that's something that Brandon Beane has to answer for now for the 3rd time with the Kansas City Chiefs.
I think the funniest scenario that could happen is that the Bills trade up for Troy Franklin. The wide receiver out of Oregon, just because he's a tall, slender, vertical stretch guy.
Yeah.
And so if they were to do that, it's not like for like. I think the Chiefs got the better football player.
For sure.
But it would just be kind of funny to see them basically take the same type of player.
With a little more pick value.
With a little bit more pick value,
To give the Bills credit here, not trying to run that down.
It's just funny just because there's a like for like to be had potentially there. And I just think that's kind of funny. But, we'll find out. We'll find out what the Buffalo Bills are going to do. There's talks that they could potentially trade back again and continue to accumulate assets. And I will tell you, I do respect the Bills for not just for being willing to trade with the Chiefs, honestly. Like, I do think that that's good practice. Like,
yeah.
Don't be scared of what other teams are going to go do. Do what you want to do on your own timeline, how you want to do business. You have a plan, execute your plan. And Brett Veach even kind of talked about that. It's like they have a plan, we have a plan. So let them operate independently of each other if it makes sense. Like, that's fine. We're going to build how we want to build. You're going to build how you want to build. We have some news here from Charles Goldman. New Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy has landed in Kansas City. He's currently at One Arrowhead Drive touring the team facilities. He only had a formal at the Combine with KC, no top 30 visit. So this is his first time in the building. So, we had a pretty good idea of, I think, 23 of the top 30 visits for the Chiefs. Might have been one more that
I think we did know.
We'll see if it matters. We'll see if it matters. But there does seem to be one more that we at least know of. But so there's probably six floating out there, 5 top 30 visits floating out there for what we don't know about what the Chiefs have done with their top 30 visits. It sounds like, hey, look, the first pick in the Chiefs draft is not somebody that they had in for a top 30. It's not that interesting.
It's not, and that happens all the time. Sure. To be clear, as we talked about, we spent a lot of time talking about top 30 visits there at the end. Kind of the end of the process here. It was more noteworthy that they didn't address any of these with round one players. The Chiefs obviously make a small trade up there, still take Xavier Worthy, a guy that Andy Reid said, he was able to talk to Texas coach Steve Sarkisian, who is a very good friend of his, and get kind of the lowdown on a player like that. So Andy leveraging some of the extra ability, his connections, to make sure that the guy that they're getting cares about football, get some experience with how he approaches the game, how he approaches practice, and everything like that. You got scouts that can capture a lot of that, but having a built-in relationship, and not just like a casual one was like, oh, yeah, no, we know each other, we've talked to each other here and there. Andy and Sark are friends.
Yeah, you're going to get good context.
You're getting really good context, one of those that you feel pretty good about, Sark not just saying that his guy is going to be there. Do we want to pivot to talk about the actual player here a little bit more and what he's going to bring to the Chiefs? Because you tweeted out today, you like the pick even more this morning than you did last night, and we were over the moon about it.
We were thrilled with the pick. This time, last night, whenever it happened last night, we were thrilled with it. I think we all gave it an A across the board. And this has always been a player that we spent a lot of time talking about this guy, as a logical pick. When we talked about our first mock draft, it was Xavier Worthy. It seemed like a very logical idea. I don't think there was a ton of optimism at some point that he was going to get there at 32. And actually that intel could have been correct.
Correct.
Because the Chiefs traded up to make sure that they got Xavier Worthy, and it fell to a more realistic area for them to be able to move up. So maybe he wasn't going to get to the 32 despite what Brandon Bean thinks. Maybe he actually wasn't. There's 2 wide receivers go off the board with Ricky Pearsall and Xavier Legette both going off the board after the Chiefs make their selection. So there was some teams that kind of maybe were looking to move up into round 2 of this draft potentially, or maybe the Niners were a team that really wanted to get someone like Xavier Worthy into the mix for their team, a vertical stretch player. So I'm thrilled that the Chiefs made the move to go do it. But the player itself, you said you watched 6 games today. No,
that was 6 games before you woke up.
That's true. Okay, that's a good point. I watched like 2, but I watched a bunch of stuff last night too. I was up till 3 in the morning, and I just continue to he's perfect. He's perfect for Kansas City.
It's such an ideal fit for Kansas City.
It's perfect fit.
And that's why maybe seeing some of these national media members, film analysts that I really appreciate, and I love and adore a lot of them, that aren't over the moon about this, that are looking at this and going, such a slight frame guy. He's got some drop issues. And yes, you do see some of that show up on tape. The slight frame stuff, I want to kind of look over that to kind of start here. The stuff that really shows up on tape from a slight frame perspective, if teams can press him, because they can't always, first of all, you don't want to give guys like that the ability to, kind of get a nice release, and then now all of a sudden you're behind because he's already going to do that to you with some, cushion there. If you don't give him the cushion, he is going to eat it up quickly, and he's going to be wide open unless you land a perfect jam. We saw Kool-Aid McKinstry maybe a couple of times get him from a press alignment, ability to slow him down a little bit. Conversely, as a blocker, that's really where you've seen that, where you saw the weight show up a little bit as a blocker.
Yeah.
But what we kept saying, as we're watching this, we're coming off of 2 years where the Chiefs had really good blocking wide receivers outside of McCole Hardman. And then the year before that, it was McCole Hardman, Tyreek Hill, not necessarily great blockers. Mm-hmm. If you are looking at Xavier Worthy in that same sort of role, the Chiefs have already dealt with that. They've dealt with that sort of size disadvantage. They've dealt with some of that. And the final thing that I want to put in here, because I'm always going to tie it back to CBAT, my cornerback athletic testing thing. I put Xavier Worthy in the formula. I was curious. I just was. I was curious because, that's what we use to try and judge if a cornerback is going to perform at a really high level, if they're going to be able to translate on that. I'm not saying he should go play corner, just to be clear here. But because the formula takes size and length into sort of the formula there, I was very curious to see how much he was going to get docked for it, and if the explosiveness, if the 40 time was going to sort of make that up, or maybe he wasn't going to be a tier 1 or a tier 2 guy. You guessed when I told you about this. You said, "Oh, is he tier 2?" And I said, "No, he is tier 1." And not only is he tier 1, since 2010, he is the 8th highest cornerback in this formula if he's in here. So again, that weight, the weight that everybody's so worried about, these are the sorts of things that teams are routinely okay with and willing to overcome from a cornerback perspective, and that's who he's going up against day in and day out when he's out there on the field. If you're not worried about it from a cornerback perspective, why are you that worried about it from a wide receiver perspective?
And I think he's going to play a little bit heavier than what he tested at the NFL Combine.
Agreed. By the way, this is with him at 165. Yeah. So, obviously if he has weight, if he gets to the 180s that, Brett Veach is saying, that number goes way up again.
At 175, I think I feel good about where he sits. And he blew up the Combine with a 4.2 140. Mm-hmm. And I was worried, and this is actually a conversation we had on either the lab or the draft show before the Combine started, where we said, I don't really want him to blow up the Combine. We don't really want him to
because we didn't want him to get out of the range of the Chiefs.
We didn't really want him to blow up the Combine because, hey, look, he's just a good football player. He's fast enough, right? Mm-hmm. And he went from fast enough to fastest in the history of the NFL Combine. And I think that gave me a little bit of pause and concern that they were even going to be able to get him at 32, and they ultimately weren't getting him at 32, and they felt strongly enough about him, their plan for him, that they went and made a move to secure him. So, even if Brandon Beane thinks that they weren't going to get him or they were going to be able to get him at 32, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care because the Chiefs made sure that they were getting a player that they feel strongly about, they have conviction about, and it was someone that I think they definitely had him marked significantly on their board and had when the tackles fell quickly on the board, when the tackles were just flying off, I think that's where they started pivoting their plans. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure it feels like Xavier Worthy was probably pretty high up on that list of priorities there.
I would guess so as well, because the other part of this that really matters is that we are looking at a player that is truly an ideal fit for what Andy Reid wants to do in his offense. And yeah, I know that some of the national analysts are looking at this and going, well, there may be some overlap with Hollywood. And again, I understand some of that. I don't think there's as much overlap as Hollywood as maybe some other people do. But this truly feels like a pick that was a perfect Chiefs fit, like a 100%. Truly perfect Chiefs fit, to the point where our buddy Chief Bearcat asked today, who in this scenario, a round one pick that we looked at, George Karlaftis or Xavier Worthy, is a more perfect Chiefs fit? Because during the George Karlaftis draft, I think we were all just like, yeah, no, that's probably happening. That's going to make sense. His play style, everything like that. Xavier Worthy felt the exact same way to me. So from that perspective, I think it's Xavier Worthy even over a George Karlaftis in this scenario, just because I see how he's used. I see how he can get out there. Again, it's not just speed. He breaks off routes. His deceleration, it might be just as impressive as his acceleration, and that puts corners in hell. Mm-hmm. I know some of the advanced metrics don't love him. yards per target,
Yawn.
EPA, per play, EPA per target, and stuff like that.
I'm gonna pull up this tweet from Bill's Twitter.
Yeah, no, go right ahead.
You keep talking.
Pull that up. Being a guy that has watched even more Texas tape than I had before, the draft. What's the one thing I've been saying all day? Quinn Ewers sucks. Like I have. Like he has been awful. He misses him wide open. Xavier Worthy is open on time in the route progression all the time. Quinn Ewers just does not get him the ball on time, does not target him down the field in the same ways. It is maddening to watch a wide receiver be as open as Xavier Worthy was in some of this and still have the production that he did in college. And yet, Quinn Ewers just can't find him on the field.
So the nerds up north in the Northeast, Xavier Worthy was ranked 132nd in Sports Info SIS's points earned per route run in 2023.
Yeah, he was.
And then a quote, never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake.
Is that your nerd voice?
Yeah. Oh, Xavier Worthy's notable rankings in 2023. Yards per route run, 70th. On-target catch percentage, 94th. Completion percentage, 104th. I don't care.
Now, the drop aspect
I don't care.
The second one that you brought, the completions or catch percentage on on-target things, that does matter. Like I don't want to sweep that under the rug. We have discussed this before. He does have some drop issues. They got significantly better in 2023.
Yep.
He does have some drop issues there. That is a legitimate thing that Chiefs fans should be paying attention to. I completely get it there. But the rest of those numbers are just as much Quinn Ewers numbers as they are Xavier Worthy numbers.
I don't know. Some of those might be Quinn Ewers numbers anyways.
Yeah.
I think it's just kind of the gall and the audacity to just be like, oh, this pick sucks, especially since the guy said 2 minutes before that he was looking at maybe drafting Xavier Worthy.
I know, yeah, it was, yeah.
I think the level of confidence that they have in this whole trade thing is just kind of funny because history has told you that, it's not going to happen. Anyways, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Please feel free to hit that like button. Please feel free to hit that subscribe button. Leave some comments. We'll probably do some Q&A today, I would imagine. Just maybe get you guys involved in the chat a little bit, so throw some questions out there. Kenny with the Coke, our guy, giving $20 to the Therese Paylor Foundation and for the Dweeb Voice. Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you.
Our guy, Kenny, he's been a day one for us in this podcast that we and Craig have been doing. But anyways, so the Therese Paylor Scholarship.
Yes.
We are trying to raise as much money as humanly possible for the Go Power or the Power Mizzou scholarship at Mizzou. And so we have a benefit raffle that we're doing right now supporting the journalism scholarship that does honor Therese Paylor. You can be eligible for a Nick Bolton signed jersey, a L'Jarius Sneed signed jersey, Derek Johnson signed jersey, signed MJ Melendez baseball, Trent McDuffie signed football that I literally have in my hands right now, and a signed copy of Ebony Reed's book, which she's just got done writing. But anyways, we have all these are going to Therese's memory. So there are links in the description of this live stream right now where you can click donate. Every $10 you donate is an entry into the raffle. So please consider supporting this as we are trying to raise as much money as we possibly can for Therese's memory. You know how much he meant to us here at KC Sports Network. He literally touched the lives of all of us that have been part of this in a big way. The gravity of him as a journalist, as a member of the media in Kansas City was sizable. And we'll probably get into some of our conversations about him like we did last year.
Yep.
I know you have some other ways that we can get you involved besides just the links in the description of this show.
Let's say you're not watching on YouTube right now. Maybe you're catching this on Twitter. Maybe you're catching this some other way. Who knows? I'm not sure. Welcome if you found it some other way other than those two places.
The dark web.
Hey, listen, we don't. No, that's a different show.
What?
Talking. Never mind.
The thing?
The thing.
Oh.
It's the thing.
Oh.
It's the thing. Anyway, if you text to the number 53555, if you text the word Therese or you text the word all juice, all one word, or you text the word draft, you will get sent a link that will send you the information that you need in order to go, to donate, to get into this raffle right now. So this is a thing that we care just absolutely deeply about. And it's one of our favorite things that we get to do, our favorite things that we get to utilize the KCSN Foundation for. And here's my buddy, BJ Kissel, to talk to us a little bit more about it. How's it going, buddy?
Good. Love talking about Therese.
Yeah.
Love talking about Therese and Ebony and everything that's going on. And can't say how much it means to us that it's one thing to have an idea. It's one thing to get items together. It's another thing for people to support it the way that we have. $15,000 we've raised over the past 2 years for the Power Mizzou alumni scholarship in memory of Therese Paylor that goes towards young black journalists who work with Power Mizzou that need some help financially. And if you knew anything about Therese, you knew that's exactly what he was about and exactly the way that he would want to be honored. I think Ebony and Gabe DeArmond at Power Mizzou, who got it started, did a phenomenal job honoring him. And something like that for us was just, what's the simplest way we can not ask a lot of other people?
Yeah.
Meaning Ebony and Gabe and all that. What's an idea that we can come up with to utilize the platforms that we're building to honor our friend? And it's one of my favorite things that we do. It's money in, money out. You bring it in, we turn around and write them a check. And it's accumulated, God, I want to say almost like 15-20% of the total money that's been raised for the Mizzou scholarship that is close to $100,000. I know the one at Howard crossed the $100,000 plateau. But this one's going for Power Mizzou. And, again, we appreciate all our support. We'll keep accepting all of the donations for the raffle, and then we'll raffle those off Sunday during the recap show. We'll announce those winners. So
absolutely,
yeah,
and a lot of really good prizes. We always have a lot of really good prizes, but that's not what it's about. It's one of those, and I appreciate like you see the super chats come across the screen. If you throw those up here, if you throw that money in there, that money goes to the KCSN Foundation. That also can flow through to some of that stuff. That's the best things that we get to do as a part of KCSN here is to donate and give back to the community and donate and give back to the causes that the people that we love and care about loved and cared about. So this is very important to us. That's why you're going to hear us continue to talk about it all day today. You're going to hear us continue to talk about it all day tomorrow. And we're going to continue to do this year in, year out because it means so very, very much to us.
Yeah, and I think people see the prizes. And the last thing I want to say about this for this segment, we'll talk about it again, but I want to shout out Tickets for Less and Brandon Drogi over there, who's our marketing coordinator. I don't know what exact title is, but he's always willing, and Tickets for Less always willing to help step up and donate items. They donated the MJ Melendez sign ball. They donated $200 towards ticket vouchers to go to a Royals game with a group of people. So all of that is just them donating, saying we support Therese, we love Therese, we like what you guys are doing. Here's an item to help build that. And then obviously Ebony with her book that she did with Louise Story. They've been talking throughout the process of that. It's just interesting. She's such an academic and just brilliant in her own way. That's amazing to see her succeed and thrive the way that she is. So it's all pretty special.
Yes, it is very special. So make sure that you are in there again. Every $10 donated gets you a raffle entry. So make sure that you are in there and that you are donating and that you are doing some of that so that we can draw your name on Sunday during our recap show.
Let's fire off some draft takes.
I want to hear your draft takes because we haven't.
You've been hearing my draft takes off camera.
I've been hearing them off camera. I want.
Exactly.
Okay, I want to hear because we watched a lot of prospects today.
Yeah.
First, before we get into that, thoughts on Xavier Worthy. What's your initial take on Xavier Worthy?
Anytime you add an athlete that they sign off on how smart he is at football and how much he understands the game and how much film he watches, that's a recipe for success with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. At this point, it's different for other teams in that you get an athlete that's just different, that creates a matchup problem that defenses have to account to where he is on the field. And we've seen this type of skill set be inserted in Andy Reid's offense since he first arrived in Kansas City. Started with Anthony Thomas, and you always need a couple of those guys because if one of them gets down, you still need the bubble screens, all those package plays that they have. That's a quarter of their offense.
Yeah,
needs a skill set of a player like this. So it's not altogether too surprising, but I don't think you can be any more optimistic or excited about this move than the most optimistic Chiefs fans that we've seen are.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was a huge surprise. Made all the sense in the world, and you put a talent like that with Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, it's gonna be fun.
And I do think the thing that really matters, and Brett Veach said this as well. We said it a little bit yesterday, talking about forcing teams into too high coverages, forcing teams into some of that. Yeah. Brett Veach went out of his way to say the primary beneficiaries of adding a Xavier Worthy, Travis Kelce, Rashee Rice. Guess what? They are sick and tired of teams playing single high coverages against them, of being able to muddy up the middle of the field, of being able to take away some of the Chiefs' best run after the catch weapons.
Yeah.
And now you have a guy that forces that I mean, we talk about that sort of stuff all the time. We talk about the ways that they fit in. To your point, when you get a player that fits so perfectly from, a schematic standpoint, forces some of the things that you want to do that help other players, and is the sort of, student of the game that he is, it just comes all the way around to being, why is this guy available at pick 28? Like, it really, because it just seems so simple to just slot him into Kansas City's offense and say, hey, look at all the people that benefit from this. Not just Patrick Mahomes, not just the points that they're going to score because Xavier Worthy is going to catch a lot of passes, but the major ripple effects that this will have on the Chiefs offense are absolutely massive. So how did the NFL allow this to happen?
That's a great question. And some people could see it as almost like a luxury pick because of the skill set and the way these utilized. And talking about Pro Football Focus's #1 punt returner from last year.
Yeah.
We haven't talked a lot about the punt return. At least I haven't seen a ton of it.
Andy and Brett have talked plenty about it.
Yeah, I'm sure they have because they got other guys in that room that, are going to fight for spots and they're going to fight for roles and all that stuff. But, I don't think you can be too bullish on what this move would look like. And honestly, as long as you and I have known each other and been doing this, my draft takes or just everything has changed for me over the last 5 or 6 years. And just if you're not a plus athlete, it doesn't really matter. It starts there. And there's so many guys that I fell in love with over the years and studying the draft and analyzing players and be like, this guy, he knows everything about the game and he's a student of the game and he gets open and all. Like, it doesn't matter at that level if you're not a plus athlete.
Correct.
If you are not an extremely top 1 of 1% of an athlete, you're not going to have the ceiling. You're not going to be able to perform regardless of how well you know the game and all that. Because you get to that level, everyone knows the game. And if they don't, the coaches will put them in a position to succeed. And if they don't have the athletes to do it, you can't do it. So you get a player like Xavier Worthy at 28. God, Buffalo, though.
I know.
I can't get past the Buffalo. If they take a receiver, which I think would be the worst thing they could do to take a receiver, just from a narrative standpoint, because then you are comparing those two players forever.
Yeah.
You've already done it with Kyrie Elam and Trent McDuffie.
Which was the wrong
You're doing
choice.
it with Patrick Mahomes. And although they got that one right, like Tre'Davious White was a great pick.
For
them. Like,
it was.
It's not, obviously it's not Patrick Mahomes.
And they got to use the pick the next year to try and help supplement and go get their quarterback, who is an excellent pick. And again, the Kyrie Elam pick, we like to dunk on that a lot, but at the time when Kyrie Elam was picked, even me, like sitting here, I was like, that's a good pick. It's a good pick. He's a good football player. I think he's going to be a big contributor. Obviously didn't work out for one reason or another. Yeah. So, but that's the one that everybody's going to hold over it. It's not that they have made unsmart moves. I don't want to call them dumb moves. Unsmart moves. It's not that they've made those.
They didn't pick a quarterback in the top 10 after trading for one, tampering with one, $100 million.
That's a dumb move. That is a really dumb move. But it's just really interesting to see. Now, these two teams are going to be linked forever just because of they're in the division. They're consistently going to be playing each other in the playoffs, and the Kansas City Chiefs are dominating them right now. To continue to do business with the Chiefs, to continue to facilitate a trade-up for the Chiefs so that they can go get the guy that unlocks and forces 2 high coverages. And they better have gotten it right. That's what it boils down to.
If they want to stay up there, because they were up there and then took a step back, and then you've got teams, Baltimore, is going to be right there, and then Houston is the next one.
Yeah.
It's like if they want to stay there, you've got to get some of these things right. And the fact that, again, we just went through 2 examples that have been meme-worthy for the past however many years, starting obviously with Mahomes and then with the Trent McDuffie deal and that clip that they put out. I think it was their internal department.
Yeah, it was.
They put out the video basically saying, they trade up in front of us. And you just see all the blood drain from their faces.
I know. It's interesting then before we tag you back out, buddy, or tag me out or whatever we're going to do here. I'm not sure what the plan is. But
he's hovering, isn't he?
He is hovering over there. He's stretching right now. He's doing a jig.
You're afraid to ask me more takes after watching linebackers with you guys earlier
at this
today.
point. No. I've got further takes here. If you don't acknowledge him, he goes away. Did you know that?
I don't think he's going away.
I don't think he's actually
going away. I wish I knew that.
Yeah. Thanks, Tuck. Who do you like coming into today? Who are you looking at? I know Ben Sinnott. I know that. But who else do you like going into today that's not Ben Sinnott?
I want to say because there were tackles, a couple of guys that you have mentioned, Patrick Paul being one of those guys, and different variables and different reasons why he could or couldn't be the pick.
Yeah.
It's like I want to get a tackle because I think in the best case scenario, the most optimistic world of looking at it, that if they can get a tackle and they get it right and they get that guy in, even if it's kind of a redshirt year to compete with Wanya, I get it. But the same token, like, and we've talked about it, I haven't done a lot of on-camera stuff. It just seems different than the way they've approached key positions in the past of creating competition going into camp. That they normally do that with a veteran and a young guy, and the veteran's got some experience. So it's like, listen, if you need this guy to start, he can. But if the young guy that you feel good about develops quicker than you can, you've got a good problem to have, and you've got a solid backup. They haven't really done that with left tackle. Like, Wanya hadn't done enough yet, I don't think, to just be handed we're comfortable with you being the guy with whatever tackle we end up with in the draft. It doesn't seem like the way that they've attacked that.
Yeah.
But honestly, I wouldn't hate to see him double. You guys haven't talked about this. I know they need corner, all that. They double up on another receiver.
I would love it.
McConkey. Like, I think he would fit perfectly into what they do. I don't know how you guys feel about him.
It would significantly raise the floor at this point. I think the ceiling is there. I think the capability of this wide receiver room is there. The capability of this offense is there. If you added another receiver, especially like a McConkey, even a Javon Baker at a UCF, I think you raise the floor at that point, and that's also significant. Yeah,
it's just where is Justin Watson? Is he your 4? Is he your 5? Is Justin Ross, Kadarius Toney, those guys, are they Sky Moore? Are they fighting for the 6-7 spot, or are they pushed up there?
Those are good problems to have.
We had this debate when we were watching the Royal Rumble with the Shrine Bowl. It was this exact conversation. It was if they can get. Listen, that's how I remember it. Okay.
Yeah.
But we talked about it, and I said I wanted a veteran to be that number 4. So you have a guy like a Tyler Boyd.
Yeah.
They signed Tyler Boyd, perfect. Because then one guy gets injured and not everybody slides up to where Justin Watson is like your 3.
Correct.
Like good 5, awesome 6, but just get another guy in there. If it ends up being a rookie that's got a high ceiling or they think can play right away like a lad, if that's the case, I would be totally into that. But even if they don't take another receiver, I do expect them to sign another veteran, whether it's a Tyler Boyd, somebody like that they can get out there and play. Not going to be big splashy move, but just somebody, because your top 3 now look pretty good.
Oh, yeah. No, I feel really
comfortable. If one gets hurt, somebody tweaks an ankle, or she's suspended for a while.
That being said, it's still a better receiver room than it was last year. So
you're getting the boot.
I'm getting the boot. I am getting the boot. So I'm going to tag out real quick.
Oh, I get the single shot.
Yeah, you do.
Let's go, Tuck. No, I do want to mention this because I know you guys talked about it yesterday on the live stream, but we, thanks to our friends here at Holiday Distillery, amazing partners, amazing people, love coming up here and hanging out, and we got to do, I'm going to say, like a top 3 moment with KCSN in almost 3 years that we've been around. Able to do the barrel pick for one of the barrels of the soft red wheat bourbon that they have here as part of the KCSN Foundation. And the one part of it you didn't say, which I wouldn't have been upset if you did, but we don't have it out there. We're going to bring it up.
Okay.
Do the barrel pick. They're going to bottle about 180 to 200 bottles of the bourbon. And then in some way, shape, or form, those bottles will be going to everyone who participates in the golf tournament coming up in September. We don't have a link to sign up yet, so don't start freaking out on that part. But it is going to be a special way that we can give out product of something that we absolutely love with a partner that we absolutely love, that are amazing people, amazing to work with, and do a really cool thing for the 3rd annual KCSN Foundation Golf Tournament. So more information on that coming up. I can't tell you the date. I can't tell you the golf tournament will be on September 7th. It's a Saturday. It should be ideally 2 days after the Chiefs home opener, that Thursday night game, which I'm guessing Texans.
I don't know. That sounds like a good guess.
Phenomenal opening game. That would be a phenomenal opening game.
Seems like a good guess.
But Thursday night against the Texans. If you're not in Kansas City, come into Kansas City, stay for the weekend, come participate in the golf tournament. The tee time, shotgun starts to be determined. It'll be at Sunflower Hills up there by Legends in the racetrack. Again, they've done a phenomenal job hosting us. It's always been a good time. Tucker has himself a good time.
Just once.
We are the worst cart people ever.
Yeah, they're the beer cart guys,
we're not
and it
good
just
at it.
goes off the rails pretty quickly.
We didn't make it through one round of we didn't make it through the course once. To be fair,
We had a rain delay. There was a rain delay.
There was multiple rain delays.
5-minute rain delay that you just huddled
No.
You were huddled
No.
We pulled up. I was driving through the rain. I pulled up, and there was like 50 people huddled around one
in the rain. We were hanging out and having a good time with all the people. We're people.
It was very fun. Golf tournament's always a good time. But, again, you come participate in our golf tournament. You get a team of 4. Everyone who plays gets a bottle. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome, and we got to pick it, which is just so that's such a unique experience for us to be able to pick our own barrel of bourbon.
And we all kind of agreed.
And weirdly, Tucker was on the nose with the top 2, and he was the one that was trying to just, hey, what if I chug this?
He also threatened to quit if we
weirdly
picked one
is
of the barrels.
a really bad adjective, but I'll allow it, I guess.
You did threaten to quit.
I did
If
do
we
that
picked
at
one
one
of the
point.
barrels.
That was also after I've had a couple of pours of the one that I liked.
It was
About 18 oyster crackers.
18.
18 bowls. They put those oyster crackers out, and that's what I went to. I flocked to them.
They poured 2 bowls of old oyster crackers for Tucker.
It's a good time.
Good oyster crackers.
The Buffalo Bills are officially on the clock for the start of the second round. I believe they get 7 minutes in the second round, and then in the third round, they're going to get 5 minutes per pick. So they are on the clock. One player that has been linked to the Bills is Keon Coleman out of Florida State. So that would be a fascinating one. I actually really like that for the Bills if that is the pick for them. Just because he's a big-bodied guy. He's a big catch radius. He makes plays in the air. And that's the kind of guy I think Josh Allen actually could maximize. So if the Bills do that, I like that pick for them. And he's a young kid. Maybe not the fastest, but a lot of the other underlying athleticism stuff kind of look well for him beyond just the 40 time. People have made a comment about how well he performed in the gauntlet drill, really keeping a straight line, showing good athleticism, and moving at a good clip too. So this would be a interesting pick for them. If it is going to be kind of funny if they still just trade down and take a wide receiver, though.
Yeah, and what they got, Khalil Shakir, they picked up
Khalil Shakir,
Curtis Samuel.
They need a big body guy.
They don't who else they got?
That's it. I mean, that's really it, man. So I'm not gonna knock them if that's the move that they ultimately make.
I thought it'd be DeJean.
Yeah.
You can never go wrong with a versatile top elite athlete corner.
Yeah.
DB guy. You're not gonna be wrong taking a dude like that. It's a safer pick.
So I think 7 receivers go off the board? I think it was 7 that wound up going off the board in round 1.
Yeah.
And there's a good tier of 15 players. If you're the Bills, the question I would have is how comfortable do you feel being able to get, a top receiver that you really like at pick 60, where they're going to pick in the second round. So you're either going to have to move up for the receiver. Those are the kind of questions I might be asking. And the run has kind of started on receiver. It started to close out the end of the first round. It doesn't feel like a run because there's a whole day in between them.
Yeah.
But that's where the run started.
They got their pockets, and they got to look at their board and see where the pockets fall. But like I said earlier, just you take a Eddie.
It is Keenan. Or it's Keon. All right, so the Buffalo Bills have selected Keon Coleman with the 33rd pick in the draft. So they're going to go grab a wide receiver. I think it's a good fit for Josh Allen specifically, like I said, just because maybe he's not going to get open as consistently as some of these other guys. Maybe he's not going to be a big separator, but I mean, Josh Allen's always been unafraid to go up and give some of these players some chances.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of YOLO to his game, and I think Keon Coleman's a pretty good YOLO ball type player, because that's really what he excelled at the collegiate level. Is he wasn't going to separate a ton, but go give him a chance and he'll go out body some poor cornerback. He's going to try to do the same thing at this next level.
I just don't think that works. I could sit here and name off 15 receivers over the last 10 years that we've had this same conversation and be like, oh, I love this dude. Is the Akeem Butler,
Laquan Treadwell.
Yep. So many of these. Start Jordan Matthews years ago.
Yeah.
I remember watching the scene, just the bigger body, kind of stiffer players. And outside of maybe DK Metcalf, who's kind of that stiffer, bigger body guy, most of them don't really pan out.
Yeah.
It's all with John Baldwin. Just a bigger physical guy. You can moss dudes when you're in college. You get to the NFL, they're different athletes that you're going up against. These corners, I mean, you find guys that you can go out there and beat, but for the most part, It's not like you can go up and moss guys like you were in college.
Right.
And I wouldn't – I didn't watch a little bit of Keon Coleman, and as soon as I saw the body type and the way he moves, I'm like, I've seen this too often. Like, I'm just moving away from it. That's why I prefer the guys like Xavier Worthy because you know they're going to be open. Separation
is a very important skill set to have at the NFL level. And these paths to success for these types of players is not particularly high. However, if I was going to find a scenario where an exception could be made, Josh Allen is a guy that is more apt to throw the ball to a player like this.
Yeah. Or Lamar Jackson, because it's not going to be accurate enough. His receiver's going to have to make some crazy play to catch it.
Rashad Bateman.
When it matters.
And Keon has some ability after the catch, too. So, like, there's some good ability after the catch when he does, when he does get the ball and, and he's able to, bring it in. There's ability after the catch, too. Like, there is a path to success for this working, specifically with Buffalo. It is a more narrow path, though, and that's what's going to be fascinating. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a make or break pick for Brandon Beane.
Yeah.
But if Xavier Worthy catches 1,100 yards this year and Keon Coleman's getting 400 because he can't separate and all he's getting is YOLO balls, like it's not going to look good on him.
Yeah, especially I saw paraphrases of his presser where he basically, people that I saw on social media made it sound like he alluded to the fact that, A, they thought Worthy was going to get to the Chiefs anyway, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
They traded up. But B, like, they didn't have that high a grade on him. So they basically came out and confirmed, like, we think Keon is better than this guy, and it's confirmed.
And now
he's just setting himself up like, you better hope he's right.
You better find out.
And talking about Keon Coleman, all this, I got to finish your thought, and then I got a random story. It's the first thing that jumps out when I think about bigger body receivers just saying, trust me, bro, just throw the ball.
Go ahead.
It's like your job is to get open. I will never forget, when I was working at the Chiefs, I was 2 weeks into the job. I went to training camp, and going into that year, that was when Dwayne Bowe, it was 2014, he had lost a bunch of weight, and he was really skinny, and I went up to him, I was like, hey, lost a lot of weight. As you get older, you just try to create more separation. Just, as guys get older, DJ used to say it all the time, like every year you lose a couple pounds. Just because you lose a little bit of speed, but you lose a little bit of weight, you can keep that speed up. And I remember asking Dwayne Bowe that question. I didn't know him that well. And he was just like, nah, man, that's not what it is. Like, Alex is going to trust me. He's going to throw it up. We're going to make plays. We're going to keep it popping, and we're going to keep it going. And he's turned around and started changing. And I just remember thinking, so you're not trying to get open. That's not why you lost weight. You're just throw me the ball. Just throw me the ball and I'll go make a play.
Stayed a little bit less Sonic.
Yeah, he's awesome. He was fun dude to talk to. It was one of those, so many, and as I learned throughout my career, so many times you ask a question, you know what you're going to get back. That was one guy, you really didn't know what he was going to say.
That's amazing. That had to be fun.
Which is always fun.
Thank you, everyone that's hanging out with us today. Day 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft. We are going to be here for every single pick of this night and all day tomorrow on Saturday. The Chiefs now have 5 picks currently for Saturday. They got currently 1 for today. I'm not going to be surprised if they wind up making 2 somehow. And I kind of feel like Chiefs fans think that too. Like, just the vibes out there just kind of feel like people believe that there's a chance that the Chiefs do something to get back into like round 3 of this draft using future capital or something. It just kind of has the vibe. Like, I'm not anticipating people are just big, their only pick of the night's gone. Like, let's move on. Like, I think you've got to be on alert, even though there's going to be a huge gap between 64 and 133 or 31 when the Chiefs are slated to pick next after this second round pick.
Yeah, I'm team trade all the picks on Saturday to get into today and then have nothing for tomorrow. And we will still sit here and have a stream in case we're trading future picks.
Pete Keys.
You never know, man. I think it's more interesting to do on day 3, though. Looks like the Los Angeles Chargers are moving up into the draft here at pick 34, so they've traded up. I kind of wonder if this is the run on receiver too. Is this Roman Wilson? What if it's Roman Wilson? Just Jim Harbaugh taking one of his guys.
So according to the KCSN Top 350 best players available, I haven't made the graphic quite yet. The best wide receiver available is Ladd McConkey, then Troy Franklin, and then we're looking at A.D. Mitchell and Jalen Polk. Those are your best receivers available right now.
So wow, I think the Chargers gave up a little bit of capital here. So the Chargers gave up 34 and their 5th round pick for 37 and 110.
Moved up 3 and dropped back 30.
That's
later.
That's not insignificant.
No.
In round 2. So that's interesting. I don't know. I think they're trying to get out ahead of receiver. They
lost Keenan Allen.
They have nobody. They have Simi Fehoko. They have Quentin Johnston. Yeah. They have Josh Palmer. That's a brutal group. And it is a receiver. The Los Angeles Chargers have selected Ladd McConkey, the wide receiver out of Georgia, one of our favorite players in this draft. Doesn't take long for him to get out of the second round. So he's going to be going. We're going to have to root against him now. And this is like
a good pick.
So this is my guy, and this was also I think this was BJ's guy, one guy, Beej. This was your dude.
And it wasn't that I compared, I didn't watch all the guys and compared him. I just watched him. I was like, that's exactly what the Chiefs need. Just a guy who can run routes well. Doesn't have to be like a Jamar, like a top 5 talent player. Not that he's not good.
Yeah.
But he fits. He does all the things that you're supposed to. He will catch it when he's open. He knows how to sit versus zone. He knows how to throttle up, throttle down. I almost parroted the same things that you said when I put that video together the other day when I was watching him. It was the only take I had on the draft was this guy would fit perfectly with what the Chiefs need right now. And what the Chargers need right now. And I just hope he sucks now.
I know. We got to root against him. There's 2 traits that I think the Chiefs really coveted or needed in this receiver class, and I think it ties to some of the players that you have there's some level of connection to. And you talked about the reliability and on all that from a receiver perspective. That's what you're kind of looking for is consistency, consistent route running, reliable, catches everything, those kind of things. Those are the things that I agree. I think that's one of the things that they coveted too.
Yeah.
They clearly coveted vertical speed though.
I think they coveted that 25% of the playbook that we talked about earlier, that they need a guy they can trust to do it, and that McColl's done parts of it. Kadarius Toney, it's probably got not to go off on that, but it's got to be the most frustrating thing in the world for Brett Veach to watch. I'm sure you watch that guy at practice, athletically, what he can do.
Yeah.
It's why he makes the comments that he does that Chiefs fans get upset about. It'd be really hard for an evaluator to not see him as an athlete, to be like, that guy should be our number 1 best player, and then it just doesn't click yet.
Isn't. Just flat out isn't.
Yeah. Say yet, but it's been. But
he's in a contract here.
I think getting Worthy, the vertical stretch, all the things you talked about, but I also think it's a huge chunk of that playbook that Andy Reid loves to use, the extension of the running game, the bubble screens, the end around, all the misdirection, the ghost action, end around, all the stuff is more important to them than necessarily a guy who can just get open and catch the damn football when he's there.
Yeah. And there's some reliability to Xavier Worthy as a route runner too.
There we go.
So we can,
Quentin Johnson, Gus Edwards, Ladd McConkey.
Super Bowl, AFC West champions right there.
Tell you what, they got 2 damn good tackles though.
They got a good team. They got some good players. They're going to be tough, but they're not the Chiefs, and that's okay. They don't have as good of a quarterback. It's all right. Craig's ready to get in here, so we're gonna make a transition. You are. We're kicking you out. Thank you, BJ.
Appreciate all of you. See you later.
Support Trez. All right. So we're back. It's Craig and I. We are back again.
Have fuel?
I feel so much better now. I feel great. We'll be here all day, every single pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, and we'll be here all day tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you're asking yourself, hey, where's Maddie Lane? Maddie had to go back today. He went back home to North Carolina. He's all right. We're doing good. And he might be jumping on the show later. So kind of an impromptu return home quickly. And if all is well, we will have him on later tonight. But he's doing all right. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock now. Here's the thing. So the Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. A trade has occurred, so everyone's just moving out of picks right now.
Okay. So the Atlanta Falcons are moving up for Spencer Rattler?
I mean, that would make sense.
They have to think about their plan after Michael Penix.
It's true. Michael Penix is an older prospect.
Right,
Do you want to get somebody on it? Yes, absolutely.
So they have to think about that plan after Michael Penix. Man, I get it.
There's trades flying everywhere. You got something, Tuck?
Yeah.
No, sorry. I just refreshed the draft tracker.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, so the Falcons traded pick 43 and 79 to the Cardinals for 35 and 186. So the Cardinals are just continuing to accumulate tons of assets to just throw. I like what the Cardinals are doing tonight.
I do too. Now, I'm gonna rewind.
Okay.
One pick. Two. BJ also
thinks
made
it's Spencer
the
Rattler
Spencer
too.
joke. But I want to rewind one pick.
Okay.
Man, I'm glad the Chiefs have Trent McDuffie right now because Ladd McConkey probably going to work out of the slot a lot, especially with the receivers that the Chargers currently have on their roster. Trent McDuffie is going to be able to follow around an individual like that and be able to nullify some of the separation aspects of that, be able to do some of the things that other corners in this league aren't going to be able to do. So Ladd McConkey is a really good football player. I think that he is really going to contribute to that Chargers offense. But in the same time, Trent McDuffie, I think he's got the capability to show up, shut it down, to be able to really help keep the Chiefs have that leg up on them. They needed to add a wide receiver. The Chargers did. They had to add a wide receiver, and they're getting a guy that both you and I and Maddie and a lot of people on the KCSN Draft Guide really, really liked.
Here's a very interesting pick here. I have the selection for the Atlanta Falcons. They are trading up all the way there to select Rook Ororo.
Oh, really?
The defensive tackle out of
Interesting.
Clemson.
Now,
So
the second defensive tackle off the board, Johnny Newton, is still available.
yeah,
Rook.
Johnny Newton is. I think I like a couple of their defensive tackles a little bit more than I like Ororo. So.
Yeah.
That's a guy we were watching a little bit of tape on today, actually.
Yeah,
we put him on, like, we had hours to kill today while we were getting ready for this show. We decided we were just going to start watching some tape and popping in some players, and this is one of the guys that we were watching a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
I know Eric Galco, our friend with the East West Shrine Bowl, does some work for CBS as well. When he was doing some of the mock drafts for them this year, he mentioned Ororo as a potential first-round pick. We're sitting here at pick 35. He doesn't go in round one, but he goes pretty close. He gets up there pretty close, and I mean, good on him. This is a highly touted prospect back in the day, and I think there's been a little bit up and down, career-wise for him, but he's put together a really solid final season in college. Very kind of one of those long, lanky, but builds a 6'4", 320-pound player, and or 315-pound player. But it's good prospect.
A little bit, wins with power. Has a pretty explosive first step. Can gain some quick pressure via penetration, but by and large is able to crush the pocket via power. A guy I like. I mean, I do. I think Rook Ororo is a player that should go in round 2. Shut up, Kent.
I know, it's the way you said it.
You just gotta say it fast.
You just got to say it fast because it sounds like you're starting a car if you do that. But I mean, he deserves to be in round 2. I am really curious what the Atlanta Falcons are doing right now. Like, what would you say for Rook? Would you say maybe he's defensive tackle? For you personally, not necessarily the KCSN Draft Guide, but for you personally, DT4? DT5? You like a Johnny Newton?
Somewhere along there, I would say. Like, I like Johnny Newton a little bit better than him.
Michael Hall?
I like
better
probably
than
in
him
a similar
too.
tier as Michael Hall.
Even like Mason Smith. I may
Smith,
like him a little bit more than Rook. So I don't know. It's a very curious choice, especially in a trade up there with all these defensive tackles. Obviously they knew that somebody was about to draft this guy, so it's not like the Falcons are the only team that are doing that. We think, I don't know. I question a lot of what the Falcons are doing this weekend, but I do think that we might start to see some defensive tackles go off the board, and that was a position group that Brett Veach brought up last night in the presser as something that they might be trying to target.
I think you got to look at it a little bit like, there are 3 positions that seem to be pretty clearly on the radar for the Chiefs. Brett Veach mentioned offensive line, defensive line, and corner. I've also seen Michaela Bennett does some work with KCSN. She reported today that the Chiefs are looking to trade up for cornerback, offensive line, and defensive line. She was pretty connected with some of the Chiefs' draft strategies in 2023 as well. So she had some stuff there, and she reported that the Chiefs are a little bit interested in moving up for one of those positions.
Did you guys talk about trade com from Atlanta already?
Yes, we did.
Okay,
they gave up a good chunk of change there.
Yeah, that was
It makes me wonder how bad Zach Eisen does a KCSM draft guide. Also wondered this in the DMs. How bad are Johnny Newton's medicals? Because he was a round one guy, pretty consistently back half. Was going to be one of those guys that was maybe a fringe round one guy, but routinely was mocked there. Teams liked that. Now all of a sudden he's being leapfrogged by a player that does not have the tape that he has on there, does not have some of the output that he has on there. So I'm curious to see how bad that is. And one more thing about medicals.
Sure.
Apparently the reason Ladd McConkey fell out of the first round, he has a back injury that is semi-serious, and teams did not want to take that risk in round one. The Los Angeles Chargers, with their
just
stellar track
history.
Yes, yeah. They take a gamble on a guy like that. Again, a guy that we love and totally understand. Would have taken that gamble if I was the Chiefs, in that scenario. But that's
a choice.
It's a choice. Yeah.
I do wonder from a fit perspective if obviously the Falcons prefer Rook Ororo from a profile perspective. Like we've seen Johnny Newton play as a 5 tech. Or a 4 or a 4-eye. Maddie Lane or Tucker.
That's me.
Yeah, Tucker.
Commanders are taking Johnny Newton.
Okay.
Who are?
So the Commanders. The very next pick. Okay, so they were willing to take a defensive tackle.
And they were jumping to make sure they were jumping the Commanders to make sure. Johnny, this doesn't surprise me. And Johnny Newton's a little bit on the squattier side compared to Rook Ororo.
He is.
I think
he's a better defensive tackle though.
I think Johnny Newton's a better defensive tackle 100%. And he's got some pass rush ability. He's been inconsistent against the run. But what I was kind of talking about is, Johnny Newton, we've seen him play as a 4-eye, head up over the guard. He's played in that 3-down alignment, and it's not been as consistent against the run.
Yeah.
If you let him play up in a gap more consistently, if you're letting him to run, I think when we've seen him playing up in a gap, I think it's been pretty good.
Yeah.
And so he's been better from that perspective. So I like this pick for Washington. He doesn't have to wait too far to hear his name called. So obviously they're good with the medicals. Scheme preference for Rook Ororo over Johnny Newton, and maybe they just they clearly like his tape better.
Yeah, they clearly did. Or was this a scenario where we hear this all the time, where a team maybe has a smokescreen out there about they could even be attached to a defensive tackle, and they say, we're going to trade it. We're going to take a defensive tackle. Washington is kind of putting that out there to make sure that Johnny Newton's not the one that gets taken off the board. Maybe they're putting an expressed interest out there for a Rook Ororo, and now all of a sudden you've got the Atlanta Falcons that take the bait, and they move up for that. I don't know. I will be curious to hear if we hear anything as a fallout from the early rounds of this. This Falcons draft is going to have some fallout. There is going to be a retrospective on this.
My gosh.
Yeah. So
Rook Ororo, he's got the pressure of the world on him.
Absolutely he does.
That's
According to Jordan Schultz, the Commanders had a first-round grade on Johnny Newton. So they had a first-round grade on him, and they get him early in the second round.
You ready for this? When I have the Washington Commanders pick, they are pairing Drake May with Washington wide receiver Jalen Polk.
Oh, wow. Going that early. Good for him.
Hey, look, this is something Peter Schrager was talking about as potentially someone that could sneak into the back end of the first round, and we're seeing a lot of those names that were linked to that last few picks. If things go a little bit differently, then that's maybe that's how the board goes. But yeah, Jalen Polk goes 37 to the New England Patriots, pairing him with Drake May.
Yeah, you said the Commanders initially. This is
Patriots,
the New England Patriots pick.
Patriots, yes. Yeah. Patriots and Drake May and Jalen Polk together. Now, Polk's one of my favorite players in this class. He's kind of a guy, he's just a do-it-all type of player. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by it's not like he's like Roma Dunze do-it-all, but he is going to do the dirty work to help you find success offensively. He is a outside receiver that is capable of operating and doing some stuff from the slot too. We were talking a little bit about his fit, maybe being a power slot for some teams.
Sure.
I comped him a little bit to Robert Woods, but I think you've got, when Robert Woods was at his peak with Sean McVay, it was they could play at 11 personnel. They could, still do some of the stuff they wanted in the blocking game because they had a guy like Robert Woods. I think Jalen Polk is a capable blocker. I think he is a reliable target. He's a guy that's going to work back to the football. He's going to present a good target to your quarterback, and he's got a big catch radius. He does some things down the field. He's not a guy that's going to be a burner for you. He's not going to go up, he's not going to go run past you consistently. But he can win at the catch point down the field. I think he's a guy that you can catch balls over the middle field. I like some of the stuff I saw him running, some of the in-breaking routes. I felt pretty good about him, which is one of the things that really separated from, for him was, getting to see him do a little bit of that. So, I think there's just a lot to like about Jalen Polk's game. He's not a game breaker,
right? But
he does a lot of things well, and I think he will be a safety blanket plus. It's not just that he's just, this isn't Jawan Jennings for me. This is a juiced up. This is Robert. It's a Robert Woods type player rather than someone that's just like a role player. He's a souped up role player.
And they desperately needed wide receivers that could offer some consistency on this New England Patriots team. I think you've seen guys that have produced for them last year, a Juju Smith-Schuster and a Kendrick Bourne, who are hurt a lot. And so now all of a sudden you're not able to count on some of those guys. You go out and you get a KJ Osborne, who's a fine player, but not like, again, a game breaker,
he was a guy I was kind of hoping would be wide receiver 5 in Kansas City.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're looking right now, he's maybe wide receiver 2. Before this pick. Demario Douglas, my guy, I love, is a slot receiver. That's where he lives. They needed another outside presence that could stay healthy, that can offer a consistent amount of, production for their brand new quarterback. I think this makes sense. I think he slots in very nicely with the rest of these players, with the rest of the guys that they have. There are some kind of similar game types with some of these other guys, but Jalen Polk's younger. He's healthier. He's, all the things that matter. He's going to be on the field more consistently for this Patriots team. They absolutely had to have somebody for Drake May because it's pretty bleak in this wide receiver room right here, to the point where we were even discussing maybe they make a move for, a Brandon Ayuk or a Deebo Samuel just to try and, because they needed a guy going and getting Jalen Polk. Not the same player as them, but rookie contract, you get a player that's going to be consistent. I think this is a really good pick for them.
I think, it makes sense to pair a receiver with your young quarterback too, building that chemistry between the two. And I think this is a guy that's gonna be quick to build that trust of Drake May. I think he'd be quick to build the trust of anybody. I looked at him as just a floor raiser when I was looking at how much I liked him for the Chiefs. When me and BJ were talking a little bit about some of the kind of stuff that would just be what this team needs, and just a good, reliable outside guy that can run on a vertical plane and does a good job with some. I think he has some very precise and intentional routes and is well coached when it comes to his curls and his digs and his comebacks. And honestly, the other thing I really appreciated about Jalen Polk is how he did out of structure. So he is incredible I think he's one of the best out of structure receivers in this entire class. He just has a knack for working to the quarterback.
Him and Jermaine Burton are the two. Just exceptional finding those gaps, running with the quarterback, helping him out.
Yeah, I think Jalen Polk was doing a fantastic job doing that for Michael Penix in. I almost called him Bo Penix. They're just mushing together.
Well, Seth called him Bo Penix.
Oof.
And if you've got a bow in your penix, you might need to go see a doctor.
Kenny's talking about that stuff again. Yeah, I know. You're really coming up to speed pretty quickly.
Oh, man.
So, first of all, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Make sure that you are donating to the Therese A. Paler raffle at Power Mizzou. That we are running that consistently. If you donate $10 to the link down below, you will be entered to win a raffle for a number of prizes here. A Nick Bolton signed jersey, an MJ Melendez signed ball, plus $200 in tickets for less vouchers to be able to go to a Royals game who, hey, guess what? Royals are fun right now. That's a fun prize to get there. A Legarius Sneed signed jersey, a Trent McDuffie signed football, Lad McConkey's soon-to-be father, Derek Johnson signed jersey, and Ebony Reed signed copy of her new book. Please, please, please donate for that. We're going to be doing that all weekend long. We will be picking the winners of those on Sunday. Kent, we haven't seen corners come off the board.
Cooper DeJean's not off the board.
I was about to say, are you guys surprised
and
that
Kool-Aid
Cooper
McKinstry.
DeJean is still in the
Kool-Aid
second
McKinstry.
round?
Like, I really feel like we're in a scenario where they should have been off the board here. Both of them have medicals.
There is always a couple of these types of players every single year.
Oh, my goodness. I have the next pick. The Tennessee Titans are selecting defensive tackle Dandre Sweat this early in the NFL draft.
Wow.
After his off-field that has occurred, again, a DUI very late here in the process.
Wow.
When he first got to Texas, he had admittedly some problems, partying, spending too much time not focused on football. Assured teams time and time again said, I don't do that anymore. That's not me anymore. Weeks before the NFL draft, he catches a DUI.
Okay, a couple things. The Chiefs had Dandre Sweat in for a top 30 visit.
Yeah, for character.
For character. And I'm just like, now I'm just questioning if they thought he was going to be going this high. I don't know.
That is high.
That's very high for a guy that refused to weigh in at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
He didn't weigh in at the Senior Bowl. He just didn't want to let everyone know how much he actually weighed. I think he bowed out a little bit early there.
Yeah. Wow.
Doesn't pass the this is take for this what you want. One of the things two things you can't do. You got to pass a drug test before the NFL Combine or during the NFL Combine or during the NFL draft process, and you can't get DUIs before he failed the idiot test.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put that. This is a shocker. Now, there are not any players like Dandre Sweat in this entire draft class.
There are not.
There are no unique one-techs that are like him. So this is a rare type of football player, and there's not any of them in this class. He's in a tier of his own when it comes to these one-tech, type players. One-tech with a little bit of juice, and he did some impressive things when he was at the Senior Bowl as well. Don't get me wrong. Boy,
yeah,
this is a big swing on a player that is. I mean, to see him go in the 30s.
Did you think he was going to be drafted in round 2?
I didn't think he was going to get drafted today.
I didn't think he was either. So, I mean, hey, all of a sudden the Ruka pick does not look so out of whack here. A real big string.
Tucker D. Franklin wants to jump in.
Yeah, I was just looking at Maddie's horizontal board. He had him as an early round 4 grade in terms of Dandre Sweat, which was below. He had an early round 3 on Rook Aurora. And according to the KCSN Top 350, Rook is the lowest player, or I guess you can consider it a reach. I'll say that in air quotes. In terms of the top 350, he is outside of the top 100 of the players in the KCSN.
He was ranked lower than Dandre Sweat was in the KCSN draft guide.
Yeah,
yes.
Aurora, he was fine. I didn't think he had any dominant trait. He didn't have he had a little bit of juice, power player.
Yeah,
but nothing overwhelming.
Yeah. Now go ahead.
I just have another thought. I don't know if you were going to get into another pick here, but I'm curious about the interior guys. You're looking at Zach Frazier, Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yeah.
Those guys still
those are good too.
On the board too.
Guys that were Jackson Powers Johnson was a round 1 player this entire process?
Okay, so here's the thing. The Jackson Powers Johnson buzz started, I think, with the Senior Bowl because he had a great performance there.
Right.
There has been a held belief that the outside media side of it is higher on Jackson Powers Johnson than the league itself actually is. And there's some personality stuff with Jackson Powers Johnson that is not atypical of your offensive lineman from a character perspective. And the athleticism was whelming. So when you take a couple of those things into consideration, maybe that's why he's maybe not as highly considered by the league. But I mean, Dandre Sweat just
let's pivot.
DUI'd his way into the 30s. So I don't understand, these are some of those things that we're going to be far apart and we're going to disagree on. This is, I mean, I don't know. So
let's talk a little bit about Dandre Sweat. 6'5", 366 pounds. He is a massive human being to the point where Byron Murphy, who went very early in round 1 yesterday, looked small by comparison to Dandre Sweat. Byron Murphy, another huge human being. Dandre Sweat is an excellent run defender. That's where he thrives. does not really have pass rush moves, has conditioning issues. He plays very high, especially for a one technique when you're 6'5". You know, you play too high. It's just kind of natural what it is. We talk about Chris Jones maybe playing too high sometimes. Chris Jones is 6'6". He can't help it sometimes the way he pops up and some of that. So you're drafting essentially, if you're the Tennessee Titans, yes, he is a one-of-one type player with his size and, you know, the height and everything. But he's like a two-down player for the NFL. He's going to be a two-down, run-stuffing nose tackle that you are taking in the early 30s.
Yeah.
And not like one of those where you're like, oh, wow, can you believe how athletic he is? It's strength. Like that's what it is. There's not a hint of athleticism there that you're going, okay, you're going to develop into a really good pass rusher on the interior. I don't know that Dandre Sweat is anything more than a two-down nose tackle in the NFL.
You're right, but I also he's a rare player from a profile perspective, and if you can keep him on the straight and narrow, he is going to be a really big problem on the interior. I got you in a second, Tucker. Brian Callahan building through, is he trying to build a little bit through the trenches here, right? Is this an approach that he's, is he trying to just, taking J.C. Latham and Dandre Sweat? He is building a big football team.
Big football team.
Tucker Franklin, is this about the Rams?
Yes, sir. The Rams have traded up with the Panthers to take number 39 overall in exchange for number 52, number 155, and a second in 2025.
Oh.
And here comes the run on defensive tackles because I do have the pick.
It's Fisk.
It's Braden Fisk, the defensive tackle out of Florida State. So just a massive run on defensive tackles now.
Did you expect that we were going to see – I expected we were going to see a lot of defensive tackles in day two, just in general, between the two rounds. I did not expect that we were going to see a massive run on defensive tackles before pick 40.
Yeah, I don't know. So there's been a pretty sizable run at the wide receiver spot. There's been, where do you go now? And I think teams, I think some of these teams down at the bottom have really prioritized trench play and fronts and all that stuff. Or they're trying to get, it's just I don't know. I feel like there's an intentionality to try to fix their defensive fronts, at this point in the draft, and just investing in the fronts.
What a haul for the Panthers there. They moved down
all the way back to 52, so they're just accumulating. They're accumulating picks.
They moved down 13 spots, and they get a second rounder from next year and a fifth rounder this year. That's
a huge haul.
That's a huge haul.
The Rams don't care, man.
I know the Rams don't care. We've heard this all the time.
25 second.
A second. That's the one that gets me. The 20-25 second for, again, towards the end of the run of defensive tackles. Mm-hmm. Yes, the Rams needed a defensive tackle. They obviously lose Aaron Donald to retirement. They need a guy that can be a difference maker in there. Brandon Fisk makes sense. He fits in their scheme.
They're getting an elite athlete that can play in a gap and create some problems and wreak some havoc for teams. So, I get what they're trying to do a little bit there, but boy, that is
Matty Lane had a late third on Braden Fisk, by the way.
Yeah, he's not a Fisk fan. I can speak for him.
And here. Fisk is an older prospect, too.
He is an older prospect, but a quick winner. You want to create quick pressure on the interior. He's a guy that can do that. Again, not great against the run. Not going to be a guy that you drop out there and you say, oh, wow, he's going to eat a whole bunch of gaps and he's going to be able to really win and anchor against a double team in the middle there. No, he's going to be a penetrator. He's going to shoot gaps. Again, drop him in the Aaron Donald role, say try and go win, and see what happens there. I get that they needed a defensive tackle, and with the run here, they needed to jump up and get a guy, but man, what an overpay.
I will, it is a little bit of an overpay, but the run's starting, and there are people that like this, that they like Braden Fisk, and he was a guy that got a little bit of buzz. It is interesting because I do think there is a lot of these teams here, and these players that we've seen come off the board are the players that have been a little bit surprising, but surprisingly tied to the first round.
Yeah.
I've even seen Dandre Sweat's name in a first-round mock in the last 2 months.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's been a long time. And even when his name was thrown out there as a first-round player, it was always okay.
Eagles have traded up.
The Eagles are trading up.
Which defensive tackle are they taking here? Is it Michael Hall?
Ooh.
Or are they
Oh,
going?
no, the Eagles did the Eagles thing. So the Eagles have traded up to take Cooper DeJean, the
That's what I was
going to
say. Or they're taking one of the defensive backs that
really
have fallen.
good value,
That's
probably.
great value.
Well, I'll just say this. We do this every single year with the Eagles did such a great job taking player X who was falling because of medical.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that's great. They lost to the Bucs in the playoffs this year. I'm so glad that Nakobe Dean's an Eagle right now because it's worked out so well for them. We call Howie a genius for just taking players that are falling because of medicals.
I mean, he just got one of my favorite players in the entire draft
I like
class
Cooper
at
DeJean too.
pick 40.
I do like Cooper DeJean too. I think this is another good type of move for the Eagles to continue to just say, hey, like, we like the tape. We'll take on some risk on the medicals. We'll try to take some risks out here, and they're going to keep taking some risks.
And they drafted in round 1 Quinion Mitchell.
So they're continuing to insulate their defensive back, which was a horrendous group last year.
It was
truly terrible.
Really
it was
awful.
truly disgusting.
And now all of a sudden you have added 2 guys that I would have said were going round one.
Yep.
Easily round 1 at cornerback for him. Good moves.
Young, cost-controlled players.
Yep.
2 back-to-back secondary moves for the Philadelphia Eagles, one at 22, and then trade up at 40.
Yeah.
I think getting Quinion Mitchell at 22 was a very Eagles thing to happen. I think it's a good. I think that I like that one for them. Cooper DeJean, it falling back down to him. Now he doesn't have elite arm length. There's some talks that how do you play and what do you have to have a plan for him? Is he going to wind up being a safety? Does it really matter? He's a good player that can maybe kick down in the slot a little bit for you. Try him out at outside corner. See what happens. Let him fail out there because he could wind up being a very good safety. He's got the ability to turn a turnover into a touchdown.
Yeah.
He's one of the best at doing that in this entire class, and that's a valuable asset. It's like, hey, let's turn these into scores. It's a plus in considering a guy like Cooper DeJean. So, yeah, I get it. The medicals, we'll find out how problematic they really were. The way things have historically fallen for the Eagles, these big swings on these big risks that they take on medicals don't work for them.
They don't
ever. So we'll find out.
But that being said, Cooper DeJean reminds me, watching him play at the collegiate level reminds me a little bit of a Tyrann Mathieu. Now, obviously, size, no, definitely not. But one of those players that you just watch play defensive back, that you watch as a punt returner, that you just go, that is one of the best players in college football. What he's doing week in and week out, it's an impact that he is bringing to the table time and time again. I don't think that there's a scenario, barring injury here, that Cooper DeJean is not a really good pro. He just has that kind of makeup. He impacts the game in so many different ways that now you're looking at this and you're going, man, what a great pick there. Was a tier 2 corner, almost a tier 1 corner in my CBAT formula here. So got really close to being in that upper echelon despite some of the arm length concerns there, despite some of that. Really got really close to being a tier 1 corner there. Now going to Philadelphia.
We have another trade. The New Orleans Saints are moving up to pick 41. I love the speed of this, though. I gotta say,
they're moving, man.
Keep it rolling, please. We can all get out of here and
Packers trade number 41 for Saints number 45, 168, and 190.
So they're getting a couple day 3 picks to move back four spots.
Okay.
I'm wondering if the Packers didn't want Cooper DeJean.
Yeah,
at pick 40.
He is such a Packer.
That's a very Packer move.
Very Packer
if you listen
move.
To
per Jonathan Jones, Saints are taking Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah,
so here comes the run on cornerbacks too. So it was maybe the Saints saw, hey, look, there's 2 guys here. We like them if one of them falls. Kool-Aid McKinstry, I think the athleticism might have pushed him down a little bit here too. Might have been medicals, might have been some of just the overall general athletic testing. That has not been kind to him. That the athletic testing part of it was not really kind to him in this process. So the tape, though, I really enjoy watching. We
can talk.
No, I think the the athleticism showed up a little bit on tape.
It did.
But from a guy that has instincts, from a guy that, is physical, is a good tackler, competitive, those aspects, winning football type plays, that's the kind of stuff that Kool-Aid McKinstry was made of. And I just seeing him make some plays from off coverage, falling off, off of his assignment to make a play on the football, and seeing things happen and route distribution happening and covering up mistakes at times. And then, being competitive at the line of scrimmage from press. Just did a lot of good things that help you win football games on a defense. And so, if you have a plan for him, and if you can mask some of that athletic deficiencies, I think he's a really solid defensive back.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the vision I would have given him. But to be fair, there's a downside too.
There is a downside to that. Kool-Aid McKinstry was one of those guys throughout this entire process that, especially at the beginning of the year, everybody was so in a rush to throw him into the top 10 of the NFL draft. Oh, Kool-Aid McKinstry clearly is going to be the first cornerback taken off the board. That's going to be this. It took far too long for the general mock draft, national kind of lore about Kool-Aid McKinstry to fall off. I don't know if that's his name, the Alabama mystique, but I watched some of those early games this year, and I thought he was the third best defensive back that was out there right there. Malachi Moore is a guy that went back to school for Alabama. Keep an eye on him next year. But Terrion Arnold really came into his own there. And it gave me so much pause because there was so much hype around him, and I just didn't understand it. This, honestly, right here for Kool-Aid McKinstry, is about perfect. You don't have to worry about the athleticism concerns. Yes, he it only had a 34.5-inch vertical. The guy that's not particularly explosive there ran a 4.47 40, but he's got good size. He's got good length. And most importantly, he's patient. Reading things out at the line of scrimmage. You rarely see panic in his game or panic in the way that he plays, and that sort of steady presence when you don't have athleticism can lead to guys that have some speed beating you over the top because you're playing things out, you're reading things, you're being a little more patient. Nick Saban's defense was always going to rely on him to follow around wide receiver ones, to try and match up with them one-on-one in man coverage, and he just entrusted Kool-Aid McKinstry was going to be able to line up and do all of those things. He's going to get to the NFL. NFL teams are going to look at this athleticism, and they're going to say, we're going to keep a safety over the top. We're going to try and protect you a little bit more. That patience is going to pay off. I think he's going to be a really good professional. I think he's going to work out pretty well for the New Orleans Saints here. You got a Tyrann Mathieu that's there that's going to help him out. It's going to help read out some of that stuff, help him adjust his coverages in ways that are going to be very beneficial to him as well. But most importantly here, you're not going to rely on him to say, okay, you're going to play one-on-one. You got to cover the entire vertical plane against a guy. That's where we saw some of the issues in college.
Thanks again, everybody that is hanging out with us today here at day 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft. We are here for every single pick. We are breaking down every single pick. The New Orleans Saints have just taken Kool-Aid McKinstry. Feel free to hit the like button. Feel free to hit the subscribe button. Leave some comments if you want. We might get into some of those. Tucker might throw some of those up on the board here a little bit. Just kind of keep it in line. In fact, let's do this. Tell us how you feel. Tell us how you all are feeling about how the draft is sitting for the Chiefs currently. Ooh. We are 23 picks away from them trading or from picking, and they might be trading. Who knows? Let's be honest. That is definitely on the table. But tell us, how you're feeling about the board, who you want to see the Chiefs maybe potentially try to trade up and get at this point. We talked about offensive line. We've talked about defensive line. We've talked about cornerback as being positions. And right as it sits through the first 9 picks of this draft, in the second round, you might be sacrificing a few, you're sacrificing some defensive linemen. I don't know some of the defensive linemen that we've seen or we've been tied, we've seen the Chiefs tied to. I don't know if there's too many that we've missed. You look like you have a pick.
I have a pick. I have Houston's next pick. This is Georgia cornerback Kamari Lassiter comes off the board at pick 42. Again, like you said, the run on corners starts here. What's your thoughts on Kamari Lassiter, Kent?
I think a little bit of an underwhelming.
Good point.
You just gonna go over there? You gonna get him?
He loves the fact that I can't go over there. But yeah, no, he's a really I think he has some of the best instincts. Like this is kind of a Kool-Aid McKinstry type move for me, where they're very similar players as far as just like they're made of similar stuff. They are instinctive, physical players, not great athletes either. So he's not the best athlete. I think I'm looking at some of my notes here. Physical and grabby, and I think that's a little bit of just some of the athleticism. Like he's just unable to to be as consistent as he wants because of his athletic profile. What is happening?
The sun is shining. I am blinding everybody with the.
We had to put up this because it was shining right in my face.
So can we turn the lights off then? Is that how that works or no?
No.
Okay.
Can't turn the sun off. It's the sun. Can't. It's right behind you. I know you think that it only shines for you, but it shines for all of us, buddy.
Holy cow. That's worse than what I said earlier.
Bourbon!
Is that what we have to do?
Bourbon!
We just call out bourbon and things show up?
I mean, no. But no, he's not.
I can't wait to try that at home and have it not work. I did, yeah.
Kamari's not as big as Kool-Aid's a little bit, or Kool-Aid McKinstry's a little bit of a bigger player.
He is.
But Kamari has the kind of physicality despite being one of the smaller guys. He's just a tough, feisty, competitive football player, willing participant in the run fit. And he's made of the right stuff. I love his fit in Houston.
Super smart.
I think, smart, instinctive.
Yeah, super smart player.
Do you have the next pick?
I do. Max Melton to the Cardinals.
Done. Okay, we'll get into Max Melton real quick. Want to finish up Kamari Lassiter. Yeah, I hate that.
Sorry.
But I really want to finish up Kamari Lassiter. Avoided doing a lot of athletic testing during this process because it wasn't going to be good. It just wasn't going to be good. And so in order to protect himself, allow himself to get drafted this high, decided to park it here. Conversely, now we're going to flip over to Rutgers corner, Max Melton, who was the highest tier 1 CBAT in this year's draft class. This is a great spot for him to go. This is a good swing on athleticism here. I talk about it all the time. You need to have athleticism as a corner, not just in today's NFL, but ever. You have to have that there. Taking gambles on poor athletes rarely works out. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter how good of a football player you are. Taking gambles on poor athletes just doesn't work out. Conversely, your film can be awful. And if you are a good athlete, guess what? It works out more times than it doesn't. Again, 75% of the time, players like a Max Melton become contributors in their rookie deal. This is a good spot for him to come off the board.
I'm looking a little bit just at themes so far, and we saw a record number of players on the offensive side of the ball go in the first round with 23. We've never seen that many players in the first round go off the board. There is a heavy run primarily on defensive players to start the second round.
I can't believe at these two positions, a corner is not surprising. I shouldn't.
And it's a good corner class at the top, and the run on the corners didn't happen in the first round in earnest.
Right.
Here we go. Now we're talking. This is where this cornerback group starts flying in. Teams are just going, and like looking at the Cardinals. Teams maybe trying to get up in front of the Cardinals.
Yeah.
As some of these trade ups that we've seen, right? So that they anticipating this is where the run was going to start happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fascinated to see. They actually got me bourbon. I was just trying to cope with being made fun of by Tucker.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take that off your hands then.
Oh, don't do that.
No, I'm not surprised that we're seeing a little bit of a mini cornerback run here. That was the position going into the day that maybe, other than interior offensive line, that I thought was really the strongest. Again, a wide receiver, obviously, but there were a lot of really top quality corners, guys that probably should have been into round 1 type players that were still available here. Now we're starting to dive into that a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
The Chiefs wanted a corner.
We're not going to say
we're now looking at a scenario where Brett Veach probably needs to hang out. Just take that in day 3, like he has been taking it in day 3. That's going to matter more for this team. And maybe Beach was always thinking that way because he's had so much luck with it. Why would you spend high assets, unless it's a Trent McDuffie in round one, why would you spend high assets on a position like that when you can rely on one of the biggest market inefficiencies that you have in the NFL, with Dave Merritt being the head coach, or not the head coach, but the position coach over there?
I don't believe that the Chiefs are even in trade-up territory at this point.
I don't. I would honestly, even a Max Melton as a tier 1 that you feel pretty good about him contributing in his rookie deal, I wouldn't have been okay with a trade up this far.
There's not very many corners that I would feel comfortable justifying a pick at this point. TJ Tampa, I really like out of Iowa State.
Again, athleticism.
The
potential issue there.
But it's high football character corners that are in some of these poor testing cornerbacks being protected by too high. That could be beneficial a little bit. Ennis Rakestraw Jr. out of Missouri, still not off the board either.
Yep.
Probably here at 44. I don't know. Just the way things are going right now.
But no offensive tackles. All of this hype, all this hoopla around Kingsley Suamataia maybe slipping into the back end of round 1, a Patrick Paul slipping into the back end of round 1. That's not there. Jackson Powers-Johnson still on the board right now. All the rest, all of the interior offensive linemen are still on the board. I mean, they haven't been addressed so far today, the carryover from yesterday. So there may be a market inefficiency at the end of round 2 at interior offensive line. So let me pose that question before we get the next pick. Are you upset if the Chiefs take a player that's much higher ranked, but in a position like interior offensive line that's not going to matter the same way this year, but is going to be a significant piece of 2025?
I think I need to know how the board goes.
Yeah. Naturally.
There's not a ton of scenarios where I'm going to feel great about the Chiefs taking an interior offensive lineman. There's not very many of them that I'll be super excited about. But we talked about 2 positions that the Chiefs might be targeting, and it's defensive line and corner. And the runs are happening before our very eyes. Now, I would have preferred, if you told me defensive line, corner, and tackle,
right,
I would have preferred the Chiefs to target tackle.
Yeah.
So it's you're not going to be able to have 3 viable options at one at each position or anything like that when you get to 64. If you stay at 64, you're not going to have one of those, just every single one of those positions is going to have a player that you like. So you're kind of ultimately whittling it down to one of those positions could have somebody there that we like. And maybe that's the tackle position. As we sit here at pick 43, that's kind of how it feels like the board's shaping up, as the Chiefs are potentially going to be in a position to grab a tackle.
I hate to say it because, when I say things like this, traditionally it doesn't work out. But
don't do it then.
It's doing okay. It's looking fine.
The board's doing
fine. It's fine at this point. So
the board is fine.
The Vegas Raiders pick is in right now. What do we think?
The Raiders, yeah, here we go. This is actually good for the Chiefs.
It is really good
for
for
the Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Raiders have selected Jackson Powers-Johnson, interior lineman out of Oregon. He does not go in round 1. He goes into the middle of round 2. Bigger dude. So this is a bigger sized center. So, a little bit of an oversized center. First center off the board. Had a fantastic Senior Bowl. He really put together a good performance there, and I think really impressed some teams. Athletic testing has been a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah.
There's some buzz that maybe he rubbed some people the wrong way. That's perfect for the Raiders. That's an extremely Raiders selection right there. So
kind of is. They're
just solidifying their offensive line. They're getting bigger. They're getting more physical. And this is a guy that has some nasty to him when he is on the field. So good on the Raiders getting this guy.
I mean, I would again. He was the number 1 ranked interior offensive lineman in the KCSN draft guide. It makes sense for them to try and address this position. They're about to see Chris Jones a lot more now that he's staying in Kansas City. This is a guy that they're going to try and get out there and try and nullify Chris Jones. This is the best of their ability there. Again, very reliable, a very powerful center prospect. They're going to be able to move some bodies on that interior because he's there, because he's able to play for them. I still don't know what the plan is for them for quarterback, but They get a player that could be a 10-year player for them as a center for them. I do think that he has that kind of capability.
Didn't allow a sack in his career.
Oh man,
Did allow a sack.
Chris Jones. Chris Jones gets to ruin that streak.
The streak is over.
No.
R.I.P.
Call him Brock Lesnar.
Because he ended the streak.
Yeah.
Golly. How's SmackDown doing? Do we have any updates on that?
No,
Don't.
I'm recording it.
Don't.
Recording it. Nobody tell me who the first pick is. If
Green
it's not
Bay.
Roman Reigns, I'm going to be pissed.
Don't.
The Green Bay Packers
They
are
ran
and put a
to the
pick
board to put that pick in. They were obviously very excited for.
And the Panthers have traded up too. I think Rap Sheet's a little bit ahead of everybody, but it looks like the Panthers traded up. By the way, Adonai Mitchell's still falling. By the way,
He is. And I have the pick for the Packers. This makes all the sense in the world. We mocked him in round 1 to the Green Bay Packers. Now all of a sudden, in a trade back for them, but now all of a sudden he goes Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker out of Texas A&M, a player we got to speak to at the Shrine Bowl.
yes, we did. So the first linebacker, I believe, off the
Correct.
board
Yep.
in the draft,
And
is,
our buddy Eric Galco told us
Eric
that he had
Galco
a shot at that. Yeah.
I think he probably was considered by Green Bay in the first round. But Edgerrin Cooper goes off the board to the Green Bay Packers, and got to talk to him a little bit. Was a very engaging kid.
Oh yeah. He was fun to talk to.
is a good-
Yeah.
Fun to talk to. Kind of walked away a little bit more impressed by him and his process.
Yes.
Than I was when I watched the tape. So he gave a little bit more context to how he plays the game a little bit.
Yes.
Because, watching him, when we watched his tape, I thought he lacked a little bit of, I thought his instincts were a little bit lacking. I think he wasn't always processing the game from the box as consistently as I would.
I'm going to say this in a way that Chiefs fans are going to understand it. Willie Gay Jr.
Yes.
reminded me very much of Willie Gay Jr. Yeah.
No, I think that's a pretty good comp for him. So he's not a guy that you're going to give a green dot. He's not the best. He doesn't have the most instincts, but if you let him be a chase player, see ball, get ball.
Oh my goodness.
He's a guy that can make some plays.
Yeah.
And he's got exceptional range. He's got sideline to sideline ability. He's a very impressive blitzer. He made some plays as a blitzer, as a quarterback spy. He did a lot of those kind of things at Texas A&M, and that's what Green Bay's getting. So if you feel comfortable about a player that you maybe aren't giving a green dot, but you want running around the field, making plays, being an athlete, I think Edgerrin Cooper is a guy that can do that for you.
Oh, yeah. Makes all the sense in the world. Again, super athlete. Some of the angles that he closes, he has no business closing. Some of the things that we have seen out of Willie Gay Jr. over the past several years in Kansas City, that's what he did routinely at Texas A&M. Again, in the SEC, where you're seeing good athletes, where you're seeing guys that you shouldn't be able to eliminate angles the way that he was. I understand why the Packers are looking at this, why they're gambling on that sort of athleticism. And it's also such a Packers pick because they keep doing this. They keep taking these shots at linebacker. They keep taking these extra shots to try and rectify their linebacking core. We'll see if an Edgerrin Cooper ends up being that guy, if he ends up being a reliable piece of what their defense is going to be. They needed help on defense. They keep adding it year after year here. A little speed at the second level. Yeah, that's a quality swing, in my opinion, especially all the way down here at pick 45. I mean, the Chiefs took Willie Gay Jr. A few picks later here, and you had pick, was it 64 or was it 63 for Willie? I don't remember which one of it was.
That's true.
But they took that gamble a little bit later. I think Edgerrin Cooper is a better football player or a better prospect than Willie Gay Jr. was when he came out of the draft.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I think the tape was a little bit more consistent when you saw what Edgerrin Cooper did when he was there. So Carolina Panthers already have their selection in as well. We are going to try to figure that one out.
I got it.
Is it one that's
I've
gonna
actually got the next two. Yeah, this is going to be one that hurts us a little bit. We're not going to like it. Brace yourself. You ready?
Okay.
Carolina Panthers select Texas running back Jonathan Brooks.
Okay, so Jonathan Brooks is the first running back off the board.
Yes, he is.
In the mid-40s. And I believe this was in a trade-up.
It wasn't a trade-up. And as a guy who watched a lot of Jonathan Brooks tape this morning, being a part of the Texas offense there, he was a guy I
couldn't stop watching.
I couldn't stop watching him to the point where Xavier Worthy is doing what he's doing. I know who he is. I know the individual. I kept watching tape because I was enjoying watching Jonathan Brooks. Like, his vision is exceptional. He's so smooth in his cuts. He makes guys miss. He's got speed, vertical. There are so many things that I liked about watching Jonathan Brooks play that I am glad that he's off the board, because I would have been having a very internal struggle about RB value at pick 64 and Jonathan Brooks being on the table.
I maintain if the Chiefs took him at pick 64, I'd be totally okay with it. And I know that hot take, I guess, but no, this is the most complete running back. This is a guy that was lauded for his character too. This is one of the leaders of the Texas football program, a guy that was, some considered a very big glue guy. And, glue guy normally has a negative connotation, but he ran for 1,470 yards and 16 touchdowns in his career. So, no, this is
playing behind a Bijan Johnson. Or Bijan Robinson for most of his career.
Yeah.
Yes.
But finally gets a chance to shine last year and was outstanding for Texas and one of their leaders on the team. So
Can I just make a point? I just want to make a point right now. You guys probably don't realize how beautiful it is right now, just like out here at Holiday Distillery.
It looks fake.
It does not look like we are in a real spot right here.
Oh my gosh.
It is actually incredible. Wanted to just talk about
it. Does. It looks like there's a fake backdrop.
You told us to stop and
right
smell
now.
the roses.
Yeah.
It's real. It's a real backdrop.
Wow.
If you're watching, make sure to come out to Holiday
Listen,
Distillery.
everybody got blinded by my head. They know it's a real backdrop.
Well,
they know
look,
that this is not.
That sun went down, and it got nice. And the weather, perfect. We're out here in a little bit of a porch, little covered porch is what it is. A little bit of a screen there. So we've had the wind. I know there's been some severe weather out there in North Missouri, South Iowa, South Nebraska. So hopefully everyone watching in those areas is being safe. But look, BJ walked back there. BJ walked back there so you could tell it's not a fake background.
I have the next pick.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. Do you want to read it?
Yeah, so the New York Giants have, I believe, is this the first safety off the board?
It is the first safety off the board.
And
So we got a linebacker, the first running back, and the first safety off the board, and the 3 back-to-back-to-back picks.
Tyler Nuban out of Minnesota is the safety. This is one of the bigger playmakers at the safety position in this class. Underwhelmed a little bit with some of his athletic testing. That is what I think kept some teams from taking him in the first round. We watched a little bit more of him today.
We did. I'm not the biggest fan. I will be the one to fall on this sword. I'm not the biggest fan of what he brings to the table from his game. I think his balance is off in his pedal, like especially when he sees a crosser kind of flash in front of him. The way that he starts to lean forward to drive downhill, the balance is just completely off. And we've seen at times, because he does not have that elite athletic ability, can't run with some of these burners over the top, that when he starts that forward lean, a double move can just get him. Now all of a sudden he lacks the recovery speed and he's leaning a little bit more. It's stuff that they can get out of him and they can kind of train some of the technique out of him. But it really, as a safety one, as a guy that you are taking in the top 50, you want to feel pretty comfortable about what you are getting. We have seen a number of really terrific safeties over the past 3-4 years that we thought maybe we're going to go end of round one, and they would fall much further beyond what a Tyler Nuban is here.
Yeah.
They were better football players, in my opinion, than a Tyler Nuban. Still a playmaker. Still going to have an impact on there. He's a round 2 pick. He absolutely is a round 2 pick. I just think that this is a little bit early for him.
Is it too early for Mason Smith to go off the board?
I'm a little surprised that he didn't go off the board in the middle of that defensive tackle run.
Well, he just did.
Yep.
Jacksonville Jaguars have taken Mason Smith with the 48th pick. And if you didn't know already, we have been spoiling picks all day, and we will continue to do so.
If you didn't know.
If you didn't know, now you know.
Yeah.
Mason Smith goes off the board. This is, I think, what player that we were hoping would wind up, in the range of the Chiefs to select. That
he's a Chief.
A very Chiefsy interior defensive lineman.
Yeah.
We watched a little bit more of him today as we were putting some tape on, but another one of those younger guys, a high profile prospect, one of the better true freshmen in all of college football when he first got in, has dealt with some medical issues. But you're talking about I shudder to say Chris Jones type, but like it's the profile, physically, size, length. He's a leaner, big defensive tackle. He's not a big, squatty nose. Like, he's a guy that can get upfield and make some plays. would have been nice to add along the interior of the defensive line. Help give Chris Jones a little bit of breather there and add some juice to a group that really only has. I mean, look, I like Turk Wharton. Don't know what we're getting with Turk Wharton in 2025. I hope it's a lot because when he's healthy, he's been a contributor.
Yeah.
Mason Smith would have been some juice along the interior and on that defensive line. Yeah. He goes 48th to the Jaguars.
And Joe Cullen went to his pro day, went to the LSU pro day to work him out, as well as Wingo, a defensive tackle, an interior defensive tackle that we may see a little bit later here based on how the defensive tackles are flying off the board. At this point, realistically, what do you think is happening with Chris Jenkins? A player that I am significantly higher on than a lot of these defensive tackles.
I don't know. I don't feel like I'm overly surprised right now that Chris Jenkins isn't off the board. And if I look at a lot of the players that we see, how many of these feel as like the defensive tackles we've seen off the board feel a lot more like prospect, or not projects. Like these guys are more ready-made to play. Mason Smith, maybe a little bit more projects than some of these other guys too, right? So this is the range where we start seeing that. Like I think Chris Jenkins, with some of the lack of pass rush productivity that he had, like the athletic profile is undeniable, and there's good moments on tape, but maybe you want a little bit more consistency out of him. Maybe that's why a guy like him doesn't come off the board yet.
And he's off the board.
No,
yes, he is.
Good Lord.
Another defensive tackle off the board, this time to the Cincinnati Bengals, getting Chris Jenkins. That's a really good pick by the Bengals.
Yeah.
I like Yeah, can't. Discount Cleveland picks up Chris
no
Jenkins
rings,
there.
Discount Cleveland.
Yeah, no. I love the way that Chris Jenkins closes down gaps. He a very powerful interior defensive lineman. That some of the biggest highlights that we see, guys like Derek Nottie, not the quick penetrators like a Chris Jones or something like that, but guys like Derek Nottie, where they're isolating an offensive lineman. They're able to scoot down a gap and make a play laterally, maybe a gap or two away with an inside zone scheme where maybe there's an interior offensive lineman climbing and explaining way too much about this sort of play, but he really controls gaps so well on the interior, has a little bit of pass rush productivity, not great, but a little bit of pass rush productivity. But Chris Jenkins would have been a terrific chief. I would have been excited about what he would have done from a gap integrity standpoint next to a Chris Jones, helping make him right. That would have been a guy that I really think would have moved the needle on the interior for the Chiefs. Goes off the board to Cincinnati.
So a couple of the younger defensive tackles that might need just a little bit more seasoning. Some of the guys that we've seen come off the board now starting to fall off the board.
Yeah.
DT's taken a significant hit. Cornerback has taken a significant hit. And your 16 picks from the Chiefs being able to pick. You might want to talk about moving up. The tackle options are available to them still.
Are you okay? Here's the other thing. We haven't talked about them in a little while. We saw a couple of wide receivers go off the board early in round 2. They haven't been touched in a long time now. A very long time. And Adonai Mitchell is still on the board.
No.
Right now. I know, but that's a guy that was consistently and routinely mocked the Kansas City Chiefs in round 1 at pick 32. Not saying those people knew anything, but
they knew
a
Texas
round
receiver.
1 wide receiver there. Troy Franklin, another kind of slender vertical wide receiver, doesn't fit in Kansas City anymore with some of the overlap that they've got there. Yep. I'm not necessarily unsurprised by a Troy Franklin. An Adonai Mitchell, though, we've had lots of conversations about him from a character standpoint, him from a work ethic standpoint. Are we seeing that fall because of this? Because that athletic testing is terrific. People loved Adonai Mitchell, or they hated him, or they thought he was okay. But
they either loved him,
or they hated
him, or neutral on it.
Yeah, no, but he was a very polarizing prospect, and so I think what we're seeing right now is the NFL telling you, he was a maybe on the more negative side of
knucklehead
that than we've seen with some of the people that wanted him to go round 1.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not overly surprised that Adonai Mitchell has not come off the board yet. And it's a matter of, how do I say this? When I was looking at just like who do I think is the team that has the right infrastructure for an Adonai Mitchell, right? Who is it? I never thought it was going to be the Chiefs.
I didn't think it was going to be the Chiefs either.
And some of the stuff I didn't think that.
Andy's not the problem there, to be clear.
No. It's just you've got yeah, and you've already got some knucklehead tendencies in the wide receiver room already.
Do you?
I didn't say it. I guess I did say it. But when you started looking, so like I was asking questions of myself. So I was like, okay, so do the Chargers feel like a good culture fit for Adonai Mitchell? Do the Panthers feel like a good culture fit for Adonai Mitchell? When you start looking at like who is
there's two teams. It's a team that's picking 2 picks away.
It's
Pittsburgh. It's Pittsburgh. I mean, let's be honest here. It's Pittsburgh. They do this all the time, and then they maximize these players.
They take knuckleheads, and then we all call them geniuses and talent.
Well, because
geniuses.
We should call them geniuses and talent geniuses because Mike Tomlin somehow keeps them in line.
Yeah,
for the entire time they're in Pittsburgh.
You really don't realize very often how big a knuckleheads they have at their receiver spot until like a year before it fizzles out. So you get like 2 years, and then you go, oh man, look at this hidden gem that they got. And turns out Antonio Brown is boy, he's been through some things the last couple years. So yeah, no, the Steelers do make a lot of sense as a team that just like that's the most Steelers pick ever, where we call them geniuses. And
that being said, is there another team for Adonai Mitchell that you would feel good about him actually developing with?
This is an Eagles pick.
It's
an Eagles pick.
The wide receiver room's kind of crowded though.
It is.
Why? With what? There's 2. There's 2 good ones.
They did just pay A.J. Brown every dollar that the city of Philadelphia
A.J.,
has.
Devontae, and then you grab a cheap wide receiver. Yeah. That's actually good. Like
fair. I'm just saying.
At this point, Cleveland.
Only one ball.
Cleveland should do it.
There is only one ball. Thank you, Tucker.
Cleveland could do it because, I think Cleveland is a team that could do it too. And Cleveland's getting here in this range too.
Washington Commanders have made their pick. Another cornerback, one of my favorites in the entire draft class, not necessarily because they are, athletic marvels or anything like that, like a lot of the guys that I like, coming from here. Michigan DB, Mike Sainristil.
Good for you. That was pretty good.
A really competitive, feisty,
smart,
highly intelligent player that, I mean, if you watch Michigan at all, at any point in this season, you watch that defense and you would point to him as being one of the 1 or 2 best players, one of the biggest impact players in an undefeated season on that side of the ball. He was incredible, especially as the year went along. Frankly, with the entire run of DBs there, I was a little bit surprised that we didn't see him come off the board a little bit earlier than that. But where he is here, it's because of height. Like that's really what it is. He is 5'9". He, 182 pounds. He's got 30-inch arms, almost 31-inch arms. Testing was pretty good. Like it really was. Was very explosive. That shows up on tape. But a smaller guy. But man, he competes like giant cornerbacks. He really is fun to watch.
He's one of the most revered players in that entire program. Like he is one of the most beloved players in that program, and he was one of their biggest leaders, one of their most important players on that defense. Not just like talent and all that stuff, but from a culture perspective, he was absolutely massive. And he's a nickel only. I mean, he is not an outside guy. He is going to be a slot player.
Yeah,
but he's a one of the better just pure players. Like he's just available at this spot here. Not the best athlete, but actually surprised with his athletic testing. I think than more people thought.
Yeah,
he's just a nickel only.
He's just
a nickel only.
Exceptional.
He's just a nickel only.
Thank you, Tuck.
Yeah.
Thank you for repeating me.
I don't know if we got that point across, but
thanks, buddy.
He's,
do I just yell bourbon now? Is that what happens?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay, bourbon. Is that what we had?
PJ's actually doing it.
Thanks. We got a little bit of information. We don't know the why yet, but the Athletics' Dane Brugler has said that Michael Hall, defensive tackle Michael Hall, could be off some boards entirely, not just out of round 2 or down the board, off some boards entirely. We don't have a reason just yet, but that is maybe why he's not in the mix here with some of these other defensive tackles that are coming off the board. I know that it's probably not time for him yet.
The pick's in for the Steelers, too, by the way. So when they take Adonai Mitchell
is this going to be Adonai?
I mean, this is what they do. We're the talent geniuses, but really we just handle knuckleheads better than anyone.
I mean, there's talent there.
The East West Shrine Bowl tweeted out a quote from Edgerrin Cooper's interview with us.
What? Nice.
Yeah, they did. Whoever gets me, they're going to get a heck of a player, a hard worker, and a person that's going to be a character to the defense. That is via the KCSN Draft Show at the East West Shrine Bowl Media Day. Shout out to Eric Galko and company, and that you can find that on Twitter.
So, back to Michael Hall. One thing with him,
I love you.
Kind of a niche player. I think he's more of your traditional pass rush, or you're just more your pass rush only kind of player. Like he's your sub package rusher. So some of these other players, I think, being off the board a little bit earlier, this is a little bit more undersized defensive tackle.
Sure.
In the high 280s, low 290s. Is he a pass rush kind of specialist? Is he an early down player?
I mean,
you've got to ask that
Fisk
question.
went off the board. That's smaller fair. Guy. That's more
Fisk,
of a pass
but I
rush.
think even Fisk is a little bit bigger too, right?
He is just a little bit bigger. But I can see, again, the Chiefs for Michael Hall would make some sense as long as he's, still on their board. We'll see what happens here. But Michael Hall is the type of player that has a little bit of flex. Like you can kick him outside a little bit. He's got the weight. It's not going to be a guy that you're going to say, oh yeah, he's definitely an edge for Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah, just
that kind of positional flexibility that they like to have while having some pass rush productivity as well on the interior. I don't know. We'll see if we find out what that thing is and how far he falls. He was a guy that I was maybe looking at in the round 2 kind of scenario there. If he's off a whole bunch of teams' boards, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe a day 3 kind of guy all of a sudden.
Steelers aren't taking a wide receiver, by the way.
They are not. They are taking a different kind of pass catcher. That's interior offensive lineman Zach Frazier.
Hold on.
Well,
hey,
if you're Donovan Smith,
what are you gonna do?
Know where the sticks are, Donovan.
But yeah. So this is a true center. This is a center-only player.
He is.
So he's not going to be able to have any positional, flexibility. But the Steelers are a team that definitely had a need at center specifically. And so Zach Frazier has historically short arms. He's a shorter arm interior offensive lineman. But he's a feisty, nasty center that moves very well. He's a good mover, physical, scrappy. Definitely I don't know if he has a wrestling background. Looks like he has a wrestling background.
He plays like he's got a wrestling background.
But another true center goes off the board in Zach Frazier.
Yeah, and he was one of those guys that maybe a month ago, we were seeing him pop up in a lot of round 1 mocks, as you saw Jackson Powers Johnson, Graham Barton going off the board a little bit earlier in round 1. There were some of those teams like the San Francisco 49ers. As a matter of fact, did we even mock him to the San Francisco 49ers at one point? Because we were looking at this and going, they need interior offensive line help. Yeah. Now all of a sudden, they're going to need a little bit more of that because another player goes off the board. Little mini run of interior offensive linemen here, a big run of corners, and a big run of defensive tackles. Yes, Tucker.
Per Jordan Schultz, the Colts are taking A.D. Mitchell.
Okay.
That is a fun guy to pair with Anthony Richardson.
That really
in my
is.
opinion.
Yes.
So there it is.
He's off
he
the
falls
board.
all the way to pick 52. Adonai, and we've spent a lot of time dunking on Adonai Mitchell. But I think this is for the right team. Could be a really good fit for somebody if you can keep his head on right.
Yeah.
There are I think everyone watching this probably can give a better scouting report than us at this point because we spent so much time talking about it. But this is a freakish athlete. This is one of the most freaky athletes in the history of the NFL draft. A relative athletic score of 9.99. Big receiver, big catch radius. The athleticism absolutely shows when he wants it to. The traits are undeniable. He's got top 4 in this class type traits. Like he has the ability to be one of the best wide receivers in this class, but there's questions about effort. There is questions about motivation, consistency. Those are all, big concerns, but this is a little bit outside of a risk. This is kind of a bigger risk than we're used to seeing a Chris Ballard take, but clearly they feel comfortable about taking a guy like him.
before I get into that, I don't think people picked up on the fact that we were being facetious about Zach Frazier's wrestling background. He's got a very clear wrestling background. No, Adonai Mitchell, Shane Steichen is a really good offensive mind, a really good he's very good at designing things around specific players, around their strengths. I think he fits in really well with Anthony Richardson. I think he can fit in really well with what that offense wants to do. Adds another element. You can get the ball in his hands pretty quickly, use that athleticism, use that ability to do, what he's going to do there. And Anthony Richardson has the arm strength and the trust in his receivers to throw some of those jump balls that Adonai Mitchell will go up and get. He's got insane body control, playing outside the numbers. It's going to add something to that specific offense that I can see the fit. Like, I can see exactly how he fits in Indy and makes them a much better football team. It's just a little bit of a risk for them that they don't typically take. Chris Ballard does not typically take risks on guys like this.
Very risk averse. And maybe that might be a little bit overstated because there's definitely been some characteristics that maybe weren't as prevalent in media as were reality. So there's been some risks that they've been willing to take, I guess, is all I'm going to say, but maybe they're not as obvious. But, like when you're talking about pairing him with Anthony Richardson, this is the Colts are now a big-bodied group. This is a physically imposing football team. Maybe not necessarily just from like a, play style perspective, but you're talking about a massive quarterback. You're talking about a huge wide receiver room now with A.D. Mitchell, Alec Pierce, and Michael Pittman.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a big group.
You better not have small corners going up against the Colts.
You've got Jelani Woods, too, the tight end.
Goodness, yeah, I forgot about Jelani.
Do you know who the running back is?
I know.
It's like you got a 220-pound running back, too.
They're gonna out physical a lot of teams.
Well, and I think that plays well to Anthony Richardson's style too. Like I think the tush push is about to be real sexy in Indy because of what they got at quarterback there. But this is just a physically imposing team. You've got just a huge group to try to deal with, and we talk. There's talks about the cyclical nature of football, where some teams get lighter and then teams start getting heavier, and then there's like these are kind of ebbs and flows that happen. This could be a team that as the game gets a little bigger again, if it starts teams being getting a little bit bigger here, they're well positioned. That's a fun group. That's a fun group to have.
Adonai Mitchell's family is so happy right now. Look at that. That's a good time.
I hope the best for Adonai Mitchell, and I hope whatever helped him fall to 52 gets resolved and he goes and has a tremendous career. But he has been
also for our buddy Zach Hicks, who who made sure to tweet out there. He's like, he's one of the biggest A.D. Mitchell's doubters. Like the film is frustrating, but the talent is undeniable. He was still wide receiver 6 for Zach.
The talent,
because it's undeniable. Yeah. So,
talent's obvious. It's not about the talent with him. It's everything else.
So, that's pick 52. Kansas City Chiefs are on the board in 12 picks.
Can I read some top 350 guys
Please
that
do.
are still available? TJ Tampa still on the board.
Yeah.
If they want a cornerback, Troy Franklin, the wide receiver out of Oregon, Ennis Rakestraw, another cornerback. He's out of the University of Missouri. Jatavion Sanders, tight end from Texas. Caden Bullock, the safety from USC, and Kingsley Suamatia out of BYU. He's also on the board. Those are your top 6 available right now.
Yeah, and there's some other names. You got a Marshawn Nealon, a Patrick Paul. There's some good players that are still available.
Jaylen Brown.
I think this is where the Chiefs could start looking at trading up if they really felt strongly about somebody.
Peyton Wilson.
Why?
Because Brett Veach likes round 2
It's
linebackers.
the day 2 linebacker, man. Peyton Wilson sitting right there.
No. Are they going to do that?
No.
I don't think they can address that right now.
I also don't think that Peyton Wilson's the best player on their board right now.
I know the defensive tackles have been slim pickings, and I know cornerback is kind of in the same boat as well. Tackle, there hasn't been a tackle taken yet. And if you're the Chiefs, you got to feel at least a little bit okay about that.
We saw another tight end just come off the board of the Washington Commanders. Kansas State tight end Ben Sinnott is off the board.
Good for him.
Yeah, to the Washington Commanders. Not surprised at all that he's tied into off the board.
So, and let's see here. The Washington Commanders. Let me look at who have they got today? They've got Mike Sanders still. They've got Jerzon Newton.
Man.
And now they
have
get
a
Ben
day,
Sinnott.
Washington. That's a good day already.
Yeah, and it's
left hand up.
I think there was some, are the Commanders a team that could pair Jaden Daniels with another receiver?
Sure.
But they've got Jahan Dotson, they've got Terry McLaurin, they've got a few guys there, at the receiver spot already. So you still go and address the pass catcher situation for him, and you pair him with a rookie in his class in the next round, and it's Ben Sinnott, who, look, he was a security blanket for Will Howard.
Yeah, he was.
He was he made timely catches for Will Howard and for that K-State program the last couple of years.
And that's somehow an understatement.
Yeah.
It's just saying, he made timely catches. Like, he was the guy for them.
It almost felt like he popped a little bit more in the year with Deuce Vaughn than the year prior. It's almost like he was a little bit more, highly thought of. But, this has been everybody's day 3 sleeper forever, for 2 years. And he was never going to be. Day 3 sleepers are always round 2 players.
Right.
This is what happens all the time. And Ben Sinnott has had a tremendous pre-draft process. Mm-hmm. So he tested through the roof, which I think is going to help him, which obviously helped him tremendously. Is he a true Y inline blocker? No. Is he an F move tight end? Absolutely. And that's a guy that the Washington Commanders could have a lot of fun with. Cliff Kingsbury maybe sees him as a big slot.
I was getting ready to say Cliff Kingsbury is going to have some things cooking for a player with his sort of athleticism, the matchup nightmares that he can create. You're going to have teams that are going to try and play him as just like a straight up tight end. Hey, we're going to line up. We're going to try and take him away that way. He's not a Travis Kelce levels player or anything like that, but he's going to get open against every linebacker that he sees and a fair number of safeties. This gives, again, the safety blanket that Jaden Daniels is going to desperately need coming into this offense for the first time. Cliff does a pretty good job with tight ends, does a pretty good job of equipping himself with a guy in his offense that can move a little bit, that can block a little bit, that can get on the run a little bit and help out in the run game. Ben Sinnott's going to be able to do all that stuff. He's not going to come off the field.
I just appreciate that we didn't have Maddie on for that call, so he can't say Sinnott. So there is that, That helps.
You know what you do have now, though.
What?
You have
what a great Sinnott pick.
No! We almost got out of it!
He was
What's
waiting.
Up, fellas?
Matthew, how we doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Good. Oh, God.
He's got to put the papers in front of his face. The thing that was ticking you off so much yesterday.
Oh, man. How are you doing?
It's a day of travel. I've been listening while driving around, getting everybody situated. Had to take a quick trip back home. Had some family stuff, so I had to get home so I could be around. But I'm going to be in and out of these streams over the next 2 days as I can back here. So I'm glad to be back. You guys have been killing it, by the way. I want to say you guys have been doing a great job. I really liked it for those 45 minutes, the golden hour, as I call it, where the light was just hitting Craig's head perfectly. It was really a sight to see.
Blinding everybody. I really, seriously, it's good to see your face, Maddie.
We're glad you're doing
what's
well.
Happening? What's going on? I got to catch up on all my charts. I have a lot of sheets of papers that I don't caught up with yet. So
I'll send you a picture.
Are you caught up with every pick? Are you locked in on every single pick? Sure. Okay, great.
Sure.
What do you think about Ben Sinnott going to Washington? Is that a little bit of a surprise? I mean, I guess maybe he's a big slot for Cliff Kingsbury, I guess, or what are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, the way Cliff uses his tight ends is a little odd already. You don't really know what the thing is going to be, but you consider he's coming from a little bit more of ecology offense. You let the tight ends move around. There's a lot of pieces. You're not going to have Ben Sinnott go out there and get the line traditionally as an inline player. you're going to kick him out in the slot. You're going to use him as a fullback and H-back. So I guess if I like think about it long enough, I could come up for a role that makes sense. But being the second tight end off the board, kind of coming off in mid-round too, that's a little surprising for me.
It wasn't surprising for me personally. Again, not personally surprising for me. Just watching enough of these tight ends, Cade Stover or a Jatavian Sanders would probably have been the other two guys that could have been tight end too, coming off the board here. Stover is a better blocker, but Sinnott, he's got me doing it. He's got me doing it. But he's a more dynamic player. A more dynamic athlete.
I kind of want to know Maddie's thoughts on Mike Hall to Cleveland.
Okay. Matthew Lane. Cleveland Browns have selected Michael Hall Jr.
Not off their board.
Not off Cleveland's board. Maybe off of some, as Dane Brugler mentioned, but not off of Cleveland's board.
Man, that's a dirty defensive line. They've kind of been cycling in guys in that defensive line over the past couple seasons, and it's always been really good. So, and no matter who you put right with Myles Garrett is going to look great. And then they also have Zadarius Smith, but they keep cycling guys in over there. So I kind of like that. I like that move for them. I don't think they're going to come in and ask him to stop the run. They are going to throw him in on pass rushing downs, let him pin his ears back and go. So yeah, that's a pretty good pick.
Miami is on the clock. One guy I've kind of wanted to throw into the mix there is Malachi Corley.
You were desperate to get them another wide receiver.
I just think it'd be fun. I think Malachi Corley, just one of those like yak kind of manufactured guys to kind of pair with all that speed, could just be a fun, like be the Debo for Mike McDaniel. I think that would just be a fun fit. And just I think a guy that could actually have a skill set maximized in Miami. So that's just somebody I've kind of paid a little bit of attention to. But who do you want to see the Miami Dolphins pick and all your infinite wisdom about them?
Well, we're making
Kershaw
Matty
Jeff
talk
Coke.
now.
Yeah, we're trying to make you talk.
So I'm trying to catch up on my paperwork. That's the big thing right here. My lists aren't caught up, so I can't really
much
look
paperwork.
I'll text you, Maddie. Let me text you the list.
I got to cross them off with my own pen and paper. Okay, I would love to see the Miami Dolphins take, I don't know, somebody that plays like safety, so that way it doesn't impact what the Chiefs are doing.
Or Troy Franklin.
Yes. I would love them to take Troy Franklin. Is that the pick?
I thought you were calling the pick.
No.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Yeah, that's why we all paused, because we were like, Kent knows the pick.
No.
Kent's got something going here. No, that was okay. Look, I'm trying to get through the board. The reason I was trying to get through my board here is I wanted to see the best players. They should go back to offensive line. They should take Kingsley Suamataia. Let him play either tackle spot in the future. I think that's the route you should go. If I were them, I would go right back to the trenches.
So that would be a move that would probably disappoint Chiefs fans, I think, just because that is a player that, hey, look, Kingsley Suamataia or, a Patrick Paul being available to the Chiefs potentially at 64 seems in the realm of possibility. The tackle market has gone untouched since that huge run in the first round.
Yeah.
And I'm looking, you got to kind of start looking through some of these teams too, right? So if you're just looking at tackle specifically, the Cowboys took Tyler Guyton.
Mm-hmm.
The Buccaneers took an interior offensive lineman, Graham Barton, I believe.
Yes.
Dolphins took offensive line. Green Bay's already taken offensive line. So the next 4 picks are teams that have selected offensive linemen already. So that could be beneficial to the Chiefs.
I was going to say, now all of a sudden you're about 5 picks away.
Yeah, and if you're looking at trade-ups now, I mean, to get to pick 55, you're talking about giving up one of those 4th-round picks. You could give up a 4th-round pick to one of these teams here in the next 4, and honestly, even like if it's Green Bay, you might be able to get give one of your 5ths up.
I'm sorry, I've started to sidetrack this here, but this is what you guys were missing while I wasn't here. I have ESPN's best available pulled up because I'm trying to catch back up. Jalix Hunt is their 17th best available player on ESPN's website right now. I like Jalix Hunt as a developmental edge rusher. He makes sense for teams like the Chiefs that love long defensive ends, but 17th best available player, now.
Maddie, Dandre Sweat went in the top 40 of this
I saw
draft.
that.
So, I mean, take that for what you will. Maybe a Hunt makes sense.
That actually is one I'd like to hear from you on. What do you what?
Just what?
Yeah. that was stunning. Like, I don't like with the medicals, like even without the medicals, is he worth pick 38?
No. The defensive tackle, like the way the order in which guys came off the board, the fact that the Panthers traded back, and it was the Rams that came up for Braden Fisk. Is that who?
Yes,
traded
yes,
up?
They traded up
They
and traded up big. They traded a
insane.
future second. Yeah.
For a 24-year-old or 25-year-old defensive tackle, I get he's a good athlete, but like, yeah, it's just the everything about the defensive tackle run was crazy. I think Sweat though that kicked it off. Here's a guy that couldn't weigh in at the Senior Bowl because he was so out of shape or weighed too much. He wasn't have his weight under control, and you're just gonna be like, nope. Let's invest him. Oh, you guys know the pick, so let me just step back and let you guys rip it.
Miami Dolphins have selected Patrick Paul, offensive tackle. Out of Houston. So this is a player that we were kind of hoping the Chiefs were going to be able to, to snag in round 2. There has been some medical stuff with him. So that is partially why he has fallen to this range. I believe he would have been considered by the Chiefs at 64 if he had fallen to them. So I'm not sure with Patrick Paul going off the board if the Chiefs aren't trying to trade up now.
Yeah, try and make sure that they can get a Kingsley Suamataia before he goes off the board, a team that might feel like they need to come up and get an offensive tackle here. I mean, personally, the difference that I had between Tyler Guyton and Patrick Paul was not this many picks between the two offensive tackles. I'm much lower on Tyler Guyton, maybe a little higher on Patrick Paul, so I completely understand that, but we are now in a scenario where, we wanted the Chiefs to walk out of, day 2 with an offensive tackle that's at least somebody that they feel good about projecting to go forward. May not be a day 1 starter right now, but you feel good about having another body in the room here.
Yeah. Well,
how anxious are you at the moment?
Okay, so let's play this scenario out here. There's a lot of buzz that the Dallas Cowboys would want to select a running back.
Correct.
Could they be a team?
Do they still?
Maybe it was just
Jonathan Brooks was their guy.
Maybe. I mean, Jerry Jones just went out and said, I love Jonathan Brooks. Jonathan Brooks is the coolest cat on the planet, and I love him so much.
And routinely shows his draft boards in pressers and things like that.
Yeah, and then the Panthers traded up ahead of him. I'm just saying, I don't know. This could have been some gamesmanship. But if the Cowboys feel comfortable enough trading back because they're going running back, then this could make some sense to be a target or an opportunity for the Chiefs to move up, is all I'm going to say. So I would be paying attention here to see if the Cowboys actually make a pick, because if they are really that intent on going running back, then why couldn't they just go do that? So
I am sad that Patrick Paul went off the board. Not unexpected. Again, not unexpected at all. I don't think this is too early for him. I think this is about right for him. I just really he screamed the Andes to me, and a little sad to see him go off the board there to Miami.
So if the Chiefs really liked Suamataia and Patrick Paul, one of them's gone. Go get the other one. That would be the logic for me.
Yeah, if that's the case, I think I've been a little bit less dead set that the Chiefs have to get a tackle as some other people. At this point, still, whether it was a Paul or a Suamataia, you're probably not starting them day 1. Correct. As is. You're probably still going to rely on a veteran or some kind of competition. So if you don't get one now, it's not the end of the world. I still think Blake Fisher belongs in the same conversation with these guys.
He does. I don't mean to just leave him out there. Yeah.
Right. So I just don't know if there's a rush to trade up, unless, to your guys' point, if it was clearly we're waiting for Paul or Suamataia to go off the board, then we're going to jump on it, then sure, by all means do it. It's not a bad move to go get one. I just don't think that I'm sitting here thinking they have to. As I look around, TJ Tampa, Enos Rakestraw. There's 2 corners that scream Kansas City Chiefs to me right there, hanging out, still available. Defensive ends, none have come off. Marshawn Nealand is about as spagsy as you can get at the position. He's still sitting there available. Brandon Dorless. There's just a handful of guys that seem like they would make sense for the Chiefs that at this point, I don't think you have to trade up for.
Sure. It's just if you are dead set on taking a tackle, that's where it happens.
Yes. I'd agree with that.
But if you're not, to your point, there is talent that they could just let fall down the board to them. And, they probably just won't take one of those guys we talked about anyway. That's just how it works sometimes.
So do we think that Donovan Smith is already on the plane, or just waiting for the call?
Well, and even if Kingsley is the pick, you still might be doing that.
You still probably need to do that, yes.
But
did you guys talk about the fact that I have a commanding lead in the draft yet?
Oh, my goodness. No. You brought that up yesterday, so I just wanted you, It's just
For
kind of
those that don't know, going into every draft, we take turns and we kind of snake draft players that we think the Chiefs will select. And this year, I, with my second round pick, took Xavier Worthy. So the Chiefs took him. And therefore, I'm up 1-0, which is kind of a commanding lead in this game. So maybe these guys can catch up going on. Kent is devastated.
The pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. We don't know what it is yet, but the pick is in.
Okay.
It is not a trade up.
Please interrupt me. To the Cowboys.
Marshawn Neeland to the Cowboys, a guy that the Chiefs had on a top 30 for them. Yeah, I mean, we watched a little bit of him earlier today. Again, Kent, player that I wasn't super high on. I got it a little bit, but
yeah, it's like I think it's like another Mike Dana type player.
Correct.
So it's not a guy that's going to give you a ton of juice as a pass rusher. He's never going to be a 10-sack type player, but what he is going to be a role-playing power player that's going to get you some sack productivity. He's got a good motor. He's got a few pass rush moves, even though he may not necessarily be like an elite athlete or anything like that, but he's going to be physical. He can move inside out a little bit. And, he's willing to kind of do his job. It's a very Mike Dana type player. Not as sought off. He's not as sought off.
He's
Mike
not.
Dana.
No,
he's more of a,
yeah.
He's got some length. He's got some size and to him. But that's kind of that's the rundown on Marshawn Neeland. And we will never know what he'll look like in Kansas City unless he signs as a free agent or is cut or is traded. So
the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock in another 7 picks at this point.
Wait a second.
Yeah. No. Another 7 picks. I could have slow played that more and put Maddie in hell there.
Do you think we can pick out 7 players that we think that they that we would like them to take? Do we think we can get to 7?
I think so. I think I would say TJ Tampa would be up there. Ennis Rickstraw would be up there. Kingsley Suamatai is up there for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's
How do you feel
3.
about Brandon Dorless? What do we feel like Brandon Dorless?
I don't love Brandon Dorless as much as maybe you do. And I feel like he's more of an inside guy than an outside guy personally.
And I can see how he would fit as just kind of a flexible guy for.
Are we sure inside guy's bad?
No, we're not sure about that. For all we know, they are looking for multiple pieces. I think he can kick outside and play base defensive end, though. Like I believe we were watching him earlier today, and I said, he's a better version of. Why am I blanking on his name right now? Better version of Chiefs defensive end. I can't believe that I'm blanking on it.
I want to let you fight this.
Not a Minihue.
On the current Chiefs
roster.
Malik Herring.
Mike Dana.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay.
I couldn't remember Malik Herring.
A
guy that could. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. But a guy that can play some base defensive end, play against the run a little bit as a base defensive end, can kick inside and actually offer some inside pass rush presence as well. I think that you could give Brandon Dorless all of those reps and say, here you go, and he'd be able to be an effective player.
That was halfway through the draft kind of a moment there. I know,
man.
I'm counting that one. That's a 4. That's number 4. Okay, so we think we can keep adding anybody else? What about Jatavion Sanders? How do we feel about a Sanders?
Yeah, I would be okay with that.
I could get on board. Yeah, another pass catcher, another dynamic player. Yeah.
Blake Fisher, offensive tackle out of Notre Dame.
Yes,
that's the pick here.
He deserves to be in that into the conversation as well.
All right,
that's 6. And then here's the big one. Would you guys be upset if they went back to the wide receiver well and double dipped?
No, I would not be if it was Jalen McMillan. I would not be like. What about Troy Franklin?
No, I just think it's too samey for
Jalen
McMillan
I think
and
that
Troy
one's
Franklin.
too samey.
I think it's too samey, but I also like,
But Javon Baker.
Javon Baker, I would love that pick.
Okay.
I would be very excited about that pick.
I could get on board with a Malachi Corley. I know not everybody.
I could too. Yeah.
With the Chiefs, I could get on board with that. And then take your pick of interior offensive linemen. I think there's still quite a. You still got a Christian
Pooney,
Dominic Pooney. So we got guys. There's players out there that I think we're all going to be anywhere from okay with to pretty happy about if the Chiefs take here in 7 slots.
Now, to be fair, 7 of the players we just mentioned are coming off the board
for sure
here before the Chiefs pick. That's going to happen. Do you have one of the selections?
No, but I'm checking on the measurables of somebody because I'm actually kind of surprised that Chris Braswell is still available. The edge rusher from Alabama, 6'3", over 33-inch arms, only 250 pounds, a little bit lighter, but he's explosive. I don't think he's a great run defender for a guy that plays as much power as he does, but you want to tell me that a Steve Spagnuolo or Joe Cullen sat there and watch him and like the profile in terms of what they might get in some on the same concept of a Marshawn Nealon, like same style of player. I kind of get it, actually.
A lot of top 30 visits have gone off the board for recently here too.
Well, I think Braswell may have just been drafted according to the chat
by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, that would be the ones.
That helps the Chiefs.
No, this is. I'm starting to get to the point where, depending on
trade back.
Yeah, I might feel okay about a small trade back.
I think it just depends on what you're wanting to accomplish, right?
I still think that this team needs to address tight end, interior offensive line, a corner, which, again, I think Brett Veach is comfortable waiting until day 3. We'll see. I think that they could absolutely take one that values right here, just his confidence level in doing that. Offensive tackle definitely needs to be addressed at some point as well. Another wide receiver. If you're arming yourself with a few more picks there, I can see how that works, but
okay,
I don't know.
Let's look at it. Let's look at it like this. So we've got you've got Green Bay at 58, Houston at 59, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, San Francisco. So will Houston? What do we think Houston's going to do at this point? Like, what could we see Houston do? Probably not tackle. I would anticipate. I believe this will be.
CJ Stroud's been hammering for getting another wide receiver, so
and they already went corner. So do like Troy Franklin maybe?
I don't think they'll go wide receiver. I mean, they could, but I don't know.
Okay.
They're an interesting spot. I mean, like they're an interesting spot because I think they have a relatively good team. They've been able to spend a lot of money in free agency on different positions because they have the rookie QB contracts. Like it's kind of hard, I think, to pick exactly where they are going to go. They can probably sit here and look at a best player available kind of situation and just see what happens.
Which might be a Troy Franklin or an Ennis Rakestraw or
just go back to the corner. Yeah, do the Eagles and double up on corner. They need linebackers still, right? Or did they pay a linebacker in free agency? I can't remember.
You can never have enough linebackers. That is the ethos of the National Football League. Is you can just never. Oh, that's pass rushers. My bad. Michael Bullard, Javon Bullard is going to be the pick for the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
So we know the Green Bay Packers pick, I believe, before we know the. Tampa Bay. Yeah. So Tampa Bay goes. They go Braswell. The Green Bay Packers have gone Javon Bullard. So the Chiefs are
good pick.
Only a few picks away from making their selection, and I could see them trading up anytime soon here.
Maybe we could see that. I'm now. Maybe I'm putting all my eggs in this basket, but I would really like a Kingsley Suamataia here. I would.
I think that's a good pick here.
I would really like this at pick 64. Maddie, I know that's one of those that we've talked about a lot. As early as the Chiefs were maybe looking to have to pick them in some of the initial conversations, like it was going to be a little steep for a project tackle. At pick 64, I think that's a home run. Like I think he's a better prospect coming out than Wanye Morris was. He has the ability with his movement ability, his footwork, and everything like that to really grow into one of these tackles that can turn into an actual functional player.
Yeah.
But it is very rare at this point with this many tackles off the board, this late in the draft. You don't typically get guys that come in, win starting jobs, take them and start immediately for teams. It is usually a longer runway, as Maddie's alluded to before.
No, I think this is the time where I think these types of the Patrick Paul, Tyler Guyton, the Kingsley Suamataia, this is the area that those guys should go off the board.
Round one pick in there.
Yes, this is the area that I think these guys should go off the board because you can't really anticipate them coming in and really competing early on as a rookie, let alone being particularly good that first year. You take them with a little bit later in the draft because it's a little bit more unknown. What is he going to look like? How is he going to operate once you clean up the technique, once you get him understanding the position? Because I don't think a lot of those kind of guys do. So yeah, this is the area where I think you definitely look to do that. The Chiefs landing a Kingsley here, a Blake Fisher, at this pick at 64, or if it's a small trade up, I think that's an excellent pick. And that's infinitely better. And I feel a lot better about that than I would have them doing that in the first round.
Same. Thanks, everyone that's jumped in here. I know we're getting really close to the Chiefs making their selection, and we can see the numbers spiking here. Thank you, everyone, for jumping on and hanging out with us. We are really excited. Liking where the board is sitting for the Kansas City Chiefs, I think there's some best player available types that could be really good here for the Chiefs. There's some positional fits that also even kind of align with that, too. I think there's plenty of players on the board at this point that I don't think I would be too disappointed with the Chiefs selecting. We've talked about, hey, maybe this is a candidate. This is an opportunity for this team to trade back just a little bit if they feel comfortable doing that. Or, if they're really dead set on tackle and they feel like they can just kind of sit and let the board come to them and let the players come to them. If they really, Kingsley Suamataia is still sitting out there. So if they feel like they want to just make sure to go jump up ahead of some teams that might be looking, to address their offensive line, I could see them doing that. So we're kind of we're on alert here. I will just tell you, Javon Bullard's been picked by the Green Bay Packers at 58. Houston Texans are on the board. To get up to where the Houston Texans are currently selecting, you would need to give up pick 159. You'd probably just have to give up pick 159 at this point.
That's a fifth-round pick.
That's a fifth-round pick in order to move up if you feel comfortable doing that. So the Chiefs are kind of in a range where they could move up a little bit if they felt comfortable doing that, and they're not having to give up very many assets. They did the 3-for-3 pick swap earlier, and we'll just kind of see what they decide to do here, getting closer.
Before we get to the
I do have the Houston pick.
Okay, please do that.
And so the Houston has selected an offensive tackle. It is Blake Fisher.
Oof.
Maddie's guy
to Notre Dame.
That is my guy.
You want to know something funny? When I did a mock draft exercise through the last couple of weeks of April, and it's with 31 other people. I'm covering the Chiefs. There's 31 other people doing it. It's an exercise I've been doing for like the last 5-6 years. My first-round pick at pick 32 was Xavier Worthy. My second-round pick was Blake Fisher.
Yeah.
So that would have been kind of funny if he had wound up being a Chief. If the Chiefs considered Blake Fisher into that tier of tackles, and you've seen Patrick Paul go off the board, you've seen Blake Fisher off the board, this could be okay. Maybe they felt as good about Blake Fisher as they do a Kingsley Suamataia. Maybe this is now where they're like, okay, let's just go get our guy. That would make some sense to me too, if they consider Blake Fisher in the same tier as those guys.
Maddie, talk a little bit about Blake Fisher for those who are not a name that we've thrown around maybe enough for the type of player that he is.
Yeah, I think Blake Fisher didn't get near enough run as the Pauls or the Kingsley Suamataia, and I'm not exactly sure why. Because here's a guy, he's not quite as athletic as those guys, but he's close. You're not ever going to watch Blake Fisher and think that there isn't a high ceiling to this very highly recruited offensive tackle. Came in and started at left tackle for Notre Dame as a true freshman till he got hurt. Then this guy named Joe Alt, you might have heard of him, came along and forced Blake Fisher to move to the right side. But Fisher's a guy, he has good technique. He's powerful. He's an excellent run blocker. He knows how to play the position. The reason I kind of gravitate towards him, and this is maybe a personal preference with prospects, but I at least want to see guys that know how to play the position. I want to see them actually know how to pass set. I want to see them understand the angles of where they're supposed to go, how to 45-degree set, how to vertical set. We can work on your hands. We can work on clunky footwork. We can work on bad footwork as long as you know where to go. He's a guy that I think generally knows how to play the position. So I've kind of gravitated towards him. I've been surprised the hype on him has been so low. Clearly, at least one team, the Houston Texans, like him a little bit more than a lot of the hype around the media going forward. But I think he belonged in this conversation. And then I think this goes back to Ken's point. Patrick Paul, Kingsley, Blake Fisher, maybe the Chiefs do have all those guys tiered together. Maybe Patrick Paul was by himself and they don't want to tackle now because they lost the guy they wanted.
Yeah,
maybe a Roger Rosengarten or a Kyron Amagaji is included in that. Know what their grouping of these players are going to be right now. So I think we're just kind of sitting and waiting until we see what happens.
Yeah. It's not great to see a little mini tackle run happen right here, right before the Kansas City Chiefs get to draft here again.
2 in the last 5.
Two in the last 5.
I'm off the board.
And you've still got another 4 picks before the Kansas City Chiefs are on the board here. So
Bills, you got Lions.
And the Bills pick is in already. So they did not waste any
Lions,
time.
Ravens, Niners. What if they just go get Troy Franklin here?
Who, the Bills?
They didn't. The Buffalo Bills have selected safety Cole Bishop.
Oh, a little mini safety run here.
Yeah, and so Yeah, that's an intriguing one. So he's a guy that can play a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage if you want him to. He's a good blitzer. He can play in a 2 high. He's not a middle field, rangy, free safety type. He's a little bit more box safety, but shows some good coverage skills from against tight ends. Good athletic profile, physical. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of a well-rounded safety more than like a niche, post player or a true box, but he can do a little bit of everything.
Which would make some sense. The Bills just need guys in their secondary that can come in and play a couple of different spots, be able to line up against various players, and he can be a little bit of a Swiss Army knife for you. He's not one specific role that he has to fit here. They just need more bites at the apple at defensive back that they can feel comfortable with at this point here. He's going to be they needed a safety. He's going to be able to line up in a lot of different orientations. Maybe they see again. Not the same kind of guy as like a Kyle Hamilton, but they use Kyle Hamilton everywhere in Baltimore. They use a lot of their defensive backs everywhere in Baltimore.
Here's
so maybe Buffalo's doing
question.
that.
Yeah, maybe.
But here's my question for that pick. They have Taylor Rapp and Mike Edwards, and now you have Cole Bishop. None of those guys particularly thrive in coverage.
The funny thing is like I compared him a little bit to Taylor Rapp in my but I was like they have Taylor Rapp, but maybe they don't. They're gonna play 2 high and protect those guys and
we got a lot of people in here. Let's talk a little bit about the raffle that we're running
before
before
the Kansas City Chiefs get on the clock, and this is a good opportunity for us to help support Therese Paylor's scholarship with Power Mizzou that is supporting journalism at Missouri. We are doing a raffle right now. You can win some really great prizes, including a L'Jarius Sneed and a Derek Johnson or a Nick Bolton signed jersey, which we are holding right now. You can win a Trent McDuffie signed football, which is right here. Anyway, so $10 per raffle entry. You can donate on Give Butter, which is a link in the description of the show, or KC Sports Network's Venmo. Every $10 you donate gets you an entry into the raffle. What's the text message that you can give to
53555 if you text draft, if you text all juice, one word, or if you text Therese. If you are not able to look at this on YouTube, that link will get sent to your phone. You can click on it there. You can donate your $10. Then, if you are watching on YouTube, just click the link in the description. That's what you need to do.
Yep. So what was that phone number again?
That was 53555.
53555. All right, let's get back into this. Please consider donating to Therese.
Please.
We've got 3 picks until the Kansas City Chiefs select. You've got Detroit at 61, Baltimore at 62, San Francisco at 63, and it kind of.
I have the Detroit Lions pick.
Okay.
We have now seen Enos Rakestraw from Missouri, cornerback, has just come off the board to the Detroit Lions. I like it a lot. He is a Dan Campbell-esque, feisty cornerback.
There are 2 great picks. That's 2 great picks by Detroit.
It is.
Detroit's doing a phenomenal job in this draft so far. So they're taking 2 cornerbacks. They're taking 2 defensive backs. The defensive backs falling in round 2 is not all that surprising, and teams double dipping honestly isn't that surprising either. There's a lot of needs out there for secondary right now. Enos Rakestraw is very Detroit Lions. Like he is one of the. He may not be the biggest guy, but he is tough. He is physical. He is feisty. That is the kind of cornerback that Dan Campbell is going to appreciate. And now pairing him with Terrion Arnold at pick 22.
I know.
That's a great start to the Detroit Lions.
Start to the draft there. And part of the reason why he's still available at this point with that kind of intensity, that kind of IQ that he's got on the field there, he ran a 4.5 140. Like was not an elite tester, does not have that kind of long speed that you look for. And he's a little bit of a lighter guy, but man, when you watch him play, you wouldn't guess it by that. Maddie, we were talking about Oklahoma drills earlier today, and Rakestraw being a part of it with somebody that was how many pounds? 40 pounds heavier than him, and you said that you put your money on Rakestraw.
Don't say who it is.
It was we were talking about Braylon Allen versus Enos Rakestraw in Oklahoma drill, and despite the fact that Allen has 60 pounds on
60,
him, I think Rakestraw would win. Sorry, go ahead, Tuck.
I don't mean to. Oh, I do mean to interrupt because Scott Goran just supported the Therese Paylor Foundation with a $1,000.
Wow.
Holy cow, Scott!
Thank you so much.
I love you so much. Thank
you.
you, Scott. Thank you
That's
so much. That's a
unbelievable.
monster
Wow.
donation. You are helping people, tangible
last
help
name.
for people. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Michael W. Thank you for the $20 donation.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Michael.
Michael.
Appreciate you.
Bradley Brenner, thank you for the $10 donation.
Brad.
Jeff Keen, $10 donation. Thank you, Jeff, for the donation as well. So
Thank you
thank
all
you,
so much.
everybody who is watching right now. If you do send a donation, we will give you a shout out as well. So
Appreciate you.
thank you guys.
I'd get a little nervous if I'm a Chiefs fan that's really wanting a tackle
Yes.
with the Niners and the Ravens drafting before you, because
I
neither
know.
one have taken a tackle, and they both could use a starting tackle.
Yeah.
They both could, and it's definitely nerve-wracking right here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is a tough spot to be in. You're just
Tackle
waiting.
goes off the board. Do you trade back? I think I'm to that point. If I'm the
I
Chiefs.
think I am too.
What
Yeah.
if TJ Tampa's still there?
Yeah, give me TJ Tampa or Javon Baker. Like, I got plenty of guys I'm still very happy with.
Sure. But
So-
that next tier down, if you're missing out on the offensive tackle, I think I've got enough guys in that tier down. Depending on how far you're going down, I wouldn't mind
Right.
picking up another pick there and try and double up in round 3.
Yeah. Troy Franklin on the board, Kingsley Sumataya, TJ Tampa, Roman Wilson, Christian Haynes, Jatavian
I do
Sanders.
A tackle did in fact come off the board. I am looking right now to double check. I'm trying to find
A tackle has, and I do have the pick. So
There's
you're
your
right.
pick, buddy.
And I think this is good for the Chiefs. It is Roger Rosengarten.
Oh, okay.
The
Brandon
tackle.
Jones, thank you for $20 donation.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, bro.
Goes to the Ravens. And so Roger Rosengarten, early entry into the draft.
Mm-hmm.
We watched a little bit of him today as well. Played right tackle for Washington. That's not a knock on him because the left tackle there was already, he's already
he's
off
around
the
Played
board
left
too.
tackle before too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Has played some left tackle.
Roger.
Exceptional movement skills.
Yeah.
Like a good moving, like if you want to play a zone scheme, like Roger Rosengarten is a really good tackle. I think there's some play strength concerns for sure with him. Like he doesn't handle power well. Outside of that, there's a ton to like. I think he frames guys extremely well in his pass pro. I think he's great in space. I think he's a good space player, and I think he does a good job working at the second level and framing guys up out there in the run.
And I like his timing. Like he feels guys when they're just a smidge off balance, maybe forward leaning a little bit when they're trying to get a long arm or something like that. He has a highlight reel that is basically just him snatching and throwing guys down onto their face right now. I don't know that this was ever going to be an Andy Reid pick, though. Like I think
Yes,
that
and that's-
so looking at it from that perspective,
100%.
Yeah,
I would agree with that. He has a little bit on the shorter side of arms. He has sub 34-inch arms, 33 and a half. That's typically a threshold. That's
Mitch Schwartz.
Well, and the thing is, I think they're a little bit more willing to bend on those when
for vets.
For veterans. When it's a veteran, they're maybe not as apt to make those thresholds. Be as intentional with the thresholds. But when it's draft picks, they seem to be a little bit more intentional with the arm length. Maybe just because they've seen NFL tape on it, right?
Yeah.
So Roger Rosengarten going off the board is a good thing for the Chiefs.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah, I'd love you to ask
Sure.
that a question.
Okay. So here we are. We're sitting here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 offensive tackles off the board have come off the board. Are we a little nervous that 10 tackles were seen by the NFL is better than the guy that the Chiefs might be collecting, like snagging up here? Like, does that make you nervous at all? That
Absolutely.
Places like ESPN, Daniel Jeremiah, there's some people out there that have done work on this that really don't get the Kingsley Sumataya hype. They think he is a mid-rounds player. That's the guy that I think all Chiefs fans would love. It kind of seems like the NFL may be aligning with those people. So does that make you nervous at all? Or is this one of those situations just like, nah, I trust what I saw. I think it'll be okay.
It makes me nervous a little bit. It makes me nervous that he would be OT 11, barring something the 49ers are about to do here. Traditionally, that does not typically work out for teams. This is a much stronger offensive tackle class, and so I can see people that maybe are
he is 42nd on the consensus board too,
and whole positions are just being wiped off the face of the earth in this draft. Like we can at this point acknowledge
unique.
how weird of a draft and a unique of a draft this is, where you're seeing these big giant runs on positions. You're seeing some of the premium positions coming off the board. You're seeing teams being very intentional, like defensive tackle and cornerback. yes, I get the whole, OT 11 thing, but at the same time,
it's a different class.
It's a different. I mean, like, this is different. I know that people say that, like, people, I can change them, but like, same kind of. It's the same kind of vibes.
Well, I believe the Chiefs have jumped up to the current pick.
They have moved up one spot with the San Francisco 49ers.
All right.
That is so
they want this pick.
They do want this pick.
Right? Okay,
Yeah.
so we've talked about it. We've mentioned Kingsley Sumatea.
Hold on, Maddie. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. The Kansas City Chiefs have moved up one spot in the second round. They are officially on the clock, moving one spot back. They're continuing to trade with rivals. They traded with the Buffalo Bills, and now they have traded up one spot with the San Francisco 49ers. They are, there's been a small run on tackles here. You kind of wonder if maybe that's a route that this team is looking to take. I'm kind of curious what the compensation wound up being for this selection.
Yeah.
But the Chiefs are on the board looking to make a pick. They have they have traded 63 and 211, or no, the Chiefs are acquiring 63 and 211, giving up 64 and 173. So they're doing the pick swap thing, but they are moving like that's a big move for one spot.
Yeah, but that was still a 6th-round pick, correct?
Yeah,
6th-round pick that they gave.
6th-round pick swap to move up.
Yeah,
that's just interesting.
Brett said that he didn't like the depth in this class, and then yet here he is continuing
he keeps
to add
trading
more
back
day
to
3
add more
picks.
Moving back slightly.
And so like I was sitting here looking at this. I just wanted to say, like, we talked about Kingsley Sumatea as being a target here. 42nd overall on the consensus board. That's pretty high up there for this value. Troy Franklin, still available. The Chiefs already took a wide receiver, but he's 39th.
Yep. And Maddie, we have the pick.
Sure.
Yes. With the 63rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs have selected offensive tackle Kingsley Sumatea out of BYU. Maddie Lane, quick thoughts on Kingsley Sumatea.
I mean, Kingsley Sumatea is a super athletic offensive tackle that kind of fits the length, the size thresholds that the Kansas City Chiefs like in the position. He's an athletic guy. He needs some development, but with the experience playing on the right side, the left side, you 100% get this pick. He has the power. He has the explosion. He can play out in space. He fits all the criteria for a good tackle in the NFL. It's just there needs some work that needs to be done to get him there, and you kind of have to trust Andy Reid and Andy Heck, who are great offensive line coaches, to get him to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Athletic, developmental, going to be able to play in a zone scheme, going to be able to get out and run. He's got really terrific movement ability, can really drop into a pass set pretty quickly there. Doesn't have a ton of experience dropping into those pass sets, but the true ones that we do see from that, he does look really good getting into there. You are gambling on a guy with terrific footwork, good athletic ability, and length. Those are things that Andy Reid absolutely covets out of every single one of his offensive tackles and fits in a lot of the schematic aspects of it with a little growth as an offensive tackle.
A former top 25 prospect in college football as a recruit. So he started his career at Oregon, wound up going back closer to home to play for BYU. He's played on the right side, played on the left side. The Chiefs had him in for a top 30 visit, and turns out that mattered this time. The Chiefs feel comfortable taking Kingsley Sumatea, a player that allowed 0 sacks in 2022, a pass protector that potentially could maybe play on both sides of the ball or both sides of the line a little bit if they need. I love the pick. I think this is a really great value here at 63 for the Kansas City Chiefs. So we are sitting here, and the Chiefs have now taken, I think, what we've all considered the 2 biggest needs off the board.
I would agree.
And so they've knocked out their 2 most important positions. I think when you're walking into this draft, and we've had these conversations, we've looked into, like, how can this team navigate the board to walk away with great value at wide receiver and at tackle. And understandably, there is a little bit of people split on the development of a Kingsley Sumatea. Like we said, Daniel Jeremiah has him down in the 120s. We had him significantly higher in the KCSN draft guide. We kind of perceive him as a more worthy developmental swing and someone that can be a good contributor sooner rather than later. The Chiefs do a fantastic job here, I think, just making sure that they're locking up both of their key needs. So I think this is a great pick. I'm really excited about it. Maddie, I think one of the first questions people are going to ask is, like, when you are looking through how the team is going to navigate this board, they go and they take the wide receiver now. They're taking the tackle at 63. this does validate, I think, that this is a developmental type player rather than someone that they may feel comfortable walking in day one and being the starting tackle for this team.
I think so. And like it clearly shows you that they liked him and or they had a pool of offensive tackles that they liked because they did trade up to make sure they kind of like with Worthy, they traded up to secure that they get that player. So whether it was, maybe it was the tackles that went off the board right before they picked that kind of limited their selection pool or whatever it was, but they liked him enough to trade up for him. But to your point, they didn't see him as like the surefire locked in starter from day one, or they probably would be going up a lot farther to get him. They wouldn't be waiting to see if they can collect him at the end of round 2. This is an area you probably start to feel a little bit better. Like, hey, yeah, come day one of camp, you can compete for a starting job, but you don't really get it. You got to go take that and earn it from somebody. And I think the draft slotting here tells you that. And I think that's perfect. That's what he needs. Here's a 21-year-old when the season gets going,
21.
Offensive tackle.
He just turned 21 on January 18th. This is a very young prospect.
He's super young. 5-star recruit, went to Oregon, started out there before transferring to BYU, played right tackle, switched over to left tackle. He's bounced around from multiple positions, multiple coaching staffs. There's work to be done in his game. He clearly doesn't understand, or not understand, but doesn't have the technicalities locked down yet. But that's what you're going to have to coach for in the NFL. So you take this guy that has a super high ceiling, you get him at a value that makes a lot more sense, that where the position and the draft slot align better with how you're going to use him this year. That's going to be 2 thumbs up for everybody.
Yeah, he was a redshirt sophomore last year.
Yeah.
So an early entry into the draft, does not have a ton of experience in the same way that you would expect some of the other guys. Some of the other guys that we were talking about were much older prospects, had a lot more experience. It shows. Yeah. It really does show at times, the lack of experience that occurs there. But the traits in themselves are the makings of a franchise left tackle. If Kingsley Suamataia hits his ceiling, he is one of the better offensive tackles in this class because guys at that size with his movement ability, with that athleticism, I believe ESPN after the Chiefs picked him, showed him jumping out of the pool, basically water that was up to basically right here at his chest. He jumps out of the pool as a huge individual, a 6'4", 326-pound individual here. He's got bloodlines as well. I think that's the other part of this. I subscribe to this theory as well. You get those sort of bloodlines there. His cousins are Penei Sewell and Noah Sewell. Like these are guys, he's got this history. He's got these bloodlines, got the athletic ability. Again, it's just going to be when can he start for the Chiefs? So I guess my pivoting question here, are we certain that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to add a veteran offensive tackle to this roster, or do the Andes turn around here, Maddie and Kent, and say, Wanya Morris versus Kingsley Suamataia, whoever wins, you're the left tackle this year?
I could see them letting it, I'm not getting too sensitive, but let's call it a death match. Just the left tackle death match of 2024. I could see this team letting 2 young guys kind of just battle it out, right? The heat is on for Wanya Morris now. We've seen him play left tackle capably for stretches, maybe not perfect, but if you feel comfortable about the other 4 positions on your offensive line, this is a good place to step in and give a young left tackle an opportunity and get some protection and get some help from the scheme, from the coaching staff. This is now, though, 2 offensive tackles that Andy Heck has to develop and has to get his hands on. I don't know. I could see them trying to ride it out. I think we'd all feel a little bit less comfortable with that, but I wouldn't be stunned if that was the route that this team ultimately took.
I think that they should still bring in a veteran. I think that you want to have somebody that can come in and provide you a safe floor. Like, I think even just the way Andy Reid spoke about it, what Wanya Morris was able to do last year, and what we saw when Wanya Morris, as his snap size increased, as the sample size increased for him, it was getting, and not that things won't get better, but it was getting increasingly farther away from the level that Donovan Smith had given you up to that point and after. And so I think you'd be a little too worried that Suamataia, a 21-year-old rookie without a ton of experience playing just left tackle, is going to come in and win that starting role and be in there right away. or your only other option is Wanya Morris, a guy that, was benched, but lost his starting role to Donovan Smith, who we all didn't love last year. I think that you would feel a little bit more comfortable if there was a veteran that those guys had to beat out. Give a bar, set a bar, and then say you can beat that bar, you start. If you can't, keep working. I don't think Morris did enough to be that bar. I think that would be my concern. I don't think Morris showed us enough to be that bar going into the season. You still got to find someone to set it there.
Yeah, I will say it this way. I think that they probably need a little bit higher, basically level playing field there. But at the same time, I don't know that I want to stifle the growth of a Wanya Morris or a Kingsley Suamataia. Now, if you told me that they were going to take Wanya Morris, now all of a sudden they're going to say, okay, cool. We like what we got out of you. Thank you so much for your efforts this year. Let's move you inside. Let's start getting you reps inside, maybe as a right guard or something like that. Coming off of Oklahoma, he played at right tackle. Not saying he can't play tackle, but maybe they look at him a little bit more as a guard. They've certainly done that with offensive tackles that they've drafted. Darian Kennard jumps to mind there. Maybe a guy that they see more comfortable moving inside. Now, all of a sudden, it paves the way. A Don Smith showing up there with a Kingsley Suamataia. You can still use Wanya Morris in a specific way there. I would just be very concerned about really squashing the developmental arc of one or both of the young tackles there if you brought in a Donovan Smith and both of them were still playing offensive tackle for you.
The Chiefs brought Kingsley Suamataia in for one of their 30 visits this year. There's obviously some BYU connections that we know exist between Andy Reid and that program and Andy Reid and BYU players. Even Steve Sarkisian, they talk about the connection that Steve Sarkisian had with Andy Reid. BYU ties there as well. So, that runs deep, and I think there's lines of communication. We've seen it play out in 2 picks so far for the Kansas City Chiefs. Was Kingsley a Duke Manyweather guy? Do we know if Kingsley for sure was a Duke Manyweather guy?
I don't know for sure.
I don't know either.
Hey, BJ, you don't know? Okay. I was going to see if BJ.
I will figure it out for you guys.
We should figure that out because there's been some. Okay. Have fun, Beach. BJ is cutting Kingsley Suamataia highlights as we speak, getting you ready.
Having a good time.
For a little sizzle reel on him that you'll see on KC Sports Network. Make sure you're hitting the like and the subscribe button while you're hanging out with us, celebrating the selection of Kingsley Suamataia. This is a player that we talked about being a target potentially for the Chiefs at pick 32.
There was a lot of people that targeted Kingsley Suamataia at pick 32 because I'm certain they make the logical leap with BYU and Andy Reid as well.
Yes.
They need an offensive tackle as well, but the Chiefs were interested in this guy. Clearly, we're interested in this guy.
You've heard a lot of connections between the Chiefs and Kingsley, and there's a lot of logical sense there. If you stacking this last few group of tackles, Blake Fisher, Patrick Paul going off the board, Roger Rosengard, and Kingsley Suamataia, there's a world where I could see Kingsley have gone earlier than 64. It's just like what all these teams are valuing as tackle 8 or whatever we want to call it, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. There's a world where Kingsley's tackle 7 for maybe even the Chiefs. Maybe the Chiefs valued Kingsley above some of these players, but
maybe they did.
But yeah, I think getting him down here at 63 is pretty good value. But Matt, you're ready to cook. I can tell.
I just say I don't think that he is one of the offensive linemen that is working out with Duke Manyweather. I can't say for certain, but I can't see anything that has. Oh, wait, hold on. No, he is preparing for the draft. Okay, maybe he is. It's hard to say because he's working with 18 guys, and he wasn't somebody that Duke brought up in an article when he was talking with Dane Brugler around the Shrine Bowl time. So he wasn't mentioned in there, but it does sound like he has told people he's at least done some work down there with Duke Manyweather at bare minimum. So I think he has worked out with them a little bit. We know the Chiefs like that, right? Like we know the Chiefs are big fans of guys that have worked out with Duke Manyweather down there. They seem to trust the process that they are going through. So that's a good start. You get him down there. You're working on it. You know he's getting these things done. He's getting better as you go from college to the pros. These guys are kind of hitting the ground at a level the Chiefs like. We've seen the success come through with a Trey Smith, with a Creed Humphrey. Like we've seen that success directly carry over. Now, we can also say we've also seen it maybe not have the results you want with the guys like a Darian Kennard or a Wanya Morris. Like those guys are still developing. They're still working through some of the process, but the Chiefs at least still keep going back to the well. There's a comfort level there. So if he isn't working down there a lot, he does make a lot of sense. And I think he's a guy that's been connected to the Chiefs for months now because he makes so much sense for him.
I mean, This is a guy that when we finished up the draft yesterday, they take Xavier Worthy. I think all of us sat here and went, yeah, no, pick 64. If the Chiefs are able to walk away with a Patrick Paul or a Kingsley Suamataia, those are the two names that I think that everybody had thrown around a lot. We were going to be excited. Now, obviously, they don't quite make it to pick 64. They had to trade up to pick 63 to make this happen. But overall, a good move based on what we saw on the board. Again, I believe he was offensive tackle 8 in the KC draft guide.
Somewhere along
that. Gave him a second round grade at that point. So the right spot for a Kingsley Suamataia to go off the board here goes off to Kansas City.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back right after this.
We appreciate you supporting KC Sports Network by listening to our podcast. You have helped us become the highest-ranked Chiefs podcast network in 2022 and 2023. And don't forget about our daily Substack newsletter, the best written analysis you can find on the Chiefs straight to your inbox every day. kcsn.substack.com.
Kansas City Chiefs have traded up one pick with the San Francisco 49ers to select Kingsley Suamataia, the offensive tackle out of BYU. And one other thing I'm kind of looking at a little bit more here as we think about this, and we're talking about conviction, and we're talking about maybe how the tackle board was stacked, and maybe they felt comfortable with the pocket of tackles that were sitting there available for them. What I can tell you, though, is they gave up a lot to move up one spot. So they went from pick 173 to pick 211. So they went from getting from a late 5th to a late 6th to get Kingsley Suamataia. That's actually a value of roughly 5 points to move up one spot in the second round. So they're giving up surplus value. They're kind of giving up roughly the value of like a late 6th round pick to move up. So they felt pretty strongly about making sure that they were getting a Kingsley Suamataia.
Well, it means the 49ers.
If you're paranoid to move up one spot, you want this kid.
Yeah, absolutely. It means the 49ers had an offer on the table. Somebody was going to come up and take Kingsley Suamataia. Yep. Matty, I'm sorry to cut you off, buddy.
No, I was just going to say, I don't think that's too much. We're talking about moving. No, that's essentially what we're talking about. That's the same thing they gave up for Xavier Worthy, essentially, to move up, right? Which was considered one of the 10, most even trades of all time of non-quarterbacks in the first round. That's essentially the same value you give up. Does it seem like a little bit more because we were talking about just one spot at the end of round 2? Sure. But I think Craig's point was right. That clearly means the 49ers were shopping this pick around to any team out there that maybe wanted to come up. The Chiefs were probably nervous. Somebody was coming up to get Suamataia. We've been talking about it. They're going to have a pocket of tackles. If he's the last one on there, that's where you got to go with, right? If he was the last one on there, you have to go ahead and make that trade. So I get it. I think it's a little bit much, but I do get the concept of trading up to go get him.
Sure, I do as well. And again, you go and you get your guys. These are premium positions. We're not talking about, they traded up for a running back or a linebacker or something like that. They are premium positions, and they are young players with lots of developmental arcs. If both of these guys catch a second contract with Kansas City, both of them will have that happen before they are 26. Brett Veach loves projects like this, loves athletic players that are younger, talented players, and now you've added those with wide receiver and offensive tackle. Again, if it's a swing and a miss on like a Kingsley Suamataia, it's not going to really hurt you, but you like the gamble, you like the approach. The approach is very sound.
For sure. They've selected 2 of the youngest prospects in the entire draft.
At positions of need.
At clear positions of need.
At very valuable positions.
And so there's a trend that we are starting to recognize here.
There's one every year
with Brett Veach. Is there does seem to be more intentionality on taking younger prospects, because they did it last year with Felix Anudike-Uzomah, another premium position. Mm-hmm. And these are guys that you might be able to give 2 contracts to, because the Chiefs have seemed to be pretty intent on not paying players into their 30s, like almost at all into their 30s.
Unless you're Chris Jones.
Unless you're a Hall of Fame defensive tackle.
Yeah.
The last few years, as they've had some of these early selections, there's been, even Leo Chanel, another younger prospect.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a lean on some younger prospects here in their early picks, remarkably young. Brandon Coleman has just gone off the board as well, one of Maddie's potential tackle targets, by the way.
We lost a bunch of my guys during this section.
They're flying off the board here.
We lost Renardo
But-
Green to the 49ers. I didn't know. Are we talking about those picks right now?
Not quite yet, but I just
Oh.
I just saw another tackle, guard, whatever you want to call him, coming off the board, and just thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Which the way this draft has gone so far, like, I mean, it's wild to see these big swings on and a lot of players going. Anyways,
Yeah. The whole draft has been runs of positions. I mean, right? The whole thing has been runs on positions, and I think the Chiefs on both of them, but less so with wide receiver. Wide receiver with Xavier Worthy more felt like they were targeting him as a specific player they wanted to go up to get. It feels like with Suamati here, though, they said, hey, this pocket, this realm of tackles that we want is going off the board. These guys that we really like are going off the board. We need to make sure we get one because we don't want to be left on the outside yet again. And so I like the concept there. This is my question I had posed before, and we don't know where Kingsley's going to be at on their slotting, right? He could be ahead of every offensive tackle for them that went on day two. So
and
far,
we'll find out.
That's a possibility. However, like, we're now at the point again, this kind of is what happened a few years ago when they took Sky Moore as the wide receiver. They took the final guy in the run of wide receivers. And I'm not saying that's what made him not work out, but there might have been a reason Sky Moore was the final wide receiver in the run. Hopefully that's not the case here. Hopefully they can't get the final guy in the tackle run for a reason, and they just did a good job of scouting him. They know it's a good fit. I'm not saying it makes it a bad pick. It's just I think it's worth notable if we see tackles stop coming off the board now, and it feels like they got the last guy of this group, that is something to keep in the back of your mind because they did want to make sure they get him.
We'll get to grades in a second here. Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Chiefs did try to move up in the first round for an offensive tackle. That's something we already knew.
We did know that.
But it's just additional confirmation that the Chiefs were trying to move up to get an offensive tackle. And they make probably Amarius Mims. They make a small one here to make sure that they get one of the tackles that they coveted remaining in this draft. It is time to grade the pick, though. So we will start there. We're going to start with Craig Stout here on your pick for Kingsley Suamataio at pick 63.
It's another A. It's another A for me because it's a young player. It's a talented player. It's a quality mover. The ceiling is high. You're taking him in an appropriate spot where if you have to basically sit on this for a year and say, we are going to develop him behind another veteran, it does not kill your ability to do so. There's no urgency behind any of that. You are hoping that an Andy Heck maximizes this individual, that he gets the most out of him, because if he gets the most out of him, it is an absolute slam dunk. The Chiefs barely moved up. Moved up. Again, it's a late sixth that they gave up in value. I mean, I give it an A because I just think this is smart decision-making for project tackle as it stands right now, being at pick 63.
Maddie.
For me, again, I always got to preface this. A C to me is a completely average grade, which means that was exactly the value that you took the player. You got exactly what's expected. So I'm giving this pick a B, which is still good. Like, it's a plus value. I think he went about where I would have him. I had him as a late second round grade. That's where I thought he should go off the board. That's where the Chiefs got him. I do think the small trade up, which it's not insignificant, it's not a ton, but that small trade up, losing essentially a 6th round pick in value, does matter a little bit. But I think the upside's really there. I think you have a lot of development to go, but if you hit it, this is a great pick. I just do think that inherently a developmental tackle that you're taking in late round 2, there's going to be risks and rewards to it. That doesn't make it bad. That's what stops it away from, I think, being a little bit higher, but I think it's a good solid B to go along with what was a good first round pick, which I gave like a B+ / A-. It's a good draft so far.
I think this is a really great draft so far, and I'm going to give it an A-. I think this is a young, projectable player with a lot of upside. He's coming into a great system and a great infrastructure that should help maximize his strengths. The Chiefs got a guy that, when you talk about the pedigree of a player, he's got, the bloodline. He's got the pedigree as a top-tier college prospect, one of the top high school recruits out of his class, a top 25 consensus player coming out of high school. He's got some positional flexibility playing on both sides of the ball, and he's really, really young. One of the youngest players, and I think the youngest tackle that's been taken to this point, and one of the youngest players in this entire draft. So I think it's an A- for me. I think the Chiefs have done an outstanding job to start this draft, not only addressing their 2 most important spots. They take the most important positions, 2 high-value positions with young players that are in a offense and infrastructure that should help them have their strengths exploited and allow them to develop nicely. I'm over the moon with what the Chiefs have done to this point. I think they've crushed it. I'm so happy to see the players that have been selected. These are players that we've spent a lot of time talking about over the last 3 months. That's always fun to happen too, because there's been years where it hasn't been like that.
Yeah,
2022 was a great year for that. Last year. Anyways, thank you all so much for hanging out with us. The Kansas City Chiefs have selected Kingsley Suamataia with pick 63 in the 2024 NFL Draft and are continuing to have a fantastic draft through the first 2 rounds of this thing. So thank you all so much for listening. We really do appreciate all the support you've given us here at KC Sports Network. That does not mean we're done, though.
Oh,
We're going to be here all day. We're going to be here through the
they
rest.
They could trade back in.
They could trade back in, folks. So, like, I know.
Do you think they will?
I actually do. Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. Like, it depends on.
Dump all of these late round picks that you've just accumulated and try and move up.
I think some point here in the mid-third, you start paying attention. And what you look for is a team that is willing to take 131. Like, let's say the middle of the third round. Find a team that's willing to take 131 in the Titans' third round pick. And if you do that, you can probably get somewhere in the 80s, is my guess. So I start paying attention around Cincinnati if some team just wants to trade out. I could see the Chiefs doing that.
I mean, you definitely got to break into next year's draft capital. And like, here's the tricky part. We like these trades because the Chiefs have kept the same amount of picks. They're also getting less and less valuable every time they make this trade, which makes it harder and harder to trade up when you're constantly going it back. So it's like, maybe it's packaging a bunch of these picks. I do think if they want to get back into the third round, though, they will have to be going into next year's draft capital. It'll have to be whether it's the Titans or their own third round pick. If they want a big move, maybe they go into a next year's 2. Like, we'll see. The value, it looks like it's evening out. Like, I think as we keep going, especially if you consider Troy Franklin, especially, who's the 39th player on the consensus board, still available. If you kind of remove him from this, I don't think there's like a huge, great plus value that's left as of right now that you'd be screaming to go in for. I think there's players we'd all like for them to go get. I just don't see any. Whoa, Caden Wallace off the board.
Let's recap what has happened since the Chiefs have made their pick. So the last pick is of the second round is Renardo Green.
Pour one out.
Another Matty, my guy, going off the board there. That's somebody I drafted in that mock draft exercise I did a couple weeks ago, I think in like round 4. But like I thought it was great value. So now we're into the third round. The New York Jets select Malachi Corley, a kid that can just go catch bubbles and flat routes from Aaron Rodgers and flat screens and just try to, take that yak. That's a great pick for them for sure. Trey Benson, another running back, comes off the board to the Arizona Cardinals at pick 66. I think that makes sense for them with as many draft picks as they have. They might as well just throw it at a running back there. Brandon Coleman, the tackle guard, I don't know what you want to call it, out of TCU. One player that we talked about maybe being a tackle. He goes to Washington, and then Caden Wallace, a player that the Chiefs had in for a top 30 visit or a 30 visit, goes off the board at 68. He is a true right tackle. All of his starts have been at right tackle, but this is a guy the Chiefs brought in. It's a guy that Chiefs that they had some level of interest in and brought him in for a 30 visit. So this is in the tier of players maybe perhaps that would have been considered for the Chiefs. So they get Kingsley. Caden Wallace is a player that the Chiefs have shown interest in. Maybe this isn't the complete end of that tackle room, Matthew. Even though, like, I know we've all talked about this, like we don't consider him to be the same kind of player. Craig?
Oh, yeah.
No, you're good.
Sorry. I'm going to slip out of here for a little bit, guys. You guys enjoy the...
you're good, buddy. You're all good, buddy.
Right. Love you, Matty.
Love you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm just reading over a little bit more now. Brandon Thorne, kind of linked to his profile of Kingsley Suamataia right there as we were kind of linking, kind of finishing up here. It's interesting. I trust Brandon Thorne with a lot of his takes. He's an offensive line guru, a guy that works with Duke Manyweather a lot to kind of help with some of the OL masterminds. Brandon Thorne had him as OT6 for him. Like that's very, very high. A guy that he really loves, especially in an RPO-based inside zone scheme. And that's what really jumped out to me, because Kent, you and I talked about this earlier today when we were discussing, another prospect. We'll see if the comes off the board or if the Chiefs are interested in a guy like this. But maybe returning to a little bit more of a zone-heavy run scheme instead of a gap scheme because now all of a sudden they're going to be seeing more too high coverage. They're going to be seeing more things where they can run some of the early Patrick Mahomes style offense where it is maybe a little bit more RPO heavy.
It's Braylon Allen.
It's Braylon Allen. Yeah, it's Braylon Allen. But also run a lot of inside zone, run a lot of outside zone as well. Suamatai is going to be able to do all of that stuff. It's something he's very comfortable in. So maybe the path to success for him is a little bit different than another player because he's got a lot of those, the quick setting ability. The ball's coming out quick. You feel very confident getting the ball in the hands of a Rashee Rice against a too high coverage. Yep. Feel good handing the ball off to an Isaiah Pacheco or another running back, whoever it may be, behind some of these guys. I can see how this fit makes even more sense here. And it's not just the run game here because BYU threw the ball more than they ran. They were a little bit more pass heavy than they were run heavy. It's not always the case in college. So some of these guys, you come out and there's a little bit more of a project there. But it's one of those that I just thought was very relevant based on what we were discussing. The two of us were discussing earlier today about the style of player that they are maybe going to go after again and go back more into the Andy Reid hallmarks of saying, we're going to lean on the zone scheme again. We're going to lean on the RPO a little bit more again because that space all of a sudden is going to exist with a Xavier Worthy. It makes a fit like Kingsley Suamatea just make even more sense. Again, those ripple effects of these players kind of cascade throughout an offense.
Board is starting to the picks are just starting to fly a little bit.
Yeah, they are.
So we do need to give you guys a few updates here.
The broadcast is also really behind.
Yeah, they always are. Yeah. So Junior Colson, the linebacker out of Michigan, goes to Jim Harbaugh's team in the Los Angeles Chargers. Man. This is another player that we watched a little bit today. I think I was a little too low on him on where he wound up in the KCSN draft guide. I actually think he's probably more appropriately placed around here. I like him as a player. He might have wound up. There's a world where he's linebacker 1 for me.
Yeah,
I think if I had stuck through some things, if I hadn't locked some stuff in a little bit quicker than I did, I think he might have wound up being linebacker 1 for me. But he's got good size, capable athleticism, well coached, assignment sound, isn't a slouch in coverage.
It's
physical,
the coverage part that really sold me.
Good play identification skills, good as a blitzer. Like he's capable across the board. I think this is a really good pick for the Chargers.
Yeah, it really is. I was very impressed watching him play. Not a guy that was high on my radar because Kansas City Chiefs are pretty set at linebacker. I didn't figure that they were going to go this early or a player like this. So got to him a little bit late in the process. Was continually impressed by his ability to run with tight ends, with his ability to fit a gap, his ability to chase down from the backside. Yep. He did a little bit of everything. So wasn't just, he's a point shoot kind of guy.
Yep.
Did a little bit of everything, and it makes sense that a guy like Jim Harbaugh, placing the importance of trying to rebuild that culture, goes out and gets a guy that's going to do a lot of dirty work. Going to be a good linebacker.
Cardinals have taken Illinois offensive tackle Isaiah Adams.
Yeah.
Panthers have taken Kentucky linebacker Trevin Wallace.
Okay.
Giants have taken Andrew Phillips, the cornerback out of Kentucky. It was actually back-to-back Kentucky players. I think Phillips went right before Trevin Wallace. Andrew Phillips, another guy we've been paying attention to a little bit here. You're not all that beat up that the Chiefs didn't get him, I don't think.
No, I'm not. He wasn't my favorite corner. Very aggressive, wants to get downhill, wants to hit, wants to play, stick his nose in there a little bit. Did not like some of his shuffle technique in zone. That's something that, Steve Spagnuolo and Dave Merritt really train up. And so when I'm looking at guys that, coming out of college here, how they can translate immediately, didn't see it the same way as I saw some other guys. Liked what I saw from an aggression, from a tackling standpoint, from a technique standpoint, which is something they could have trained up. They certainly have been able to do that with other defensive backs in the past. Was not a super high priority here. When you were reading through some of those things, and so I apologize, I was reading Brandon Thorne's kind of thing there. Did TJ Tampa come off the board yet?
No. TJ Tampa is still not.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Well, athletic testing could be
Was
of
not
concern.
good. Yeah.
I think he's kind of built in the same mold as like the Rakestraws of the world, where he's not the biggest cornerback, but he plays with the physicality that you kind of want out of that position. Trevin Wallace out of Kentucky, back-to-back Kentucky guys. That's interesting. He's one of the younger prospects in this entire class too, and he had a lot of productivity at Kentucky. He's not the best athlete. He's a fine athlete for the position, but he had a lot of production at Kentucky. He found himself around the ball consistently, and he's a tough player, like a very physical, tough linebacker who's capable athletically, but it's not like, I don't think it's his calling card necessarily when you watch him on the field. But a very young player there as well. So linebackers starting to fall off the board a little bit here too. I'm not surprised Trevin Wallace went as early as he did, though. If I'm being honest, I thought he was more of a round 3 type player than, I think I've seen some people kind of call him a day 3 type, and I thought he was a little bit better than that. And he does go off the board here in the early 3rd round. I'd start paying attention to the Chiefs trading up if they're gonna do it in the next 8 picks or so. And if they really like a cornerback, if they like a TJ Tampa and they take him in the 3rd round, like that's a player that would make sense for them. If they really like Christian Haynes, the interior offensive lineman out of UConn. Mm-hmm. If they wanted to double dip at wide receiver.
Christian Mahogany, interior offensive lineman out of Boston College.
Yep.
Mason McCormick, interior offensive lineman out of South Dakota State.
Dominic Pooney's still on the board.
Dominic Pooney out
Cooper
of Kansas.
Beebe's still on the board.
There's a lot of interior offensive linemen for that if the Chiefs really wanted to splash in that. I've always been saying that round 3 is really the nice value for that position specifically. I could see that. Wide receivers, like, again, there's still a Troy Franklin on the board. Don't think that he's a Kansas City Chief, again, with some of the sameness. But there's a lot of other guys that we really like, a Javon Baker, a Malik Washington. There's a few guys that I still think fit within this structure of this offense. Running back. Let me throw this out there. Mm-hmm. Running back. How early? I mean, I know that a popular name, Ali there in, day
Rasheen
3.
Ali is
Rasheen
a D3
Ali,
type.
yeah. A day 3 type there. That's kind of where everything fits. When does the value start transferring over here?
Well,
I don't want the Chiefs, to be clear. I don't want the Chiefs for mortgaging the future for a running back. I'm not saying that, but
I mean, if they take Braylon Allen, they are just on the youth movement here.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
and
3
on
players
top of
that are 21 or just turned 21.
Correct. And a good guy that's good in pass pro came from a gap scheme initially that transferred to a zone scheme that looked like he was playing slower because he was reading things out a little bit. But man, when he hits the hole, it's cute. Like,
look, you don't have to sell me.
I know I don't, but
if the Chiefs do it, I'm in. I really like Braylon Allen, and he is not the perfect scheme fit, but like, you watch him run some of the inside zone stuff, and I think he's just fine. The gap scheme is where he's had the most success, and the Chiefs still do run some of that.
They do.
And so
they're not going away from it completely.
No.
For sure.
And so, like, and again, like, okay, we talked about, like, we were talking last night about, hey, look, we've seen the Chiefs add a vertical stretch player. They've added some explosiveness. They're going to try to light the scoreboard up, and they're going to try to win down the field. And they're going to terrify defenses and force you to play in too high. And there's a opportunity here to pair that with a giant physical, and he's still physical. Like, I think he may not be the most physical back for 240, but it's not like that size doesn't play still. Tempting to pair him and Isaiah Pacheco together.
I'm just thinking, if you're going a full youth movement, you're trying to make over an offense that underachieved based on Chiefs standards last year, offensively. Yeah. Obviously, they win a Super Bowl, but try and make it over completely after spending so many assets on defense over the past several years. Yep. I can get behind trying to have that facelift.
I think that's a terrifying proposition for teams to try to figure out, and that helps support Isaiah Pacheco. That helps, create an element. I think it adds layers to the offense. Like, it adds a layer to the offense where you can just be big and physical. And this is a downhill back that, we see the Chiefs, peter out on some of their carries and stuff like that. And, maybe these 1 yard gains or 2 yard gains with a guy that is really good at, not that he's just like so physical that he's just going to run everybody over. He still does that. But he falls forward extremely well.
And
Tucker D. Franklin has something.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise pick that I just saw come through. Bianca Belair, the number 1 pick in the WWE draft.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think you're being a little too serious right now. We gotta lighten it up a little bit.
This man thinks it's day 3 already.
Look, it's not day 3 yet. It almost is, but the Chiefs don't have a pick for a while.
The Dallas Cowboys have made a pick, and they've drafted Cooper Beebe, the interior offensive lineman out of Kansas State. So Cooper Beebe's tape's good. He's a little bit of a squattier build type interior offensive lineman. Played tackle for K-State in a pinch. That's how good of a player he was for K-State. He would play them. He'd play outside out tackle despite having quite literally some of the shortest arms in the history of interior offensive lineman play. So I almost said football, but he's a little bit of an outlier from that perspective.
Fourth percentile in arm length, 9th percentile in hand size.
So he's his build he's a squattier build. He's shorter arms. Really, he's 2nd percentile arm length when you ask mock draftable. He's got 31.5-inch arms. Historically, there hasn't been a ton of sub 32-inch arm offensive linemen even drafted. Cam Jurgens, I believe, was one in the top 100. They don't get drafted very frequently.
Right.
Does he play guard? Does he play center? What are they going to do with him up front? That'll be an interesting thing for him. I think he does an okay job accounting for the length, because he's got just such a good, stable base.
I'd agree.
And he does have pretty good flexibility through the frame through the frame to be able to bend and absorb that. But that outlier is something you pay attention to just a little bit when you're looking at the evaluation, and that might be why he wound up in the 3rd round.
Yeah,
it's just the measurables the measurables are outliers, even though the tape probably warrants being around.
Yeah, the tape is exceptional. He really, you see the length show up, or the lack thereof shows up on occasion there, but not some of the other interior offensive linemen, the players that have gone off the board so far. He has better tape than. It is simply a team that is looking at this and saying it is a historical outlier that we don't know that we want to gamble on. The Cowboys do. That's actually a little bit surprising. Jerry Jones is pretty old school with some of his metrics and things like that.
A little more rigid.
But that being said, Cooper Beebe, again,
BB. Cooper Baby.
I love it.
Slip a sable under the tree.
But yeah.
Hey, baby. Oh, no, it's starting, isn't it?
Yeah, but I blame Tucker. I
wanted it to start. But I was getting bored.
I'm sorry that I'm too boring for you, Tucker. Would you rather the sun glint off of my head and blind you some more?
Well, now if you look, it looks like you are just standing in front of an abyss.
That's true.
Which is kind of sick. You got little fireflies back there behind you guys here. Shout out Holiday Distillery and our friends.
Shout out Bray Wyatt.
Shout out Bray Wyatt as well. Shout out Ben Holiday Bottled and Bond Bourbon. Great friends.
I know you are. Yeah,
BJ's cutting tackle highlights. Those will be on the YouTube page shortly if you want to watch some tackle highlights.
So here's just kind of your a quick list of just all the interior offensive linemen that have had 31.5-inch shorter arms. Beebe, Michael Minnitt, Coleman Shelton, Sebastian Tretola, Tyler Larson, Michael Brewster, Cedric Van Pran Granger, who's going to get his name called, Jarrett Patterson, Will Clapp, Drake Jackson, Sam Jones, Anthony Steen, Shane Magoo, Austin Blythe, and Joe Masson. It's not like a murderer's row of successful interior offensive linemen. So that's kind of the trend that you're bucking there a little bit with him. So
but if I'm going to bet on one, I think his tape is probably the best of all of those guys.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time finding anybody whose tape I liked more than his. So that's where it's just go back to the tape a little bit and just take a good football player.
Oh, man.
And so I do like him. I do like him here. It's
Kingsley Suamatai, which, by the way, there will be – prepare for this when we get to camp. One, Kent Swanson is probably going to be tweeting this out as well. King versus King is going to be happening during
King Felix versus Kingsley.
Felix versus Kingsley. That's definitely.
Does he wear number 78? There's nobody else on the roster that wears 78 right now, right?
Ooh, I'm not sure.
Off the top of my head, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Anyway, some of the emotions, or some of the quotes are coming out. Again, he said here, lots of emotions, lots of crying. The phone rings, and you just feel like you can breathe again. I was just so relieved. All the memories, all the sacrifices, so grateful, ready to be a Chief. Followed that up by saying, Coach Reed, he loves the BYU guys. With Coach Reed, it feels like home already. He's like one of my uncles.
It felt like talking with one of my uncles.
Yeah.
That's just,
I love it.
That's so great. That is. I'm happy for him. I'm excited to get him in here. I'm excited to see what he's capable of doing. Because if the Chiefs, if this works for the Chiefs, if Kingsley Sumatia works for the Chiefs,
78's retired.
Who?
Hand up, that's on me. 78's retired.
Okay.
Bobby Bell.
Oh, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I saw Bobby. This is no joke. I saw Bobby Bell in a Costco the other day.
It's like two of your favorite things combined together.
It was just walking
That's
around,
very true.
and someone asked to take a picture, and he was like, "No."
I don't.
And that's okay.
He doesn't do that anymore.
You shouldn't be badgering a man to take a picture of you in a Costco.
Sorry, Chad.
There's certain rules at Costco that you just must adhere to. That's all I'm gonna say.
Kramer, I'm working on the list right now, but Braylon Trice was just taken, so I have to redo the list.
Cooper Beebe has reunited with Deuce Vaughn, by the way.
Oh, yeah. No, I actually thought that when I saw the Cowboys war room there. It's no wonder. I'm sure that they were doing some advanced scouting on Cooper Beebe and, and Deuce Vaughn. There's a connection for
Vince
sure.
Vaughn. We'll see what happens with Deuce Vaughn. So, statistically, Deuce Vaughn was the worst running back in football that got 20 or more carries. So we'll see if he sticks around.
Dude, it's just.
oh
my god.
No, he might. So we're talking about outliers. The Cowboys have felt comfortable taking a couple of outliers.
They're willing to take
the one with Deuce was, again, statistically the worst running back in football last year.
Oh my god.
You're trying to piss off all of Manhattan right now?
I'm just
What
telling
is
you,
happening?
However, I had like a 4th round grade on
I know you did.
Deuce. So, it's a miss for me. If
Oh yeah, real big one.
if he continues, but I like Cooper's tape, man.
Just keep digging.
But they're
buddy.
comfortable. They're comfortable taking outliers there in Dallas, and they've taken a couple, but they've taken good football players.
You can find him
And
at
Deuce
Kent
Vaughn.
_ Swanson.
Tucker, did you hear?
No, I heard.
Well, no, Kent said.
Oh,
Here's Kingsley Suamataya's message for Patrick Mahomes. I got you. Nobody's going to touch you.
ooh, I love that. God, I love that. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go, Kingsley Suamataia. I hope that, man. Anyways, if
Wait,
that
my
works,
headset was off. What did you say?
if the Chiefs, no, we don't. If the Chiefs are able to get Kingsley Suamataia to be playing early, that's huge for them. Like, that really is. Like, if they're able to get that kind of value at pick 63, if it goes as we all hope, I think the hope is, that he is able to develop and advance through this process. If he is working with Duke Manyweather, if he is doing some of this stuff, just develop far enough to be able to earn that job and let the two tackles, him and Wanye, kind of play things out. I don't know if it's a risk that the Chiefs are. I mean, the Chiefs clearly feel comfortable enough that those two guys are involved in the mix at least. And
Yeah.
if they take Donovan Smith, I think that tells you a lot about the developmental timeline for both of those players, both Wanye and Kingsley. But
And again, there's room. There's room for those guys on the roster. Again, you figure out a way to make that work. Kieran Amadaji just went off the board.
Amagaji.
Amagaji.
Oh my God.
Kieran Tamagotchi just went off the board.
For a Yale tackle that had, terrific size, length, again, movement ability as well. Was kind of like a default, like a fallback option if you missed out on a Kingsley Suamataia. But, the tape wasn't there in the same way, and the level of competition, again, with that tape was not terrific there. Honestly, pick 75. I get it. I get why he's going this early because, again, those traits are tantalizing. However, I think there's a pretty big gulf between what a Kingsley Suamataia has put on tape and what Kieran Amagaji has put on tape.
The Chiefs are basically going to have to pick a tackle at 64.
Yeah.
because the tackles are flying off the board. They continue to fly off the board, and even Kieran Amagaji wasn't even making it to 95.
No,
and I'll be honest with you. Like I know where the tape looked. I know what the tape looked like. I was not going to be stunned if Kieran Amagaji was pick 64. Just because from a developmental perspective, the traits, people are going to really like the traits.
I would have had a much different grade.
Well, I know, but there's a difference between me saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised and, like, I love the pick. I like Kingsley Sumataya as a prospect better than I like Kieran. But if you told me that there is teams that really liked Kieran and wanted to take him early, I wasn't going to be stunned in the slightest. The Bears have 4 picks in this draft.
Right.
And one of them was Kieran at 75.
Yeah.
They are taking a swing at the tackle position. The tackles continue to fly off the board. Guess maybe a developmental prospect to push Braxton Jones just a little bit. Maybe they're hoping that they can upgrade the position by developing Kieran Amagaji when Braxton Jones is done. Like that might be the line of thinking, the strategy behind it. But yeah, Kieran goes off the board.
Delmar Glaze, another tackle off the board.
Delmar Glaze going off the board to the Broncos?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This is, yeah.
Texans also on the clock now.
Holy crap.
The Broncos have selected Jonah Ellis, the edge out of Utah.
Well.
So, no, they didn't.
Jordan Schultz. Oh, to the Raiders.
To the Raiders. Okay, so Jonah Ellis here in.
Shout out Jordan Ellis. I like that guy.
This is a good pick for Denver. He's a lighter pass rusher. He's a guy that has shown like he's got a few moves off the edge. He's got advanced hand technique for a guy because he's got the NFL pedigree. His dad was in the NFL. His brothers are currently in the NFL. He's on the lighter side. I think all of his brothers and his dad were like defensive tackles, but he's playing edge. He's on the lighter side, but this is a highly competitive family. When we talked to him at the East-West Shrine Bowl, he kind of mentioned that like everything in their family is just competitions all the time. So they are always competing, doing all kinds of stuff, and he's had to kind of earn all of his. He's kind of had to earn everything as a kid, right? Mm-hmm. But as a pass rusher, some juice up the arc, good athletic profile, showed a nice little spin move, good hand technique. Doesn't play the run great, but he plays it better than
he should for that size.
For a guy his size, like I think he's a situational pass rusher most likely, or a 3-4 outside linebacker. How much does that really matter anymore in modern football?
Not really.
But I think that's a good pick for the Raiders to pair with Bo Nix.
Not the Raiders, the Broncos.
Here's a good question from Nathan. Can Kingsley block Jonah Ellis?
That is a good question. They might have played each other. Isn't that the Civil War or the Holy War?
The Holy War, yeah. The Civil War is Oregon State.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Good job.
You know what was funny? You wanted to dunk on Tucker so badly there. Like, your initial reaction was, I'm really going to go after him. Like, I'm going to dunk on him a little bit. And then you went, oh, no, that's right. He did a right thing for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be a good battle. Jonah would win some for sure because I think Jonah's a good pass rusher.
He's a really good pass rusher. We liked what we got to see from him. When I watched his tape, like you routinely see him win quickly. He just has a lot of talent. Just it's been derailed at points in time throughout Utah here. So taking a gamble there.
Just a little bit more of a sawed-off kind of situational pass rusher type. So.
Delmar Glaze going this early. This is,
Houston Texans are on the clock.
Yeah, Delmar Glaze going to the Las Vegas Raiders. Yeah. Like you were just talking about before Kingsley Sumatai. I don't remember when we were talking about that. It's been a day. But you were saying that entire positions have been wiped out. What are we on now? Like OT 15?
Something like
has
that.
Come off the board? Like that's insane at pick 78. We have gone completely dormant on a really good wide receiver class. Like completely dormant.
Have we though?
When was the last time one was taken? It was a long time ago, right?
Malachi Corley at the top. Is that the last one?
It's the top of round 3.
And so we're looking at so Troy Franklin's falling to a point where I'm starting to wonder if it's medicals.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're looking at a Roman Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
You are looking at Jalen McMillan, Tez Walker,
Johnny Wilson,
Jermaine Burton, Javon Baker.
A lot of those guys were round 2 picks. But
there's enough on the. Are there
two.
just enough on the board that teams are like, you know what?
Wait.
The first tier's out. The second tier's kind of.
So you would rather? Oh, thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate you,
Andrew.
So instead, the solution is let me draft OT 15.
Or some of these, but also like some of these teams might have already started taking wide receivers.
Yeah.
There's always that too.
Maybe.
Like some of these teams that might have been in on a wide receiver maybe aren't in on wide receiver anymore. Wouldn't be stunned if the Texans took Troy Franklin here.
That would make some sense.
That would make sense here. But I think at this point, we're getting pretty close to is there a medicals issue there with the Troy Franklin? That would be one I'd be paying attention to. The Colts traded up with the Arizona Cardinals too.
We gotta.
Do you have a pick?
No, I oohed the trade, but I didn't see a pick from the Texans.
Yeah,
No,
we don't have Houston's pick yet, but Houston moved up from 86 to 78, giving Philly 180 or 86 and 123. And we don't have the pick yet.
No. But the Colts are apparently on the clock?
The Colts are on the clock. And the Texans gave up a lot to go up and get whoever they got. So Troy Franklin as just a true vertical guy, I think would make some sense for the Texans. This far down.
I think I like how Andrew Phillips spells his name.
Andru.
Yeah, I like that.
Calling yourself Drew's a lot easier there too.
Or were you referring to Phillips?
No, I like how he spells Phillips.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Standard spelling too.
Yeah,
You're just a big
yeah.
fan of the classics.
For sure.
Right
yeah, love to play the hits. You gotta play with what you know.
So
play what you know.
So one thing, and we'll talk about Patrick Paul because one of the big things and the concerns with his hand usage, he's got freakishly long arms, but hasn't been able to really dial those in quite yet. Hassan Patel asked Patrick Paul about his technical weakness. He mentioned he was working with Duke Manyweather throughout the offseason. He said he helped correct me with my hand usage and striking. I understood my landmarks better and better understanding of using my length to my advantage. So that was the big knock on him.
It was.
And now I think teams are, I think he's really starting to hone and try to
He was a
fix those
clapper,
things.
meaning that, he kind of grabs the outside of the shoulder pads of the rusher that's across from him, doing a lot of that. Matty theorized it's because if he struck with his hands and he didn't get him completely right, again, kind of tongue-in-cheek here, his arms are so long that it takes a long time to retract them and redeploy them. But, I mean, he did need work on his hands. Him working with Duke Manyweather made sense. Kalen Bullock off the board to the Houston, Texas, a USC safety. Guy that a lot of people likes.
So Kalen Bullock's kind of he's a playmaking safety that he's a true post safety kind of type player, right? So he's got your sideline to sideline range. He's got really good ball skills, and he can go up and get the football. In a different era where you're seeing a lot more single high coverage, I think that's a guy that he's your true just playmaking middle field safety. As far as getting in the run fit, which safeties are having to do a lot more in football, I find him to be a lot more inconsistent as a tackler, maybe not as active and willing as a tackler that you would like to see. But from a playmaking perspective, from just getting the football, he's one of the best in the class.
Do you want to know another Kingsley Suamataia
quote?
Quick
I
fact.
would love to know that.
Quick fact.
Yeah.
He hit 21.5 miles an hour during a game. I remember the game.
He was on
Bruce Feldman's Freaks list. He was number 3.
Super high.
Number 3 on the Freaks list.
That.
But I remember the game that he did it. He's trying to chase down a screen. He's trying to get downfield to block for a screen. And this man is galloping and outrunning linebackers that are chasing it. Just absolutely so when we say an athletic tackle, I don't think everybody truly understands. Like, it's next level athleticism with a Kingsley Sumatai.
So I have the next couple picks, and I know why Tucker's freaking out.
I have bad news.
So the Colts trade up to select Matt Goncalves.
Shout out Shrine Bowl.
Tackle's just flying
off the board, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There was more love for Matt Goncalves than I think we even talked about. Like, he's going in, I mean, good Lord. To even get Matt Goncalves was going to require pick 79. Then the Cincinnati Bengals trade for Jermaine Burton. I've selected Jermaine Burton, the wide receiver out of
that's a real
Cincinnati.
bummer.
It is a real bummer.
Goes before Troy Franklin.
That is interesting.
Well, I mean, he's got better tape than Troy Franklin. He's just
That's true.
a shithead, reportedly. I mean, like, I'm not going to mince words here.
Reportedly.
That goes reportedly at the
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
But people can change.
Remember when he punched a female on a stadium in a stadium?
Yeah.
But
people can change.
Jermaine Burton with some of the biggest red. That checks out.
Yeah,
Checks out.
It does check out.
It's very Bengalsy.
There is a big kind of gamble there. You know, some of the people that we know, we've asked about Jermaine Burton, and we've been told, yeah, it's worse than you think. Like, it's not just, oh yeah, that one isolated incident. It's not just this here, this there. You've got to have somebody that's going to be with him, following him around, making sure that you keep him in check. That reportedly, again,
you need to.
But yeah, that's one right there that, if he pans out, if he gets things straight, his tape is awesome. Like, it really is awesome. You'd feel really good about this individual. Problem is, he may not be on the field because of some of the things that he's going to get himself into. So it's just. We'll see what happens with Jermaine Burton going to a stacked Bengals wide receiver room.
I know a lot of people will joke about the Chiefs' willingness to take some of these character risks, but the Bengals are the champions of doing it, and don't let anybody else ever tell you anything otherwise. The Cincinnati Bengals are the most apt to do this of anybody in the National Football League, which is why they've had the Vontaze Burficts and the Joe Mixons on their team. They have Jermaine Burton now. This is a way for them to, continue to accumulate cheap talent because that's how they operate.
They take gambles on character
to keep cheap talent. Anyways,
I have something to tell you about. Ian Rapport tweeted this out. I believe this was earlier this morning with Marvin Harrison Jr. not signing his NFLPA licensing deal. This was something I talked to you guys about yesterday.
Yes. Yeah.
This message appears on NFL Shop and other sites. Attention Cardinals fans, currently Fanatics and other retailers are not able to offer Marvin Harrison Jr. merchandise until he signs a licensing contract with the NFLPA. Products will be immediately available once he signs. I did think that was interesting. And who did I say he was going to be in Madden? Bill Belichick, I think.
Harvin Marison? Is that what you said?
That was what I said.
Sorry,
his dad, whoever.
Sorry.
No, it's just very, very. He has gone about it in a completely different way than everybody else, and it frankly doesn't matter. Like, he's that good of a talent that he can dictate some of this stuff.
He's gonna try. He's gonna try to be a trendsetter.
Yeah.
Christian Haynes will be.
That's what Fanatics sells. That's a funny.
Who did sign their NFLPA license is Christian Haynes, the guard out of Seattle.
Do you know that?
I can confirm, and the source is common sense. I have no idea. I would just assume so. But anyways, Christian Haynes, the guard out of UConn, goes to pick 81.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this would have been a guard that the Chiefs might have been interested in. This is probably about trade-up territory for the Chiefs, by the way. I'd say if the Chiefs are getting back in.
Wanted to bring that up.
If the Chiefs are getting back in, this is about trade-up territory.
Hey, Tucker, did you have something you wanted to bring up about trade-up territory?
Yeah, I was starting to think that this might be about trade-up territory for the Kansas City Chiefs. If you're looking at some guys still on the board, TJ Tampa, Troy Franklin, Jatavion Sanders, is that potentially a guy you start maybe making some calls about? Maybe help. Hey, Jatavion.
Not a ton of tight ends off the board, and not unexpected that that's the case here. I mean, it's not a super great tight end class, but I could see some start to come off the board pretty shortly here. Yeah,
Leonard Taylor, a guy that we got to sit down and talk to.
I think he's a
Taylor.
He's a potential character swing too. So there's some stuff there too that maybe you see him fall on day 2. I miss
look
this.
of
I know.
exasperation on Tucker's face when you said potential character gets
Peyton Wilson, Braylon Allen still sitting there. If you want to trade up for a running back, I don't think people in Kansas City would be very fond of that move. Kent, you did mention some wide receivers still there, like some still pretty good wide receivers.
Javon Baker.
Yeah. I'm trying to look. Dylan Johnson also there as well. If you really wanted to go running back too.
Braylon, come back.
Will Shipley. What are your thoughts? Yeah, look, I'm just throwing names
Not
out
now.
there. Don't shoot the messenger.
Hey, look, honestly,
That's literally what Kent's job is to do right now.
right now, I
Just
think
shoot me.
Just shoot you.
we need some good rat-a-tat here. I think running back you could wait for.
Ooh,
Probably.
hang on. Do we have a tight end that just went off the board?
Tip
Tip.
Tip Ryman?
to the Cards.
Big tip.
Big Tip Ryman going to the Arizona Cardinals. This is a guy that's been flying up boards, and rightfully so, because this is a 271-pound tight end. Is a massive, massive tight end. So he's had a great process. Wasn't really used a ton at Illinois offensively, but then goes to the East-West Shrine Bowl and is one of the standouts there. He's one of the better players there. Gets to show his route running chops at 271 pounds. And then goes and has a terrific testing at the NFL Combine as well. He was one of the better testing athletes at the tight end position in recent memory. I'll go grab what it was, but it was pretty significant for being 6'5" and 271 pounds. Yeah, he had one of the best athletic testing profiles in the history of it. He is the 10th best of all time. Ran a 4.64 at 6'5" and 271 pounds. So, and paired that with elite shuttle and 3-cone, which kind of ties to like what he was doing as a route runner at the Shrine Bowl was pretty impressive.
It was pretty impressive, and I really liked what I saw out of him as a blocker as well. We've talked about him multiple times. Could be a true 3-down, kind of guy. Can line up, play in the run game a little bit, has a little bit of vertical ability. Not really a move tight end. There's still plenty of those available, so it's not like a panic move. I'm a little surprised that he went before a Jatavian Sanders. Again, they're different players, but I figured somebody would kind of fall in love with Jatavian Sanders in his movement.
Jatavian Sandals.
Oh, he's my favorite. He's a beach resort.
Marketing opportunity.
Real quick, Patrick Mahomes. I love Veach, man.
Yeah,
sunglass emoji.
You did tweet that.
Sunglass. Anyways, sorry. Continue.
No, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, we completely railroaded your last little bit of there.
That's
Nobody cares.
When you said
anymore.
sandals, that's where it all went off the rails.
Well, this is what happens when you have me talk for this long.
Kent and I kind of took that over.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it. Bourbon?
No, I'm all right. I'm all right.
Just a little fun fact here in the KCSN Top 350. I had printed it off on a piece of paper here, and I'm marking it off. And Tip Ryman is the first player on my second page to get crossed off.
Okay. I mean,
Zach Eisen was a hater, is what I hear.
Yeah. Freaking Zach.
Yeah, that kid. He did great work this year. He does great work. Young Zach Eisen, if you're not following him, he's a good kid, and he is going to go places in this year Chiefs community. He's younger than most of the prospects that were selected today, so good on him. Good job. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out with us today.
yeah.
We are deep into day 2 of the NFL draft. The pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals here. Waiting to see what they have taken.
Well, we did already kind of talk
Oh,
about
Tip
it for a
Ryman.
little bit.
The Los Angeles Rams, I'm sorry, at pick 83. We're waiting for their selection.
Here's a question from Jackie Moon. I
got
wonder if
it.
it's the Jackie Moon.
Yeah, that's fine. Is Troy Franklin better than Jalen Hyatt? No, Jalen Hyatt I think was a better prospect coming out. Yeah, I got it. I'll get in there in a second. I think Jalen Hyatt was a better prospect coming out than Tip Ryman. Or not Tip Ryman, than Troy Franklin.
We got Tip on the brain.
Stop it, Tucker. It is officially Saturday.
It's that stuff.
It is that stuff. So both kind of underwhelmed with their 40 times a little bit, right? But I think Hyatt showed just pure downfield ability a little bit more than Troy Franklin did. And I think, like that trade actually showed up pretty well for the New York Giants this last season. Troy, he's a little bit more slender and slight, but it shows up more through contact.
Yeah.
And so he hasn't handled physicality well. So how do you mask all of that?
I think he is one of the guys that lost the most money at the combine of the wide receiving core. Like, just did not have the same sort
Didn't
of
impress.
Did not
Came in
impress.
light.
Yeah.
Came in,
and needed to run well. I mean, we just got done talking about Xavier Worthy, him, being light, but you're light and you run a 4.21. Okay, everybody turns around, they pay attention. Okay, yeah, he puts on a little weight, but you're still probably easily sub 4.3, so you are a true blazer. Troy Franklin comes in light, doesn't run that fast. Oh, okay. Well, now you got more questions about him as a player. Was he just able to run by some Pac-12 corners a little bit more readily than some of these other ones? Or, was it kind of fool's gold here?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll find out. I'm just wondering if he's not gone by the end of round 3, the Philadelphia Eagles are just going to trade up for him.
Probably.
Thank you to the near 2,000 people watching us right now. We really appreciate you. So thank you so much. This would be a good time for us to remind you about the Therese Paylor Scholarship that we are trying to raise money for throughout this weekend. So we have a raffle that we're doing that is giving away a bunch of great Chiefs prizes. Trent McDuffie signed jersey, L'Jarius Sneed, Derek Johnson, Nick Bolton signed jerseys, and MJ Melendez signed balls, and $200 to go to a Royals game. And Ebony Reed's got a signed book as well that she's donated as well. Ebony Reed's the fiance of Therese Paylor. But anyways, all the proceeds go towards that. We are a remarkably efficient foundation here. That's because BJ is the best human ever. Anyways, donations, $10, link in the description of the show. Give butter. Donate through the Venmo at KC Sports Network. You can also text Therese to 53555.
That's correct.
And you'll be entered to win the raffle with every $10 that you give in the donation. But anyways, thank you, everybody that's hanging out with us today. Chiefs don't even have a pick right now, and you guys are just hanging out with us, so we really do appreciate that.
It's because I got you to be less serious.
It's because Tucker's here.
Somebody had to assume Maddie's role of giving Kent shit the whole night. I knew I had to step up. Next man up mentality.
Life difficult on him. You could have been like Maddie yesterday and really gotten into the bourbon. Like, really
do not do that.
Gotten into the bourbon.
This is a good time for us to just establish this. Maddie was not kicked off the draft
show. He was
show.
Definitely not kicked off of the draft show. I would love nothing more than for Maddie to be sitting right there next to Kent.
Maddie
right
would
now.
too.
Yes.
So it wasn't that Maddie didn't get kicked off or suspended or something for going too hard in the paint with all the wonderful people here at Holiday Distillery. He had something that did pop up that was serious enough for him to find it a flight back home this afternoon. So he's taking care of that. But, he's been popping in and out, hanging out with us a little bit here.
Someone did say that Maddie sounded like a minion in the first hour of the and I thought that was pretty funny.
It's not wrong.
He was struggling.
His voice did progressively get lower and lower pitched because when we were starting out, it was high pitched.
It was like
loud.
the voice and the sheet just kept slowly coming up above his face, and I can't. This is great content right here. But we've slowly lost followers and watchers. But anyways, hey, if you're hanging out with us, please feel free to hit the like button, the subscribe button, follow everything that's going on here with
the Rams. Selected Michigan running back Blake Corum.
Sure, thanks. All right, well,
this is a little bit early. Listen, I'm keeping you back on track here.
I was just telling everybody to hit the like and subscribe button.
Yeah, well, you were talking about Maddie and putting the papers over your face. I was trying to help you get back.
Running back Blake Corum off the board. Yes.
Thank you, Kent, for letting me know that.
Yeah, and he's I think as solid and steady as you come. And honestly, if you think about the traits that might appeal to you from Kyron Williams, Kyron Williams wasn't the biggest, fastest guy, but really sound pass protector, good vision, didn't have a great athletic profile. That's a very, that's a very good pick there.
Steelers select Michigan wide receiver. A little mini Michigan run here. Roman Wilson comes off the board here. Blazer here.
For Troy
high character receiver, which is not normal for the Steelers. Chill. But yeah, no, this is going before Troy Franklin. So slight vertical stretch type players now coming off the board before Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
Two good players. I mean, Blake Corum, I think, is just like sound and steady and just plays the game well and is well coached and good vision and patient. Like, I think he'll fit in really well there in the rotation of the running back spot for those guys. And then Roman Wilson, like, bombs away. This is a guy that probably can go out and catch some passes from, if Russ Wilson wants to chuck the ball down the field a little bit. Like, this is a type of player that could really fit in well with that offense, kind of giving you that vertical element. Down here at pick 84, I think this is pretty good value. I kind of thought we were going to start seeing this happen a little bit with the receivers, where a few of them were going to fall into round 3, where we're like, oh man, like Roman Wilson at 64, I'd feel comfortable with that. If
I would have been okay.
Yeah. But he goes closer to, the end of
before the Xavier Worthy pick, obviously. When we were talking about that, it didn't really make a whole lot of sense anymore with Xavier Worthy there. But Roman Wilson probably made the most money of anybody at the Senior Bowl. Anybody there? Like his one-on-ones
not really, because he's going in the third round.
I know,
Darius
but I don't
Robinson.
know. Darius Robinson. No, you're absolutely right. But I mean, he performed really well. He was the talk. He was the buzz coming out of there of all the wide receivers. He was the one that everybody was kind of really high on. And I'm not sure that he goes in round 3 without that kind of performance at the Senior Bowl.
I think he still would have. I just
think?
I don't think he got the Senior Bowl bump as much as people thought he would. I think the tape was more like
I don't know if I can. Oh, sorry. I forgot my mic was on.
Sorry for cussing.
No, but I would like to say, while I do have the floor, I would like to say, if you want to hang out with us, we're doing I'm so trained to say watch party. We're doing a spring tailgate party at this here Holiday Distillery. Links in the description. If you want to come join, please RSVP so we know how many people to expect. There will be a Bloody Mary bar provided by Smokin' Magic. They also do barbecue. They'll have food. We'll have drinks. We'll have games. We'll have prizes. We'll have us. So if you
don't let that deter you.
We
have we. So anyway,
we are Knuff.
If you got to see this beautiful surrounding that we were in earlier, if you didn't, just rewind the stream, because then you could. And then hit live again. So then you can see how beautiful Holiday Distillery is, and then you can come and hang out with us. That's at 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time here in Weston, Missouri. RSVP, links in the description. Thank you for listening to me. Ken, back to you.
Thanks, Tuck.
You're welcome.
We are at the Cleveland Browns. The pick is in at pick 85. I have yet to see it. We're continuing to tip as many picks. The Eagles traded down with the 49ers.
I'm surprised the stream didn't fold in on itself when we tip.
The internet should have broken. Some are saying.
Shout out Nathan. Chance the Chiefs coming back in for Jatavian
Sanders.
Trying to say Jatavian Sanders there. Or Theo Johnson, preferred next position. If they do trade back in, or I guess maybe at the next spot.
Yeah.
Theo Johnson, super athlete. I get why people really want a super athletic tight end. It's traditionally something that has worked out for teams. I think Theo Johnson has a lot of work to get on the field for an Andy Reid offense. He might fit really well in something else, but some of the little details, some of the things that he would need to learn to even really get on the field in a meaningful way, I think that there's a lot of growth that would have to happen for Theo Johnson. The tape's not great. So you're really just looking at this and saying, man, I hope that athleticism translates. Now, Jatavian Sanders at this point, he does a lot of tight end things. He can get out on the move. He breaks tackles. He's able to be a little bit elusive in the open field. He's got pretty good hands. He's not much of a blocker, but if you wanted somebody that you're just going to line up and say, okay, take some of Travis Kelce's reps as a move tight end. Take some of these opportunities that he's out there and try and prolong Travis Kelce a little bit more. Jatavian Sanders makes some sense.
And I think he got better as a blocker as he went on, too. I think he did better as a blocker just kind of like this last year at Texas. He may not be a true Y guy, but, I mean, the Chiefs don't have a tight end yet, like in this draft. And man, I'd like him here. He's another kid. If you're talking about young developmental players or younger players, he just turned 21 on March 27th. So he's not exactly an old prospect either. And this is hard to find when there's so many old prospects in this draft.
There are.
Because of all the COVID rules. I'd love Jatavian Sanders here. And hey, throw your questions out here.
Oh yeah.
All the super chats, by the way, are going to the KCSN Foundation as well to help support the Therese Paylor scholarship.
Bourbon Hall, he gives a shout out $9.99, $10. Keep the show going, even though the Chiefs don't have a pick. Respect. Also miss me some Therese.
I miss some Therese as well. We're gonna sip a little bourbon for you there, my friend.
Speak for yourself. I have no bourbon in here.
Do you want me to go get you a beer, Craig?
No.
Sure.
Okay.
I'd love that.
A little burby?
Yeah, okay. I'll get you a stiff
little
pour.
burp?
Four? You want 4 fingers?
No. I wouldn't hit a cube again, too. Zach Zinter goes off the board for the Cleveland Browns. So is that back-to-back-to-back Michigan players now?
Yes,
I think that's back-to-back-to-back Michigan players. So
hey, that's what happens.
In the mid-round. Zach Zinter, 0 sacks allowed in 2023. Yeah, I'll take a little bit. That'd be wonderful. Thank you. And so would Craig. Craig doesn't want to.
Thank you.
Left, right. I mean, I don't care.
Thank you. We should make him have to come on camera to hit this.
Ooh, the worst kept secret in Chiefs Twitter. Another Michigan guy goes off the board, Zach Zinter. So he got hurt. But from a value perspective, if he comes back playing the way he was, this is a plus pick for him.
Bearcat's getting me bourbon right now.
Yeah, Craig's doubling up. The Chiefs might not double up a receiver, but Craig Stout's doubling up on bevies right now. The 49ers have selected Dominic Pooney, the interior offensive lineman.
That's a really good pick for them, a really good value pick. They needed some interior offensive linemen. This is a pick. We talked about this a little bit earlier today. Depending on what the board shook out, I would have been fine with a Dominic Pooney as an interior utility offensive lineman. Maybe a small trade back from 64, but this is really good value and a guy that I think could play for them pretty quickly, honestly.
Dominic Pooney was a first-team All Big 12 tackle this year. He played tackle. He played guard. The year prior at Kansas. This is a player that Kansas really tried to kind of hide a little bit. They weren't talking too much about him. They tried to hide him to keep him kind of under wraps. He came from UCM, Central Missouri, which was another local prospect, or another local school. Transfers to Kansas, plays guard, was honorable mention as a guard after going from D2 to D1, and then goes and plays tackle and is the first-team All Big 12 tackle at Kansas for Kansas. So probably projects as an interior player, could see him play the right tackle spot. But this is a kid that, by the way, A.J. Epinez's cousin. But, yeah, he's a pretty talented kid, and he's played a lot of positions. And he has the flexibility, the versatility.
Yeah. And it's not like he doesn't have 33 and 3/8 arms, 81 and an 1/8 inch wingspan. So, you can see him still playing tackle. That's not something that is completely outside the realm of possibility here. That's why I like this pick, because there's so much. Get him in camp, figure it out. That's a great move by the 49ers. I really love that pick for them.
Pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys as well. We're sneakily pretty close to the day being over.
I know. It's just flying by again today.
I'm telling you, Friday's like the easiest day.
I don't know. Yesterday was pretty easy too.
Friday feels like the easiest day to do, just because the picks come in quickly, and that matters when you're doing all this stuff.
Right there.
Oh, we have more Burby. Is this for Craig?
That one is mine.
That
one's mine. The bottom. Look.
Oh, Craig.
Observational skills.
Craig knows. He just knows. But thanks to everybody hanging out. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button, please. We're sipping on bourbons. And we'll answer some questions here when Tucker Franklin gets back to the computer. He's not allowed to use the restroom during the show. Any questions to pop up, Tucker?
Let me see.
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
I appreciate all the work that you're doing for us, Tucker.
You are doing a great job, kid.
Thanks. Oh, David Borland. Shout out David Borland. Question: Is Wanya Morris feature at swing OT, right OT, or offensive guard?
If everything goes well for the Chiefs and what they expect, Wanya Morris is your new swing tackle and maybe a guard in 2025.
Yes.
So the Chiefs love best five. They love having tackles that can play, or they love, guards that have some tackle experience. So he will start cross-training a lot more significantly, I think, this year. Like, it'll be a competition at left tackle between Suamataia and him.
Yeah.
I think the Chiefs would love for Suamataia to win that. And then you've got a guy that can, cross-train at 4 positions.
I would really love it if they got him a lot more reps at right guard. Like, maybe it becomes very evident in a hurry in camp, Kingsley Suamataia is a better left tackle than a Wanya Morris.
Yeah.
Then I would love their ability to pivot that over, because Trey Smith not going to get paid in Kansas City just because it's going to be a lot of money, and Trey Smith is worth all of that money. Chiefs just don't have that kind of money there. Joe Thuney probably going to be cut after this next year. Yes, it's $11 million in dead money, but I believe it's $16 million in savings that they get from that.
Yeah.
They're going to need some cap space there. Having somebody on the roster right now that they feel comfortable with to kick inside, play some interior offensive line, de-risks some of that a little bit as well. I'm very focused on the Chiefs coming and taking an interior offensive lineman at some point in this draft, looking for the future. If they take an interior offensive lineman and they have a Wanya Morris that they feel comfortable playing interior offensive lineman positions, you've given them both a year to grow into that role. Now, listen, you feel really good about moving on, about kicking, Kingsley Suamataia, to giving him the full-time role, having a whole bunch of young players. What happened? Who got drafted?
The Dallas Cowboys have selected Notre Dame linebacker Maris Leofow with the 87th pick in the draft.
Who?
I need to see what grade I gave him in the KCSN draft guide, but I do not see.
He is a 6'2", 234-pound linebacker, long arms.
He does have freakishly long arms.
34.25-inch arms. Ran a 4.6, 440. Not particularly fast there. Man, I don't know.
I want to go figure out where I put him at.
I don't know. This was a day 3 guy.
It was definitely a day 3 guy for me. Boy, howdy. I'm really curious where I have him.
Yeah,
on the board. He did have really long arms.
The
measurables were kind of unique.
He's got tackle arms.
He has 30. Yeah, it was 34-inch arms. So he's got a unique build. But I didn't love the tape. I had Maris Leofow as linebacker 10 in a 5th-round grade.
Gotcha.
Let's go look and see.
I'm seeing other 5th-round grades for him, so that kind of aligns.
That's about where I had to. So, yeah. So, didn't even have a ton of tackle production either. He was just kind of a solid, role player, glue guy type linebacker for them, where it was just he was going to fight to be in his gap. He was just one of the more assignment sound players.
Peyton Wilson's still on the board. Yeah.
It's medicals. It's 100,000. It is medicals. He had some of the worst medicals in the entire draft.
Gotcha.
So teams are terrified of what his medicals are, and he also has tiny baby arms.
He's got the opposite.
So Maris Leofow was one of the leaders for the Cowboys defense. For the Notre Dame defense. He was one of their high level communicators, green dot or whatever you want to call it. I guess from a. If they had a green dot, he would be the green dot guy. Mm-hmm. He didn't have a ton of tackle production, but he had a lot of he facilitated the play being executed as it should be, right? So he's going to play on the right side. He's going to play in the right gap. He's going to play on the right
gonna be
side.
Stacking an offense. Gotcha.
Yeah, he's gonna force that tackle to cross. He's gonna try to force that tackle to honor him so he can let somebody else make a play. So he wasn't the most tackle production player as much as he was just a role player.
Gotcha.
And so I gave him
2 more picks.
I gave him a 5th-round grade.
2 more picks. The Packers take USC running back Marshawn Lloyd.
Okay.
And the Buccaneers take Georgia safety Tyke
Smith.
Smith.
Okay.
Yeah. So that should bring us up now to pick number 89. Just a handful of picks left.
Nice.
Hey, Kent, you're doing it wrong.
Is that not the
No, that's not the stuff.
Okay. Not a lot of receivers going off the board either. So, like, Troy Franklin, I think at this point is probably just medicals. Like, the tape's too good for him to have been gone, to not have been gone by now.
I want Javon Baker on this team.
I'm wondering if the same is not the same. Like, if TJ Tampa's doesn't got some medical stuff here.
Yeah.
Too. I think this is like, at this point, it's like, and smaller cornerbacks with some medical maybe. But, like, Ennis Rakestraw, I think he was the guy you would have been comfortable with the medicals too. But, like, I feel like they're kind of similar, like, concepts as like willing tacklers and smaller. But anyways.
So, if I told you that if you traded both fourths, you could get to pick 100, would you do it right now?
No,
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm actually, based on the way that this board is falling. Yes, everybody re-racks their board for day 3 going into round 4. There, I kind of like having picks 133 and 135. Like based on what the board looks like here. Not a massive cornerback run that has gone off the board. You can still find some of the guys that Brett Veach usually covets. There's a couple of defensive linemen that I'd be okay with here. Still a pretty strong interior offensive lineman group here. And, yeah, there's wide receivers on the board. I might want to stay put now. I really might. Again, Javon Baker is there's personal preference.
There's nobody
really
on the board at this point. There's nobody on the board that I'm, like, hammering right now to say, like, go get him. Just go trade next year's third and go get him.
Yeah.
And I'm okay if they don't dip into the 25 assets at this point and just call it good. And, I mean, they're still sitting with – I think they now have – so as we see here, the Chiefs still have the same number of picks that they had, for day 3 walking it. They just moved it around. They have 131, 150 – or 133, 159 – they now have 211 instead of 173, and now they have pick 248 at the end of round 7. So they have a 7, a 6, a 5, and 2 4s for tomorrow. So they've got some. They don't have a ton of big gaps in between their picks.
Man, that 7's gonna hit.
What running back?
That's gonna be the one that I'm gonna be the most excited.
What running
about.
back are they taking there?
Carson Steele.
So yeah, like I don't know, like there's no overwhelm, and I think this is kind of the I think the Chiefs did a good job with pick 64.
Yeah.
Getting the tackle. 63, yeah. I think they did a good job because, like, there's no overwhelming value on a player right now that I'm just, like, through the moon about. Elijah Jones, the Boston College cornerback, goes off the board here.
Yeah, that's another tier 1 guy that has now gone off the board. He was one of the ones when I'm talking about there's still some corners that they could like. There's still some corners that, maybe they could be on board with. Feisty player, really feisty player, decent ball production as well, but a really, really quality tester here. Again, that's why this class is really going to stress, the CBAT formula here. If Elijah Jones shows up and he's a contributor next year, guess what? It continues to be one of those things that produces a worthy gamble here for the Cardinals, who have had a pretty salty little draft.
That was kind of the same thing I was thinking about when I'm looking at this draft. And so, like, they've had a ton of draft capital.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So they go, they've gone Marvin Harrison, Darius Robinson.
Love it.
Max Melton.
Love it. They took 2 tier 1 CBATs.
Yeah. Trey Benson. Isaiah Adams Isaiah Adams. And then they take Elijah Jones now too. So they've taken 2 tier 1 cornerback testers. They've taken a elite testing tight end. They have taken an offensive tackle that plays offensive tackle.
Does Monty Oxford want to buy the tier 1 formula? I'll sell it to him for cheap.
How much would you sell? Okay. Is the guide ruined? Pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. But yeah, no, I think this has been a really good draft for the Cardinals so far.
I agree.
They're just hitting.
It's just smart stuff. They need a lot of talent on that roster. They needed to kind of rebuild it up a little bit. I think that they've maneuvered the board well. They've taken the right guys.
Taken
at the right
premium
times.
picks for the most part, or value.
Right.
It's either value.
That
or
secondary sucked. Like, it was bad, actively bad. Again, the same thing that we just got done talking about with who was the team that took Quinny Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
The Eagles.
That was the Eagles. Yes, thank you. So they are taking two guys that they're just going to walk in and say, okay, go win this job. We want you to win this job. We're taking you at a premium position. Try and lock this down for us for the next 5 years under your rookie deal, 4 years under your rookie deal. I like the swings that these teams are taking. The Cardinals have really done a good job of navigating the board.
Yeah. And I one of my favorite things is because we're on the whole time, it's hard to just process the entirety of the draft. And so there's going to be a couple moments here, probably tonight, where we're like, oh, let's look see how these teams have done through the first 2 days. And we're like, oh, yeah, right. They did that, and that. Mm-hmm. All I know is none of these teams have 2 rings in the last 2 years except for the Kansas City Chiefs.
All I know is I'm going to make it to pick 8, and I'm not going to be able to continue looking at the rest of the draft. I'm just going to continue to stare at what the Atlanta Falcons have done.
Yeah, they traded all the way up for Rook.
They did that too.
That was today, Tucker. That was hours ago.
No, it wasn't. No.
It doesn't feel like it, but it was. And the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. We're still waiting for that one. Shout out all the people that are hanging out with us right now. Thank you so much for just hanging out with us, even though the Chiefs don't have a pick. Leave some comments. Donate to the Therese Foundation Scholarship. But leave some comments. Ask some questions. We'll try to answer some as we're closing this thing out because we'd also love to hear what you guys have to say. So throw some comments out there, and we'd appreciate it.
Okay. Well, a couple of things. The Mizzou linebacker Tyron Hopper to the Green Bay Packers.
Wow.
There you go,
Okay,
Hopper.
so this is interesting for the Green Bay Packers because they clearly have an archetype, and I am going to say archetype because every time Matthew Lane says archetype, it drives me nuts.
I say it archetype.
I think you might. Sometimes you guys' word choices, I swear you're just trying to drive me nuts. Anyways.
He's on to us.
Sorry for cussing.
Oh, I've got a quote from Colts general manager Chris Ballard after you're done describing how they have an archetype.
Oh, no. I think the Green Bay Packers just prioritize athleticism above all.
They do.
At the linebacker position.
They do. Yeah.
They don't really care all that much about instincts or play recognition. I really like Tyron Hopper a lot. It's he was bordering, on a my guy. Because I do like the way he plays. I like the energy he has, the range that he has. He's a little bit of a man without a position. I'm curious what they plan to do with Hopper and Edgerrin Cooper because both of those guys are more chase type players.
Yeah.
And is Quay Walker gonna be your Mike?
I mean, maybe
is he the green dots?
As our guy Jake, Green Bay Packers fan, was talking about. They only had 2 linebackers. They walked into the draft desperately needing players. So maybe it's a situation where maybe they're a little samey, but they have a player type that they wanted to make sure that they added to this, that they can add some speed to that second level, and he works. I mean, we talked about this with Willie Gay a lot. If you're going to be wrong fast.
Yeah.
And because they have the athleticism to recover. You're going to be completely out of position.
Look,
if you're wrong, react, get back the other way.
And listen, this is a guy that likes Tyron Hopper.
Yeah.
I just, from a fit perspective, I see he's like a Chase Will overhang, high-level special teams player. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a great fit with Cooper.
Yeah.
But they have a plan for him. They must have a plan for him. And
sure.
I think as a key special teams contributor, that matters too. The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're getting really close to this day being over.
Do you want to hear what Colts GM Chris Ballard talked about, referring to Adonai Mitchell's
sorry for cussing
character and disposition? Please, earmuffs,
children,
mute, whatever the case may be. He said in his presser that the criticisms of Adonai Mitchell's character / disposition are fucking bullshit. So that's interesting.
And Albert Breer's already come out and said, wow, this was a question for teams. I guess not for the Colts.
Yeah, I don't. That's very interesting because this is. It's not one source that it's coming from. It seems to be generally coming from everybody. Chris Ballard going out there and saying that sort of stuff, they obviously feel comfortable with it.
Okay,
Obviously feel comfortable with it.
Jalen McMillan goes off the board to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I like that pick.
I do too. If the Chiefs were going to double up at receiver, this is one of the players that I think I would have targeted because I think this is just Washington has. I'm not saying Washington has crossover with Kansas City, but it does kind of feel like the way that these receivers moved around so much for Washington and were asked to do a lot of different things. It feels like that would be good crossover between the Chiefs and between Washington and what the Chiefs do. Tucker, was that I'm surprised squeal, or did you just involuntarily just?
That was a noise that I was not expecting to come out of my body.
So you were just surprised?
That's the stuff, by the way. That's the stuff, kid.
Oh. Anyway, so back to Jalen McMillan. I just he's just a solid all-around
Really
player.
good football player. Yeah.
Does those Washington guys fit so great and just did,
I like how he fits with them.
with Tampa?
specifically
Yeah, that's a
as
good
well.
fit for
like
him.
just really good fit. Even if he's just lining up in the slot and running deep overs, he's going to thrive. He's going to thrive there, and they're going to throw him the ball a lot. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. Pick number 93. The pick is in.
So here's a question. The Chiefs have traded with the Niners. They have traded with the Bills. Do they now have to trade with the Bengals and the Ravens?
They need to trade with. I saw someone say they need to trade with the Ravens and the Dolphins to just complete the sweep of all the teams that don't have any rings.
Did you say that? Was that the person who saw it said that was you?
No, I saw someone that actually did say that.
Oh,
Not
okay.
the rings part. That was me.
the rings part is
I
canned.
figured the rings part was you.
That's how you knew with laser accuracy that was canned.
So okay, let's just play this exercise.
Okay.
If we're sitting, if we're sitting here at pick 93 and the Chiefs hadn't made the moves that they'd made, they're sitting at 95. And let's say Brandon Beane was right, and the Chiefs didn't. Need
I'm
to
already
trade up
out
for
on this
Xavier Worthy.
scenario.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He was right about Josh Allen. We'd be clamoring for TJ Tampa. We'd be clamoring. We'd be talking about TJ Tampa and Jatavian Sanders. We'd be talking about Brandon Dorless. We'd be thrilled with. We'd be saying the Chiefs could grab one of these three players and be just over the moon. Like if one of those players wound up being a Chief, like a Tampa or a Jatavian or a Dorless, like we're happy. We're thrilled.
I would be happy with all of that. I appreciate not taking the chance. I mean,
no, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Like I'm not. This is not me playing hindsight. This is just me kind of just. This is what the board would have looked like if the Chiefs had been picking at 95.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm asking the question about a TJ Tampa's medicals. I'm asking the question about Jatavian Sanders
medicals. Yep.
Brandon Dorless. Like this isn't probably
Brandon
too
Dorless.
far of
I
a
was
fall
going to
for,
say,
yeah.
I'm not seeing that as much of a fault because
I would
he just
trade
might
up
be,
for Brandon Dorless.
I
think actually
don't know.
I'm getting close to that.
I think you can get into tomorrow and make that trade up.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
I think so
I don't
too.
think that you've got to trade back in at this point. Keep some of your pick value, and then make a smaller trade up tomorrow rather than trying to get back in today for specifically a Brandon Dorless there. Just because I think some teams are going to look at him and go, I don't know what to do with him.
Yeah.
I don't know where he's going to line up. I don't know where he's going to play. Like I said, he could play, the Malik Herring role for this football team and potentially do it better. Potentially. Malik has grown every single year. So I don't know.
I don't think the Chiefs at this point are going to dip into their 2023 assets or 2025 assets.
Well, sorry.
Sorry for cussing.
At
some point here, if they used their 5th round pick to trade up tomorrow, that would make some sense to me. So they could probably get all the way up to pick 111. And even on day 3, teams are more apt to just want to move back.
Oh, yeah.
And so you might even be able to get into the high 100s. So I'm not too beat up about what the Chiefs have going. Because, I still look at some of the players on the board, and I'm like, all right. This is looking good for them for, if they want to go trade up and get somebody.
The anti-Veach San Francisco 49ers. Did you see this? First round pick was a 5th-year senior. Second round pick was a 5th-year senior. Third round pick was a 6th-year senior.
Who is this?
The San Francisco 49ers. Drafting the olds. It's easy to do. Don't get me wrong. Because of COVID and all of that, it's very easy to fall in love with a player that's a little bit older It's just how it is.
Washington's offense had 6 picks in the top 100.
Yeah.
Both tackles, 3 receivers, and Penix at 8 overall.
And Dylan Johnson's still out there.
Yeah, I think Dylan Johnson hears his name.
I know. I think he hears it tomorrow.
The Ravens add Adisa Isaac, the Penn State defensive end. That seems like that seems like a pretty super Ravens.
Yeah.
Pretty Ravens pick if you ask me.
Yeah. All right. Pick 94 coming up here. We are nearing the end of day 2 of the NFL draft. I'm feeling good.
Adisa Isaac, kind of an undersized edge, so 6'4", 247, kind of in that Jonah Ellis mold. Pretty good athletic profile. Ran a 4.7 40. Had really good shuttle and 3-cone times. Good broad, just a pretty solid athletic profile across the board. No like super dominant explosive trait. Just a little undersized.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Like he's got good arm length though. He's got almost 34-inch arms. So, like, if you want to play him as, like, a stand-up edge kind of, or like a outside backer in a 3-4 base. Or
pass rush specialist.
Yeah.
Again, the Ravens are a little bit more hybrid. So
that's a Ravens pick through and through.
Yeah.
That's just a Ravens pick through
and
through.
I like it for him. And I mean that in the best possible way, that it's a Ravens pick through and through.
I'm not knocking the Ravens.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was going to knock the Ravens, I would just remind everybody that they lost the AFC Championship at home.
The one time I thought my mic was in front of my face, it was.
What did he say?
I said, you said I would remind people, and I said, have no rings.
That wasn't even what I was going to say.
He said your quote for you.
That wasn't even what I was going to say.
But
like,
they do have rings.
They had a ring in 2000 with Trent Dilfer that he won't let anybody forget. Yeah.
That's
Sorry. My bad.
Pick 94 coming in.
Keep apologizing.
BJ wants to know how many picks are tonight.
We have 6 picks left. 6 picks
Yep,
left.
there we go. We're good.
Dialed in.
We are dialed
Locked in. Spending that holiday locked in.
There's if speaking of holiday locked in, there is highlights of Kingsley.
Nice transition.
We're locked in the holiday distillery right now.
Mattia on our YouTube channel right now.
Don't leave it right now. You're on our YouTube channel.
Well, I'm just letting you guys know.
Hey.
I'm just letting everybody know. That's what I'm doing. I'm just letting people know that when we're done streaming, you can go watch his highlights.
Jalix Hunt went top 100.
Is a top 100 pick.
From Houston Baptist.
Psych.
It's Houston Christian now. I got you.
So...
There was a little bit of talk about him earlier today, as a guy that, we had heard some buzz about Hunt potentially going top 100. Wasn't sure if that was going to be the case. He's fun, but he's fun.
The Chiefs are on their original pick right now.
No, they're not.
The Bills are on the Chiefs. The Bills are on the Chiefs original. Yeah.
Let me take a breather. What are you doing? We need a hot second.
You want a hot second?
I can give you a shout out, Christian. So I guess what you're saying
Christian
is
Muley.
That's so Ravens. Thank you for the donation, Christian.
Hey Kent, that's a joke after your own heart.
That is, and thank you for donating $20
yes,
to
we
the
appreciate
Bailey
that.
Foundation. But that is
that's a Kent joke.
I am not in Maddie mode, but I am just tired. I promise.
We're calling it Maddie mode now.
That was a mode.
Is he good to it?
The Buffalo Bills are picking with the Chiefs pick. Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle out of Duke.
Oh, okay.
So this
That's
is interesting kid. So he played as a base in for Duke's defense a lot. So he would go play as as in a 4-down. So he go play in as a base in on early downs and then kick inside and rush.
As a 302-pound player.
So this is he's kind of a squattier build, 6'2", but they would just put him out there on the edge and let him, just be a rock, to try to block against the run on early downs, and they let him kick inside and rush the passer. He's a first-team all ACC kid.
3-time team captain. First time it's ever happened in Duke history, in their football team history.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
High character individual.
Was that in the KCSN draft guide?
No, I don't know.
It better have been.
I don't know.
I'm talking to you, Eisen.
You edited it. Do you remember?
Pick 96. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. So Dwayne Carter goes in the Chiefs' original pick. So the only way this thing gets even a little bit interesting for us is if Dwayne Carter sacks Patrick Mahomes in a meaningless regular season game before Patrick Mahomes rips their hearts out. Oh, it's poetic. Dwayne Carter gets the sack in a game that really doesn't matter.
I'm curious to see what the Jaguars do here. You know, if they take maybe if this is like a Jaylen Brown.
Guys, I got something for you.
Okay.
So
Thank
this video going around on Twitter. Props to from the Twitter clip of PJ Green.
Mm-hmm.
This video,
Why'd you say it like that?
Well, because I was stalling for the video to get uploaded into StreamYard, so then I could play the video to have you guys react to the video.
That's interesting.
Well, I'd like you to watch the monitor and react to this video of Kingsley Sumathia.
Yeah, so when I seen Chris, he asked the lady that was taking me around, he said, "Hey, who that? Like, who we cutting today?" Like, he thought I was already on the team. He's like, "Who we cutting now?" And then she was like, "Oh no, this is he's on a 30 visit." And she's like, "He's from BYU." And he's like, "Gosh damn, you're big." Good. He was like, "How old you is?" He was like, "You like 26, 27?" I was like, "Nah, I just turned 21." He was like, "Oh my gosh." so just hearing that from Chris Jones himself, like, this is Chris Jones, like the bear himself, that walking around that kills O-linemen for a living. So just being able to shake his hand and talk to him, chop it up for a little bit was pretty dope. So yeah, it was super dope.
Chris Jones thought that he was big.
And he said, "Who we cutting now?"
Who we cutting now? Can you imagine if
That's such a That's cool. I mean,
that is cool.
Kingsley's
I'm
huge.
glad that Chris Jones is able to hang out around, the around all that stuff, so that some of these guys, when they come in on top 30 visits, it's not just, oh, and here is, Brett Veach, and here is Mark Donovan, and here's your position coach, and here's, that sort of stuff. That's cool that they get to meet all of those individuals, but to get to meet a guy like Chris Jones on a top 30 visit, even if he wasn't drafted by the Chiefs, like, that's something that would stick with him for a very, very long time.
I think tomorrow, while we're trying to fill time,
I'm curious where you're going with this.
we should ask BJ Kissel what he's perceived about the top 30 visits that these players experience and what his experience has been being able to observe what these guys go through on a 30 visit. We're going to save that for tomorrow when we need it. Oh. He's afraid to, okay. He's scared to compete.
You made that seem a lot more serious than
You really
it
did.
actually was.
You really did. Oh, me or him?
You made it like, for the people who did not get to see BJ's face and did not get to hear BJ, it sounded like, oh no, I said a bad thing. I shouldn't have even acknowledged that.
It's nothing like that. We're waiting on the 96 pick from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Hey, there's BJ Kissel. How you doing, buddy?
I was just saying, top 30 visits, I have no idea because you see a player, it's not like I go report that.
Well, yeah, but do you just know what they go through when they go?
Kind of.
See,
It's in the cafeteria.
that would be interesting content, perhaps for Saturday.
Yeah, but I turned my brain off as soon as I saw him. I was like, yeah, I can't talk about that guy now.
But you can at least see is he?
Yeah, I can see what he ate for lunch. It's riveting content. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
They?
I just wanted you to be in the camera shot here because I was holding a microphone over there.
Do the Chiefs eat better in the cafeteria during 30 visits? Is it like spicy chicken day at work? Yeah.
Probably.
It's like, here.
Poison
Hey.
Glazed salmon day. That was a big one.
Salmon day? Did you get to eat salmon?
Yeah.
You get to eat salmon with the team? You get to eat the team salmon.
No.
You
During
get
the
to eat their
off-season,
fish.
Mitch Morris and Ryan Hunter used to come sit at our table, and they'd hang out with us during the off season, during OTAs. They'd come hang out, and they'd be like, "I'm tired of hitting those guys. I don't want to be around those guys anymore." So they come sit with us. I was like, "We're gonna get fired sitting here talking to you. Tell people this was your idea."
Yes. Would you steal their salmon?
I ate a lot of the hoisin glazed salmon. It was really good.
The what salmon?
Hoisin glazed. It's a big day.
I'll tell you what.
It's like 4 people.
Jerry
in
and
the world who
Jones
understand what I'm talking about right now, and none of them are watching the stream. But it was a big day.
Jerry and Jones is off the board for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Jerry and Jones was one of my favorite interviews that we did at the East West Shrine Bowl because Jerry and Jones was on the phone with his girlfriend.
So he's FaceTiming.
On the phone with his girlfriend, just talking FaceTiming. And he jumps in to do the interview with us. And he just takes his phone and he leaves it on and FaceTime is still on, and he just puts it between his legs. And the entire interview, his girlfriend is watching, looking up from his legs region.
That's that stuff.
And and so like he just leaves it on while he talks to us, and he was just funny and just
and it wasn't like he was trying to get out of there either because he was on the phone. I had a little bit of trepidation sitting down there with him. It was like trepidation.
Okay, that's
trepidation.
Yeah.
But a little bit of trepidation about this guy doesn't want to talk or something. Maybe this will be a shorter interview. We'll hit our beats pretty quickly here. Was a great interview. Was a phenomenal interview. Was very charismatic. Wanted to talk to us for a long time, and the entire time, Kit and I are sitting there, and I'm just going, she's just waiting for us to shut up so that she can hang out and talk to him again because he's away from her at the Shrine game. He's not able to talk to her right now. It's just a very interesting interview.
The Bengals are trying to get their next DJ Reader. They're taking McKinley Jackson, who is a big squatty nose tackle, really good against the run. I think he had a good East-West Shrine Bowl, or Senior Bowl. Sorry, he was at the Senior Bowl. A little more pass rush juice than like a Derek Noddy, but I think Matty Lane kind of comped him to Derek Noddy when he was kind of going through his stuff.
It.
Yeah, it's like Noddy. It's like Derek Noddy with a little bit better athletic profile, a little bit more juice as a pass rusher.
And I will say, watching Edgerrin Cooper, that's when I kind of first watched it. I'm watching Edgerrin Cooper run behind and run free behind a McKinley Jackson. And I was like, oh, who's that guy? Where's he going, Matty? Who is that? Who that? And goes top 100. Good for him.
I'm not disappointed that the Chiefs traded out of 95.
No, I haven't.
I'm really not.
I liked Jerry and Jones a lot.
Yeah,
I really did like Jerry and Jones a lot. I'm not frustrated by missing out on Jerry and Jones.
I'm not heartbroken that the Chiefs walked away with Xavier Worthy and Kingsley Suamataia that are 2 A picks for us.
Mm-hmm.
Both. Matty gave one of them a B, but
he had to.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I think that's totally fine.
It is.
If Kingsley had been picked 32, we probably would have given it a solid C.
Yeah.
It's on the fairway.
If the Chiefs had picked 95, who do you think they would have taken?
TJ Tampa, if his medical's checked out, or Jatavian Sanders, or Brandon Dorless, or
no Leonard Taylor,
Javon Baker. I don't think it would have been Leonard Taylor.
I would have liked Leonard Taylor, though.
I like that a lot of the players that we've been talking about still are on the board.
Yeah.
The TJ Tampa thing, this happens every single year to at least a couple of different guys, right? The consensus top 55 guy just keeps falling and falling and falling. I'm not overly surprised that this happens every year.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I temper my expectations to say the Chiefs need to trade up for TJ Tampa because there's probably a reason. It's kind of like when you're on Zillow.
Okay.
It's when you're on Zillow and you see this immaculate property or this immaculate house, and you look at it and it looks great, right? And it gets a bunch of likes and it gets a bunch of saves and a bunch of people are really in on it. And then you go visit it and you find that maybe the foundation's cracked, something along those lines that just is pushing people away.
Mm-hmm. Peyton Wilson's off the board, by the way.
Thank you. Sweet Jesus, thank you.
Anyways.
Are we continuing this analogy?
Please don't talk more about Zillow.
I was going to jump in here real quick.
Okay.
Hi, BJ.
Hey, I was going to shout out you guys.
Thanks, man.
Oh, don't do
You guys
that.
been going almost 5 hours. Craig is great. You guys been going almost 5 hours. I filled in for about 4 minutes, got my one draft take off. But y'all have been absolutely crushing it, so I don't know what the chat is saying right now. But
I don't want to know.
you've been streaming for 5 hours.
Well, see, the chat is like Zillow. And that... Yeah.
T-Bone just said lay off the pipe, so that's great. Chat's going great.
Wait, who said that?
T-Bone said lay off the pipe.
T-Bones, you don't know.
All right. More bourbon for Kent.
No, I'm good.
This has been a question, Craig, that's came up a couple times. I think T. Smith has probably asked it every time, but what is Tampa's CBAT?
Oh, yeah. I can give you a CBAT. I have answered this before, but I have not answered this on the broadcast. He is a Tier 3 CBAT. That is not a death sentence. A Tier 4 is. Keep an eye on Roe Torrance. He is the only player with a Tier 4 right now. Tier 4s just don't work out very often, and he's an especially bad Tier 4. Really, really bad testing this year for Roe Torrance, a guy that we saw at the Shrine Game, and I liked. Again, I think the tape is okay, but ran a 4.740. TJ Tampa is a Tier 3, a pretty comfortable Tier 3, right in the middle of that tier right there. Plenty of guys that have come out of the draft that have been contributors as a Tier 3, but I do say that to say the Chiefs have not taken a Tier 3 or lower cornerback in a long time.
They bought the KCSN draft guide.
Rashad Fenton, I believe, was the last one.
Link in the description.
So
Link is in the description of the show if you want to buy our draft guide.
Yes.
We would appreciate
for
the
day
support.
3.
For day 3.
Hey.
That's the day you need it the most, honestly,
get
because
salty.
the picks are hot and heavy. Will Brinson reports stop.
That's that stuff.
Uh-huh. Will Brinson, just now on NFL Network, Ian Rappaport has reported on Peyton Wilson's fall in the draft.
Yeah.
One of his knees does not have an ACL. How does that even happen?
Well, I mean, is that a metaphorical thing?
One of
Or-
his knees
I
does
know.
not
I
have
see
an
that.
ACL.
I see
I've
that.
heard of that before, but I don't remember who it was.
An anterior cruciate ligament.
Ligament, there you go.
Justin Houston once had a non-functioning ACL.
Good night.
That was described.
And MVS didn't have hands.
No, see, you say things like that. MVS actually literally had hands. Maybe he has an ACL, it just doesn't function anymore.
Sounds like Andy Reid and Andy Heck are both very excited about Kingsley Sumatai.
Yes.
I wonder why Andy Reid's excited. Pick 99 is in. We are 2 picks from being done, folks. For tonight.
You don't have to sound so excited.
I'm good. I'm good and done. Pick 99. I am excited to see what this pick is for the Rams, though. We're like a lot of names haven't fallen off the board. And
Cameron Kitchens,
Cameron Kitchens. Okay,
safety out of Miami. Yeah,
Safety out of Miami.
really good ball
At
skills.
one
really
point,
good ball
At
skills.
one point, was kind of considered like a top, like a third top 32 pick. Like if you were looking at way too early mocks, you would have seen Cameron Kitchens' name flying around there. And so, a lot of buzz about him as like a safety 1 type player at years prior or a year prior. Hasn't had it. Didn't have a great year last year. It was fine. Athletic profile is kind of limited. Him at 99 is about right, I think. I think that's about the right range for a Cameron Kitchens. But he's got some good ball skills. He is a playmaker. Takes some risks.
Yeah.
Makes some mistakes.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that's one of those, if you smooth that sort of stuff out, like the high end capability, the ball skills make all the sense in the world.
It's appropriate value.
The video that they put out, that the Kansas City Chiefs have put out regarding Kingsley Sumatai, listening to the Andys talk about him a little bit, it's pretty standard fare. We're ready to get to work. We're happy you're here. All of that. Brett gets on the phone, and Brett says, we were making Coach sweat this out for about 10 picks. He was really sweating for about 10 picks. So think of it that way.
Yep,
they
had him high on the
him
board.
higher on the board.
They had him higher
than
on the board.
some of those other guys that went above him. We got done talking about that, about how is he one of those guys that maybe the Chiefs valued a little bit more than, I'm trying to put names on here. I'm scrolling back. And
Paul.
Roger Rosengarten.
Yes.
For about 10 picks there. That means, yes, that encapsulates Patrick Paul. That's, Blake Fisher. That's
Fisher,
that is really interesting.
So they liked him above a lot of those guys that went off the board.
And so that's good to know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the last pick of the Friday.
You were about to say NFL draft, weren't you?
No, I was about to say second round. So the last pick of today is Luke McCaffrey, the wide receiver out of Rice. This is one of Jake Stack, who does great work on the KCSN draft guide for the wide receivers. This is one of his guys. I don't think he even had Luke McCaffrey going this early.
No.
He had him more as a round 4 type player, I believe, round 5 type player, even I believe. But this was one of his favorite players in the draft.
It really was.
A little bit surprising to see him go above a couple of the names that are still out there. A Javon Baker, starting to wonder if there's a little bit of character there, or some more medical. Troy Franklin, same thing. Troy Franklin should be off the board by now.
He should be.
And if the Chiefs take him at 131, I'm going to be totally content with doing that.
Yeah, at that point, it's fine there. And again, you're betting. I just got done talking about bloodlines and stuff like that. He's Christian McCaffrey's brother. And Ed McCaffrey's son, obviously, if he's Christian McCaffrey's brother. But, a guy that you're betting on that translating. He's been around the game for a long time. He knows what it's going to take to be an NFL player. And, that kind of shows it's very disciplined. It's very workmanlike, the way that he plays wide receiver. Has some flashes, but, I get why he went at this point, because I think he's just going to offer day in, day out consistency.
For sure. So that is that's the first 100 picks of the 2024 NFL Draft.
Hey, you want to do this again tomorrow?
I would love to do this again tomorrow in about 12 hours.
We are just shy of $4,000 raised so far.
Let's
for
go.
the Therese Paler Memorial.
Thank you all so much for doing that.
Guys, come to tomorrow ready. Anybody who watched day 3 last year, if you are still watching this, anybody who watched day 3 last year, it's where we get a little bit more loose somehow. Believe it or not, it gets more loose than this.
Yeah.
And that we did a really good job of kind of pivoting. Not just the draft. We were still covering it in its entirety.
Every pick still, baby.
Every pick still.
We're still going to tell you every pick. We're just going to have a good time doing it.
But at the same time, come ready for some of those sorts of things. If you've got ideas on things that we can do that you would be willing to, throw in a little money. Somebody threw in $1,000, and all of us last year chugged seltzers on the live stream. So, that's the sort of stuff. We, again, a little bit looser on day 3, willing to do that sort of stuff, try and finance a scholarship.
We'll go get some sleep.
$1,000.
We will throw ice cold water on Tucker in his sleep.
I will do that for free.
That means I can sleep.
We are all
while
staying
we're
in the
on
same
stream.
house. We are all staying together in the same house.
It's so
I'm just saying, I'm throwing this out to the live stream right now. I have a pair.
Underwear.
Yes, I do have that. I did bring that. That's good. But I have a pair of clippers.
Oh yeah,
beard trimmers.
Yeah, I'll shave to a mustache tomorrow, and you won't even be able to notice because I have a very light mustache.
Just saying,
but I'll do it.
There are avenues.
I'll let that double chin
get
hang.
to thinking.
It'd be great. But we're gonna do that tomorrow. So come hang out with us tomorrow. We'll be starting a half hour before the festivities begin. Which okay. It's going to be good. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are excited. It's a lot more loose. You're going to hear from BJ. You're going to hear a lot from Tucker tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to have guests. We're going to have
more
guests. Stuff on.
And look, the Chiefs have 5 picks currently.
Yep.
Slated for the 2024 day 3 of the NFL draft. But we're going to go to sleep.
Shout out Holiday Distillery.
Thank you to Holiday Distillery.
A sign just fell into
cut to that camera? Yeah!
Tucker's camera. Is that your?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Shout out Holiday Distillery.
Yes, thank you,
For
Holiday.
the amazing hospitality and taking care of us and allowing us to use their event center down here at their facility, at their grounds here in Weston, Missouri. Phenomenal place to come visit.
It is. It absolutely is. Thank all of you for watching with us right now. We love you all. Appreciate you all.
Come visit us on Sunday. We're going to be here on Sunday.
Yep.
Having a party.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Walk in. Sign up, though.
RSVP.
If you want food.
If you want food, sign up.